Good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Sorry for waiting. Sorry for starting a bit late. Minister, we waited for you to arrive. Us who arrived on time, we decided to wait for you. So today we're meeting with the AGSA on the audit outcomes of the Department of Higher Education and Training and its entities for the 2024-2025 annual reports. And then later today we'll get a briefing from the Department of Higher Education and Training on their own annual report. So that is the purpose of today's meeting. But before we go to those things, Minister, I think we must just indicate that this week, including last week, I think we would have seen a number of, or a rise in protest in our institutions of higher learning, universities. We had our university buildings being banned at the University of Fort Hare. And then yesterday, I think, in Kwakwa campus and the University of Free State, we also had one of our buildings been banned. And since August, we've had a number of students being reported, maybe since July, if you include Durban University of Technology, where to date I think they've had about 3 deaths since around July of our students in the sector. Fort Hare, they've also indicated that there have been about 3 deaths. And there, when we were there, students would have shown us where the student had apparently hung herself in a very low-hanging tree. And the students are saying there that the family of those two young girls are saying in their autopsy that those 2 young girls were raped before. That's what the students are alleging. Monday again, yesterday, we also woke up to the news of two young students who would have passed away or being robbed or what, I don't know, at Nelson Mandela University, and sadly they've passed away. So we've had quite a rough week or so in the higher education system. And I think, at University of Free State, it is my considered view that even that strike was unnecessary because the university took a decision that is simply anti-poor, and students that the right to protest there. When you say if you owe 3,000 rands, you'll no longer be allowed to register, preliminary register. There will no longer be acknowledgement of that agreements that will be signed to allow students to register whilst they are trying to find some means to pay that debt. I don't think that was a good decision. I mean, some of the students, by the way, who owe there are full NSFAS funded students. They find themselves owing the university because the university would have put these NSFAS funded students in accommodation that charges more than the cap of NSFAS. And the NSFAS, this NSFAS, poor NSFAS funded students will then be forced to sign that they will pay the balance. They call it what, the top up in those institutions. So our systems say that this child does not have the means to pay. You put them in a system or in an accommodation that forces them to owe. Then you are saying, irrespective of whether they are left with 2 courses or 1 year, if they are supposed to study next year, their final year, they will not register at the beginning of the year because they would have owed this money that was created by the system. And therefore they must go home without their degrees when they're left. That is exclusion, targeting the poor. But just because they don't have an uncle or an aunt or a parent somewhere that can pay this 8,000 rand, that is not of their own doing. It's the university that put them in that accommodation. Even university-owned accommodation that charges above the cap. I mean, the department here today, they will give us their presentation where Minister, the department would have funded these universities to build this student accommodation, working with DBSA, excluding the other monies that we give them of grants, including grants that are supposed to go to student housing project. And then you still charge more and still want these poor students to have these things. I don't think that was a wise move from the university, honestly speaking. I mean, at Fort Hare, I had to go there. Students insisted that they want to give us a memorandum of demands. We went there. They gave the memorandum on the issue of holding of SRCs. I mean, again, I think the strike, they could have been avoided. It could have been avoided at that institution. The institution is the one that are responsible for holding SRC elections. They don't hold SRC elections. The term of the current or the then current SRC comes to an end. And then you say, no, because your term has come to an end, you are disbanded, go home, go to your residences. We as management are going to put an interim SRC for you. So the institution then wants to install students that are of their own choosing. So I don't think from a corporate governance point of view that makes sense. The students that then said, no, you're not going to do that. We want to choose our own leaders. So management wants to choose their own student. It doesn't make sense. It's we could have avoided the mess. They were told the admin building, I went there, Minister, it's bent, finished. We were only told there's a safe that can only accommodate so much that could not, where the documents are still, but everything else is bent down, which would mean that convocants of that institution might not get the certificates that indeed they are graduates of that institution. We are told those who are studying now, their registration would have been banned. So the institution, in essence, might not know who is studying and who's not studying this year. Those who are supposed to graduate, the institution might not know whether there's a legitimate claim by this student or that student for them to claim. So it's just over and above the buildings. I mean, the agriculture, there's a new building there of agriculture where we're told they had installed very serious machinery there of agriculture, bent down. The person was walking us through there, said there's one machine, a small machine there, many of them bent down. There's only one that remained, and that machine cost about 1 million. And all of them there, they bent down, except one. So, and all of these things, if you look at them, they could have been avoided. Then you go to student accommodation there. Now, Minister, I come from the township. I stayed in a back room where it was a shack. In a township where I come from, it was a norm that we will jump sewage running around the street. It was a norm. If it was not there, it would have been Christmas. I went to student accommodation that is funded by, where students who stay, they are funded by us, who most probably come from the same background that I come from. We get the sewage at an institution of higher learning running J. This student, I said, this is our perfume, or this is how it smells every day. No one there is held accountable. Maintenance of student accommodation is just bad. Just bad. It's as if our leaders who are supposed to lead these institutions, they've just given up. There's no consequence management for somebody there who's supposed to maintain these buildings. They are not watching. The DHET norms and standard, the DHET, indicates what a student accommodation must look like. It must have this, it must have that. Those kids there, all of them, if you enter every room, they've got the Vascom, because they tell you the geysers don't work the whole year. So they bath in a Vascom. It's a norm, which is not what the norms and standard talk about. The showers there, you enter, you can tell water has not dripped in a long time. There's rust. There's not even shower caps. No one is held accountable in our institution. And it can't honestly continue like that. So I felt I must start with that part, because yesterday I had to ask 3 members of this committee to go to University of Free State to try and speak to management there, because management the day before, on the 13th, they release a circular on Monday evening. They say all students in the Bloemfontein main campus in Kwakwa, all of you must go home. We're giving you 24 hours. By your own presentation of these institutions, almost all of them, in fact, all of them there is this thing sometimes comes and goes, but I must put this thing right. All institutions in this country, they've got above 50% students that are NSFAS funded. So when you say to these kids, we're giving you 24 hours, if you are in Kwakwa and you come from, let's say, Lusigisi, you must have money to take a taxi or a bus to Bloemfontein and take a bus from Bloemfontein to wherever you are going. So you are saying these kids must have money to travel home within 24 hours. Whatever happens, they must be gone here. Very insensitive. It's for the people who are making such statements don't understand. Some of us who were funded by NSFAS will know that that money that they give you must, last you a whole month. But it only goes to food. There's nothing else. You can't even buy takeaways. It goes to groceries. And when you get it today, tomorrow you must make sure that you have bought, and you don't have anything for the whole month. So these people who are making these statements don't understand that these kids don't have anybody else to run to. Their parents are this NSFAS. And when NSFAS has given them these allowances and they are finished, the assumption is if you get it on the 31st, on the 1st of every month, this money is finished. The university on the 13th, they take a bold decision that By tomorrow, you must be out of here by tomorrow at 8 p.m., which is the 14th. And if you are not out by that time, I'm going to evict you forcefully. And there in that university, you saw videos that are circulating on social media. That security, I don't know what it's called. Somebody said big gun or something, I can't remember. That they were, a young girl lying on the floor, they're being beaten with donkey pins. Kuri, that girl was saying, "Ningang bulale," literally begging not to be killed. Those security people had no mercy on this young girl, unarmed, there on the floor. We saw the videos, unarmed. There are other videos where these security is approaching residences, throwing things down the windows of this institution. Tomorrow, the art management, it will say all that damage was done by the students. When we have videos where these security people that they've hired, when they're aggressive towards those residents. So I thought Minister must start with, because, we had to send members there to meet with management. They will give us feedback on what would have happened, but management had to agree at the end that maybe eviction or threatening to evict student might not have been the smart idea, amongst others. So there's concessions that they made, and they are going to do an announcement today, I'm told, with the students. They're going to meet with the students and make this announcement today. But, it's just, and if these things start like this, they will go everywhere. Normally, this is, they start in one institution or two, then before we know it, it's everywhere. Our infrastructure is damaged, and all of that. And once these things happen, there are unethical business people in this country who are in the panels of these companies, who, once there is a strike, they see an opportunity to hire some students there, give them alcohol or whatever, or they go themselves and they cause these fires in these buildings because they know they're on the panels to fix them themselves. So we must avoid giving them that opportunity. So I thought I must start with that. We are going to, or we have apologies. We've received the apology of the Director General, who is not well. I was with the Director General at the Bafana game in Durban on Friday. Maybe he caught flu there. He was very well there, David. But he's not well now. We watched Bafana versus Zimbabwe there. But he was very well there. He's not well now. We have an apology. And then we have a few apologies of members. No, we did not. We met by coincidence. It was on the passage. We have apologies of few members. Honorable Khachau is not feeling. She was not feeling well even at on oversight last week when we were in Durban. She caught flu, I think, around Thursday, and then she was not well, so she has not recovered. So she won't be coming in today. We have an apology of Honorable Souls will join us around 11. Is in the ad hoc committee. Will join us around 11. Honorable Msezana will join us around 10. Honorable Khabo is attending block attendance. It's block attendance week in an institution where he's studying. Then Honorable Low and Honorable Governor are on oversight of basic education. We share basic education. We share them with basic education. Those are the only apologies. Honorable Lonzi will arrive, just after 10 as well. So those are the apologies we have. Members, I did receive the memorandum from students there. And Minister, because we could not wait for today to take that decision, we spoke with members offline, and we have agreed that there's a need for us to go visit University of Fort Hare. We've made an application after receiving confirmation from members. We've made an application to Parliament to go visit University of Fort Hare on Tuesday next week. We have written to council, we have written to management, we have written to the department, and yourself, Minister, indicating this is what we plan on doing next week, and would like the support. I know that the students, they indicated that they would have met with the team from the department, so the department would have been visiting them, but so members said on Tuesday we must go there. We decided to go with Tuesday instead of Wednesday, Minister, because on Thursday you have that G20 education summit that you had invited us to in Mpumalanga, which almost 95% of the members will attend. So we'll go to Fort Hare on Tuesday. If our application in Parliament goes according to plan, we should know at least by end of business today. So AG, sorry for taking your time and addressing our issues. I saw, Minister, you're taking notes. When you do your opening after the AG, then you can say one or two things on those things. So welcome, AG. I know you're going to give us an audit outcome of the department and its entities, and then after that, members are going to ask clarity-seeking questions on what does this mean. Members, you don't ask the AG about the performance of an entity because it's not them who are performing. They were auditing the performance. So you must ask clarity-seeking on that. Then we will bring those entities where you'll take the direct questions on why did you not achieve X, Y, and Z to those entities. So AG, if you can, or maybe before, let's introduce ourselves so that we know who's in the room. I see we've got new faces who are attending for the first time, both Matsepos also, so that we can know each other. My name is Tebo Kholitsiye. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education, member of Parliament, member of the Portfolio Committee, and the chair. So we'll, Nana, maybe let's end with you. Start with Anna, let's start this side, come this way, and then we'll end with you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Anel Kabengesi, Concept.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and the colleagues, honorable minister and the colleagues. My name is Zamahlangu Mtitwa. I'm the Deputy Business Unit Leader from the Auditor General, responsible for the higher education portfolio.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the Minister and the colleagues from the Department of Higher Education and Training. My name is Khabuko Mapi. I'm responsible for the higher education portfolio as an executive in the Auditor General of South Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, executives of the department and colleagues. I'm Bulelwa Sikweya. I'm a senior manager from the Auditor General.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, Minister and the executives. My name is Tlo Choshi. I'm the Senior Manager in the Auditor General. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, AGSA. My name is Puti Manamela, Minister of Higher Education.
Morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and the colleagues from AG, colleagues from DHET. My name is Sam Zung. I'm the DDG responsible for TVET. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable members, AGSA and colleagues. Rolani Ngwenya, DDG Corporate Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Matsapo Sidat, and I'm the spokesperson to the Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, all honourable members. Good morning, Minister and colleagues. My name is Marcia Sotukwa. I'm the DDG for University Education.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to our honourable Minister. Good morning to fellow DDGs and all present here. Good morning to colleagues from the AG. My name is Nolwazi Gasa. I'm the DDG for Planning, Policy and Strategy. Chair, this is not meant to put you in a difficult space, but many happy returns. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable members, Honourable Minister, AGSA, parliamentary staff and management, my colleagues. My name is Thembi Safuchane. I'm the Deputy Director General responsible for community education and training.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, members, AGSA, Minister, colleagues. My name is David Mabusela. I'm the acting DDG Skills. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, Minister, colleagues, AG and the department. My name is Lucian Kearns. I'm the acting CFO.
Good morning, Chair and the honourable members, Minister and the DDGs. My name is Moye Rabaza. I'm the Director responsible for strategic planning and reporting.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, Minister. My name is Tabile Dengwane. I'm the Parliament and Cabinet Support in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, members of Parliament, colleagues. My name is Nonjabulo Zuma. I am from the Minister's Office. Apologies, Chair. I am Parliament and Liaison Staff.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, Minister, and everyone. My name is Opa Budibe, researcher in the Office of the Minister.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tando Kolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chairperson and honourable members, honourable Minister. My name is Themba Msipa, the Chief Director for DHET Planning and Institutional Support.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister and the officials that are here. My name is Kabelo Makitla. I'm from the Auditor General, Stakeholder Liaison Manager.
Morning, Chairperson, Honourable Minister, members of Parliament, officials and colleagues. My name is Steve Mampepo. I'm the Parliamentary and Cabinet Liaison Officer in the Office of the Minister. Thank you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members, Honourable Minister, colleagues. My name is David Mohlamme, Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, Minister, everybody present. I'm Tanya Kleinans, and I'm Executive Secretary to Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, members, and everybody in the House. My name is Mampaho Modiba, Committee Content Advisor.
Good morning, Chair, and all protocol observed. I'm Dr. Delmaine Christians, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members, Minister, everyone. My name is Sanele Zwan, a member of this Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues, Minister, officials from the department,
and then from the AG officials as well, and everyone else, good morning. All protocol observed. My name is Sifeng Gubane. I'm the member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members, honorable Minister, colleagues from the department. My name is Nana Shai, Senior Manager from the Office of the Auditor General.
Thank you very much, colleagues. AG, I think there's an echo. Okay, I will try and deal with it. AG, in the meantime, I hope you also will have echo so that we continue in the meantime. You can take us through.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. We good? All right, I'm going to try again. I think it's clear. Please receive greetings from the Auditor General, Sakane Maluleke. We thank you for inviting us to engage with you on the work that we've done for the Department of Higher Education and Training, the portfolio, for the year that ended 31st March 2025. We're bringing to you a complete pack of the audit outcomes. The first part of that pack will speak to the Department of Higher Education and Training together with its entities and the 21 seaters. The second segment of that pack will speak to the work that we've done across all 50 TVETs in the country. We also just touched on a high level the audit outcome of the universities as well as the CETs so that the committee can have a complete picture. One of the things that we are hoping that we achieve in this engagement, Honorable Chair, is just to bring better insights on what we found when we were doing the audit. You remember that our audit would have covered an opinion on the financial statements across board. We'll cover the material findings on compliance, selected legislation and prescripts. We'll also speak on the work that we've done on predetermined objectives, that pretty much the service delivery work. On predetermined objectives, we'll cover the work we've done on the APP, and also the work that we've done so far as reliability is concerned, which is the work that we've done on the performance reports across board. Allow me to just highlight that there's a couple of things that we are bringing to you in addition to an ordinary audit outcomes that we bring through to the members. One will touch on the work that we've done in the department, particularly around their role as a coordinating department in the portfolio. So we've done work that did not, for the current year, affect the audit opinion of the department so far as performance reporting is concerned. Are we good, Chair? So we covered how the department packaged their annual performance plan in terms of the role of the department in the portfolio, in coordinating the TVETs, in coordinating the universities, in coordinating the CETs and all other institutions that fall under their responsibility. Allow me to indicate that it will be important that that work get to be dealt with, because in our view as the AGSA, it will give better traction to the role of the department in the portfolio. Like I said, for the current year, it did not impact the audit opinion, so we left it as work that the department can take forward for the coming financial years. And we are hoping that in a year or two, the department will start to reposition themselves in terms of the annual performance plan, such that the work that we do in TVETs, in universities, in CETs, is reflected in the targets directly, and not necessarily just reporting on the numbers that come through from the entities. There is a better picture that you're going to see around the TVETs. It took time. As the AGSA, we are picking up that, of course, the pace is not what we want. But you'll start to see that the TVET, so far as financial management reporting is concerned, is beginning to be better. And we are hoping that we can pick up the pace, because we could get ourselves in a point where we no longer worry ourselves around the financial reporting of the TVETs. And then we can really focus a lot on what the TVETs are supposed to be doing. So far as the SETAs are concerned, we have a mixture there, and Nana will take us through. We have some of the SETAs that would have reported transparently. We encourage around that. But there are still those that still struggle a bit in terms of just making sure that that which is being reported, it is a fair representation of what would have happened, supported by evidence. Chair, I wanted to pause here and just allow Nana to take us through. We'll take your your lead in terms of the time that we still have to engage the committee. But I do assume that we will then take the engagement at the end of the presentation. Over to you, Chair. Thanks.
Yeah, we're fine on time.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, B, for the opening remarks. Chair, maybe just to reiterate again our mission and vision in terms of our engagements and the audit work that we perform as an office. Chair, we do appreciate such engagements for us to bring and communicate to the committee the audit outcomes for the portfolio for the 24-25, which speaks to the constitutional mandate that we have in as far as producing audit reports when it comes to financial management reporting, performance management reporting, as well as compliance of the institution. And we hope that the engagement this morning and the insights that we'll share with the committee will enable you in terms of your responsibilities in conducting oversight over these institutions of higher learning. If we go then to our mission, taking into account what I just alluded to, we do envisage a culture around the institutions that we have within the sector that are characterized rather by areas of performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity. And what we mean by that, Chair, is that it's quite important that when the institutions, in as far as performance is concerned, they are able to demonstrate their impact in as far as the service delivery mandate. And that will speak to the performance reporting that we're going to talk about a bit later in the presentation as well. If one looks at accountability, it's quite important that when we do assess then the performance of those institutions, we are also then able to use their financial statements, use their annual reports to hold them accountable in as far as the core mandate and the expectations around the mandate and what they meant to be delivering for the citizens of the country. Therefore, it's quite important that as oversight bodies, as the oversight committee, as well as the portfolio committee of higher education, we're able to hold these institutions accountable for their performance. When we speak about transparency, we speak around the credibility of the reports that they're producing. Again, we will reflect on the outcomes on the financial statements and the annual performance report, as I've indicated, as well as compliance of these institutions. So it is quite important that as we reflect on some of the material findings that we will share in the instances of non-compliances that we may have identified, that one considers in the context of transparency and credibility of those reports that are being presented by the institutions. Again, institutional integrity speaks to the ethics and the culture which is embedded within these institutions, and therefore it's quite important that if you are to realize the aspirations of those service delivery mandates of those institutions, that we recall and actually emphasize on these core principles as ones that should govern the culture around these institutions. If I then reflect on the accountability ecosystem, which is a slide that you're quite familiar with from the committee's perspective, is that it is quite important, and today as we engage as well as on the audit outcomes of these institutions, that we reflect on each of the role players within the accountability ecosystem. It's quite important that when we reflect on the role of officials within the department or the entities that we'll be giving feedback on, that we reflect on, in terms of the impact of the findings that we're communicating, who did not do what in this accountability ecosystem, as it is quite important that even from a leadership and a decision-making perspective, going over to support and oversight, which would be your parliamentary committees, your boards, and everybody else that is supposed to be playing oversight roles in terms of these institutions, actually comes to the party and actually plays their role so that we do see the effectiveness of this value chain. It is also quite important as well that as we reflect through the audit outcomes, we'll speak more about the oversight committees, which would be your audit committees, as well as the internal audit functions that are within the institutions that are meant to serve as players that are able to alert on the preventer or the inefficiencies rather in the internal control environment of such institutions in terms of the roles that they are playing and how we would want to see them being more effective in terms of implementing that role. So it's quite important on the slide that as we reflect, we all consider the audit outcomes in the context of the roles that we are meant to be playing in order for us to achieve, at the end of the day, quality service delivery in terms of the institutions that we'll be giving feedback on. Chair, if you look at the portfolio ecosystem, already the B has alluded to in the opening remarks, so we are bringing the audit outcomes for 113 institutions, Mainly, the first part of the presentation will cover the audit outcomes for the Department of Higher Education and Training, which is DHET, the National Skills Fund, which is the NSF, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, which is NSFAS, as well as the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, as well as the 21 sector education and training authorities. The second segment of the presentation would then cover that will also include, apologies, the quality assurance bodies, which is your Quality Council on Trade and Occupations, which is QCTO, Council on Higher Education, CHE, as well as South African Qualifications Authority, SAQA. The second segment of the presentation will then cover the audit outcomes for the 50 technical, vocational, and education training colleges, which is your TVETs. And then the third part of the presentation will then cover the audit outcomes for the 26 universities. And then we will cover the audit outcomes lastly for the CET colleges, which is your community education and training colleges. Just to take note on this particular slide is that your universities and your CET colleges are namely what we call our Section 4.3 auditees in terms of as they are audited by the private audit firms in terms of the provisions of the Public Audit Act. So those institutions' audit outcomes would be audited by the private sector. Chair, maybe just to reflect and take us back to what we would have recommended to the committee in the prior year. We would have made recommendations for the department as well as the CETAs. And in that, Chair, we had recommended that the department itself reconsider or assess the manner in which the sector itself is coordinated. And what we mean by that is that one would understand that the higher education and training sector is quite a huge sector with 113 institutions, like I mentioned. So it's quite important that the department itself ensures that there is proper coordination within the sector so that we are planning accordingly and also implementing. And at the end of the day, when we are reporting on that which we were meant to achieve in terms of the MTDP, we are able then to see that synergy in terms of the institutions and the operations of the institutions within the sector. The second element we would have spoken to is around the coordination, in particular in the CETAs themselves. And you recall that last year there was a CETA Skills Summit that was convened, in which amongst others would have been the issue around ensuring that there's an integrated learner management system, which is a project led by MICT. And we had recommended that the department as well as the committee pays particular attention to ensuring that there is the development and implementation of the system in the sector. And therefore, we are reporting back and indicating that as much as the project itself is in progress, there is room for the department to play a role in ensuring that there is buy-in within the sector itself. And what we mean by that is that we're at a point where the implementation of the integrated learner management system is meant to assist us in making sure that we do not have CETAs operating in silos and also then having their own systems, in IT systems, in order to deal with the inefficiencies that we are picking up, which we'll also allude to a bit later on. Therefore, it's quite important that the department as well make sure that there is that buy-in from the CETAs in as far as participating in and making sure that there's progress and eventually deployment of that particular system within the sector. In as far as the TVET colleges are concerned, we had recommended to the committee that we ensure that the recommendations of the quality assurance bodies themselves are considered in as far as curriculum development is concerned within the TVET colleges space, and that would ensure that the curriculum offering of those TVET colleges also then addresses the issue around the skills in high demand. And what we're seeing is that there is still a need to intensify efforts within this space, and therefore we hope that the activities that the department will plan for the coming years will therefore address the issues around narrowing the gap in as far as skills gap is concerned. And as far as the universities, we had recommended in the prior year that there be clear timelines in terms of the submission of annual financial statements. We are encouraged that the department in the current year did issue a formal directive. So all universities will be submitting annual financial statements at the end of 30th April of each year. So we are encouraged by the issuing of that formal directive. We'll then ensure that there's some form of uniformity within the sector itself in as far as the submission of annual financial statements is concerned. Quality assurance bodies, I've spoken to the issue around the coordination and also in using the work of the quality assurance bodies in as far as influencing the curriculum focus for TVET colleges, but equally so what we had recommended is to ensure that given that we have only the 3 quality assurance bodies servicing the sector in itself, it is quite important that we keep a close eye in terms of capacitation and resourcing of those quality assurance bodies to make sure that they are able to respond and service the sector, given also the context around the government gazette that was signed off in 2024 to also phase out the pre-2009 qualifications. Therefore, it will be quite important that the quality assurance bodies are also on board and well-resourced and capacitated to be able to support the department in that process. In as far as this National Student Financial Aid Scheme is concerned, Chair, we had brought to the committee to review both the operational and the funding models of NSFAS. We do take note that there is an indicator within the MTDP that caters for this particular recommendation. However, for the purposes of today's discussion, Chair, we will not be giving feedback in as far as implementation of that particular resolution. As you will note that as I go through the presentation, that audit is currently underway. Therefore, there will be another engagement in as far as NSFAS activities are concerned. So I'll start off with the first segment of the presentation, Chair, where we will deal with 28 institutions. This would be the department, the audit outcomes for the Department of Higher Education, National Skills Fund, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, the 21 seaters, and the 3 quality assurance bodies. So you will note, Chair, in as far as the submission of financial statements is concerned, there was a regression from a 96% to 93% in the current year. And the late submissions was due to Mersita and NSFAS that submitted their financial statements late. However, Mersita's audit outcomes are included in the feedback that we'll be providing to the committee because that audit was signed off. And then in as far as NSFAS is concerned, like I indicated, that audit is still underway as a result of the late submission of the financial statements. Chair, if one then looks at the audit outcomes on slide 9 in relation to these particular entities, you will see that we do have a form of a stagnation in terms of the overall audit outcomes. And what that indicates to us is that there is a lack of preventative controls in addressing existing inefficiencies. Particularly if one looks at the seaters themselves, we're still seeing the lack of coordination between your finance and your project management units. And what we mean by that, which I'll further unpack in the next slide, is that if you look at the qualification areas, particularly for the seaters, you will note that in majority of them, it's around the discretionary grants, expenditure, payables, accruals, or commitments, which is the core of what they spend in relation to their service delivery mandate. So we are seeing that affecting the credibility of the financial reporting processes because the people or the officials rather that are working within the project management unit are responsible for, one, assessing the status of the learning interventions on the ground that would then inform how finance would then need to prepare the set of annual financial statements in as far as credible financial reporting. If one then also looks at the qualification band, you will see that there is a slight increase in terms of the number of qualifications, with 29% in the previous year compared to 32% in the current year. So we are also just seeing a bit of a regression in terms of the number of qualifications. And again, that speaks to the, if one looks at the coordination around the department itself, which we'll also touch on when we speak about the performance management, is that when you look at how the department's performance information, although the department still has an unqualified with finding, their material findings relate mainly to the performance area. And again, it speaks to the oversight role, which we'll further unpack as we go through the presentation and how it's impacting on the audit outcomes of these institutions that we are seeing within the sector. Chair, if you allow me then to further unpack the our reflections on the quality of financial statements, you will note that if one reflects on the financial management controls, you will see that in as far as the controls around proper record keeping, daily and monthly controls, in-year and year-end reporting and review and monitoring compliance, that we still have a number of institutions that are either sitting in the concerning or the poor category. And what this indicates, and reflecting on the audit outcomes of this sector, is that there is still room for improvement in as far as the audit outcomes are concerned. And these are the controls that need to be dealt with and addressed in the audit action plans in order for us to see some form of enhance performance within the sector. If one looks at the quality of the financial statements and you focus on the bar graph in relation to the 24-25, you will see that 13 entities actually were able to submit credible, which is good quality set financial statements as at the 31st of May 2025. However, if you look at the number, it actually increases to a number of 18 post the audit process. And what this then indicates is that we do have entities within the sector that are actually reliant on the audit process to identify material errors or omissions in the financial statements that are then corrected through the audit process, and eventually for them to be able to produce credible financial statements that are then included in their annual report. It would have been through the process of adjustment during the audit process. And if one then looks at the main qualification areas, without going through all of the items, you will see that primarily if you speak about the CETAs, we have qualification areas the qualification areas mainly are with discretionary grants expenditures. Our payables from non-exchange will also then speak to the payable element of those discretionary grants. Again, you look at discretionary grant commitments and the provisions. So all these relate to expenditure in relation to majority of where the money of the CETAs is actually concentrated. If one then reflects on what are the contributions, or what is it that the key role players within the accountability ecosystem for these particular entities are not doing, is that from a senior management perspective, what we are seeing is that there isn't adequate financial discipline. And what we mean by that is that there isn't a consistent implementation of review activities or control activities. We speak to one, either ensuring that there's consistently reviews and reconciliation of transactions, and making sure that these are consistently performed throughout the year, which will ensure that there's effectiveness in terms of the processes that we implement, and not necessarily seeing them come through only at a point when we are preparing financial statements for submission for audit. And again, that would also then speak to the role and contribution of the internal audit units, as well as the audit committees, and as far as them providing also their input in as far as the review processes around the financial statements. But again, when we speak about the internal audit and audit committees, there's a particular slide where we'll then unpack what is the impact and how the entity's information actually affects the role of the audit committees and internal audits. Chair, in terms of the root causes, I've spoken to the lack of coordination between the finance and operations unit. But again, let's also highlight the issue around the poor payment practices in the disbursement of discretionary grants. Again, this speaks to the core of what the CETAs are responsible for. And if there's poor payment practices as well as weaknesses within the processes of financial management, it then does contribute towards the outcome or the negative effect in terms of the credibility of the financial statements. If we would then go to the second area, which is performance planning and reporting for service delivery, again, you will see that a large number of the entities are actually sitting within the concerning and poor category. And the reason for that is that you will note that for some of the entities, for about 10 of them, they actually had material findings in as far as the annual performance report is concerned. If one reflects then on the bar graph on the quality of performance report, you will see that 10 institutions were actually able to submit credible annual performance reports as at the 31st of May 2025. However, the number increased then to a number of 17, meaning that there are those that were able to produce a credible set of annual performance report that was included in the annual report of those institutions. However, there were material adjustments and the entities needed to actually make corrections or adjustments to the financial statements through the audit process. The material findings that we're identifying particularly speak to, one, the issue of the reported achievements not being reliable and not being verifiable. And in some instances, what this then speaks to is the lack of supporting evidence to support the reported achievements in the annual performance report of the CETAs. In some institutions, what we identified, particularly in CETA and MIC, was the exclusion of indicators that measure performance for core mandated functions. And what this means is that you will find an instance where, for example, within the CETAs, they are responsible for implementing learning interventions. They will have indicators that will measure the enrollment of those learners and to participate in those learning interventions. However, the corresponding completion indicators are therefore excluded in the annual performance report, which would then mean that we are not able then to effectively assess the performance of a SETA in that particular instance, as the corresponding or the completion indicators are not measured to ensure whether or not learners would have gone through the entire process of actually completing those learning interventions. In some instances, we would have noted that on the annual performance report, the reasons for the variances are also not supported. And also for DHET in particular, we would have had issues around the underlying records or the underlying listings that are meant to be supporting the reported achievements, and those were not provided as part of the audit process, and that would speak to the material findings that we have communicated to the department. And if one then just slightly reflects on the root causes and what contributes to the lack of credibility in terms of the annual performance report, it's poor record keeping. In most instances, auditors are not provided with the underlying records to support that which the department or institution would have reported as an achievement in the annual performance report. And again, that would reflect on why we need to ensure that there is a consistent implementation of disciplines around consistency in the review and monitoring activities of those institutions, and that will speak to making sure that on a quarterly basis, on a monthly basis, depending on how the policies of that institution are defined, that there is that identification of either errors or omissions in the annual performance report on time, so that they are corrected before we actually submit the annual performance report for audit. Again, reflecting on the key role players and what they are going to be doing, we are seeing that in this instance, senior management as well is not implementing adequate internal review processes throughout the year to ensure that when they do provide that set of the annual performance report on the 31st of May, that it is accurate, it is valid, and it can be supported by reliable and sufficient audit evidence. Again, the review processes are quite critical, and those need to be done throughout the year to ensure that the audit committees and the internal audit findings are also then responded to and implemented by the institution to take corrective action. And as far as the last element for compliance with key legislation, Chair, you will see that we focus on the areas of procurement and contract management, quality of financial statement, prevention of irregular, unauthorized and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as effecting consequences. And in the context of the audit outcomes that we have seen, you will see that a large concentration of the auditees are actually falling within the category of not providing quality financial statements, meaning that if you go to the audit reports of those particular institutions, you will see that they have a non-compliance in as far as submitting credible financial statements, meaning that there is no material errors or omissions that are identified during the audit process. However, in most of those institutions, which are also then sitting in the category of your unqualified with findings, you will note that for them to be able to obtain that audit opinion, they were actually material misstatements or adjustments that were identified and processed and corrected through the audit process. If then one looks at the compliance rate then for these institutions, 56% of them actually had material non-compliance findings in the current year. And what is the impact of this? If one looks at the material misstatements and the limitations in submitting credible financial statements, this then does limit or undermine the credibility at which users or decision makers can use those financial statements to then make decisions within those institutions. Again, if one then reflects on the issue around the prevention of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it therefore has an impact in the sense that it may result in non-compliance with the PFMA prescript, also in some instances resulting in financial losses, which will also then indicate when we go through the slides on the irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as speak to the material irregularities that we identified in the sector. Again, if one looks at the issue of failing to investigating as far as taking disciplinary action for non-compliances identified on irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, this weakens the accountability and allows for poor financial practices to continue. And the reason why we say that, and further on as we go through the presentation, you will see that there's instances where there's a lot of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure that is still classified as under investigation for most of the institutions within the sector, which is never investigated for an extended period of time. If I then go to the next slide, which speaks to the weaknesses in the procurement and contract management, the nature of the findings that we're identifying, the two entities that had actually material non-compliance in as far as procurement and contract management is concerned is Transport SETA and Construction SETA in relation to uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes, but there were other entities that also then had findings in as far as procurement and contract management is concerned. And the ones that we are highlighting on this particular side speak to the issue around, one, either not following a competitive bidding process where it should have been followed. Secondly, where we finding instances where the minimum number of quotations that were required to be obtained were also not obtained, and leading to instances where deviations are therefore not supported. And all these processes are prescribed in terms of the National Treasury regulations, as one needs to meet the criteria or definition in as far as following a process of deviation. You need to demonstrate certain principles when you're not then applying a competitive bidding process, which was not provided as evidence to the auditors, and therefore the non-compliance findings were reported. And the impact of not following these processes is that it does compromise the transparency and credibility of the procurement process itself. And in some instances, what it then does lead to is that we had identified that there was, for example, the deliberate splitting of procurement to bypass compliance requirement, which also then compromises on the principle of transparency and fairness, as some providers may have been disadvantaged. So this is the implication of not adequately being able to support the processes that we may have applied in as far as procurement and contract management is concerned. If we then go to the next slide, you will see that the annual irregular expenditure actually decreased in comparison to the prior year. And on the right-hand side, we are actually indicating the top contributors of that irregular expenditure of 175 million for the 24-25 financial year, being Services SETA, National Skills Fund, as well as the ETDP. And when you look at the nature of the irregular expenditure that we identified, it was instances, for example, non-compliance with supply chain management prescript, which I've spoken to in the previous slide. And in as far as the SETAs themselves, one would know that the SETAs are regulated by the SETA grant regulations, and there are certain limits or thresholds in as far as expenditure that they can incur in as far as project admin costs, as well as those that they can spend on administration costs, which is your normal administration costs in relation to your normal ordinary services of running the institution or operations of the institution. So we did identify instances where some of the SETAs, which is your Services SETA and LG SETA, that did not either comply with the threshold set of 7.5 on your project administration cost, as well as exceeding either the administration cost threshold of 10.5 as set out in the SETA grant regulations. Again, as Services SETA, what we then identified is that the process for awarding of those grants did not carry the principles of transparency, openness, access, and fairness, as the SETAs themselves, in terms of the SETA grant regulations, would dictate that they set a policy in which they define how they would then be dispersing or allocating the discretionary grants, and therefore eventually award those contracts to those particular service providers. If one then goes to the next slide, which is slide 15, we're looking at the risk of consequence management and not dealing with irregular expenditure. If one looks at the balance of irregular expenditure for the 2023 financial year, 2024 was sitting at 12.5 million, and then if you look at the current year, we're sitting at 3.7 billion. So, Chair, what this slide then reflects is that when you look at institutions like your National Skills Fund, we still have matters around irregular expenditure that are still not investigated and are still either in progress. Therefore, it's quite important that when we look at the balance of irregular expenditure, we also, as a focus, zoom into the issue of consequence management and making sure that there is particular attention and focus in dealing with these irregular expenditure, closing off the investigations, and sanctioning the necessary or rather communicating the sanctions for those that are found guilty in resulting in the non-compliance with the irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure. So this slide, Chair, just mainly depicts those that are not actually dealing with the irregular expenditure as we would have reported it. If then one looks at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the balance of fruitless and wasteful expenditure identified amounted to 87 million, with your top contributor being the LG SETA. And the nature of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure that we identified relates to instances where payments were made to service providers who failed to deliver services as per the agreed funding agreements with the various institutions. And in some instances, for example, in Bank CETA, where stipends were not paid to learners by the service providers and the bank payment fraud that was identified. And then in the National Skills Fund, it was in relation to the overpayment to the skills development providers. So again, we are flagging this as in some instances what we had identified, and when we also then go to the material irregularities, which we will speak to, is that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure actually leads to financial losses and instances where money could have been channeled differently and used to support the skills or the learning interventions for other learners to participate and benefit from. In dealing with fruitless and wasteful expenditure, again, we are seeing that the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, is also not being addressed, is not being dealt with. And the top contributors, again, would be your AGSA in this instance, where their fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to 136 million was not attended to. So it's quite important that we also make sure that there are processes implemented to make sure that we deal with the issues around fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chair, in taking that in context and the numbers that we are seeing in as far as the balance of irregular expenditure and the annual irregular expenditure, as well as fruitless and wasteful expenditure that has been communicated, one would note that in the annual reports, the entities actually report on irregular and fruitless and expenditure under investigation. And what that means is that they're not necessarily disclosing this irregular expenditure in the financial statements, citing that there are, for example, in some instances, there's still matters that are being looked into. And what we've also identified is that in some instances, there are those that are actually disputing the non-compliances and therefore using that opportunity to disclose the irregular expenditure and fruitless wasteful expenditure and the annual reports as under investigation and leaving it there for extended periods without it being attended to. And what we're asking is that there needs to be a clear and deliberate attempt to ensure that there is timeous investigation of this irregular and fruitless so that the matters are properly attended to and that where sanctions need to be issued, they are issued for those that are responsible for contributing towards the non-compliances that have resulted in irregular and wasteful expenditure. And Chair, we are hoping that there will be a strong focus in as far as institutions that are disclosing this irregular and fruitless in the annual reports. Again, if one then reflects on the CETA's insights in as far as financial viability is concerned, Chair, we have taken note that it is quite important for the post-school education and training system, which aims to enhance access to higher education and skills training, that it focuses on inclusivity and relevance to the job market. And if one looks at the financial status of the CETAs and the unspent cash surpluses that the CETAs have, they're quite high. And what that then speaks to is whether or not we are actually spending according to what our mandate is, because the CETAs are meant to be implementing initiatives that speaks to skills development, and therefore they need to ensure that they are spending the money in the projects that are meant to drive skills development within the sector. And what we're also then seeing is that with these high uncashed surpluses is that it then takes time to then implement on some of these projects or initiatives that the CETAs are meant to be implementing on. Where are we seeing opportunities, Chair? With these challenges that we're highlighting, it is quite important that the funds that are allocated to the CETAs themselves are key drivers in equipping citizens with the skills needed to succeed in a modern and evolving economy. And what we mean by that is that there needs to be ensured that there is spending in the right places by the CETAs by advancing these projects and making sure that the spending is aligned and is planned for accordingly. And if one speaks about the coordination that we're reflecting on a bit earlier, it's quite important that when we set targets for our sector as well, even from a department perspective, that the CETA's targets are also reflective of the budgets that they have available. So they're able to spend accordingly and ensure that they drive the interventions that speak to skills development. So, Chair, a thorough review of the CETA's operational frameworks and funding mechanisms will be quite important to ensure that funds are channeled in the right direction and also effectively spent. Again, streamlining the processes for accessing training funding will ensure that we also then support and reach areas with the greatest skills development needs, which is the core of which for which the CETAs actually exist. Funding should also be directed towards programs that effectively address the skills gap and demonstrate measurable impact. Again, later on, we'll speak about the effectiveness of the learning interventions of the SETAs. Again, taking into account what we would have discussed in the financial viability, it's quite important that we reflect on it as well. Strengthening collaboration between the SETAs and industry stakeholders and training providers will also then help align initiatives with the market needs and make sure that the SETAs funds are focused and channeled in the right direction. If one then looks at the analysis that we also did in terms of utilization of discretionary grants, the point to take from this particular slide is that the SETAs, in terms of their budget allocation, will focus on what we deem to be pivotal programs and non-pivotal programs. The pivotal programs are the ones that are meant to assist the learners ultimately to achieve their qualifications. And if one analyzes the financial statements of the SETAs, you'll see that 91% of the discretionary grants is actually spent on pivotal programs, which is encouraging. However, one needs to take it as well and reflect in the context of whether or not we are seeing the impact that we need to feel on the ground in as far as spending on the discretionary grants themselves. And therefore, again, reflecting on this particular slide, when we get to the issue around the effectiveness of the learning interventions, it's quite important that we remember these numbers as well. Chair, if you allow me then to just spend a bit of time in terms of the key findings on IT environment. We are particularly concerned in as far as the department is concerned. The systems of the department remain quite vulnerable. If one reflects even as, on the TVET mess itself, which is the system that is meant to assist the TVET sector to report, that system has not been functional since 2022. It's not only the TVET system that is not functional with the department, it's the same across the others. I'm just highlighting the TVET one because it hasn't been operational since 2022. And what that then means is that the sector, which is meant to actually report on 50 TVET colleges, is not able to follow a process of actually providing credible reporting at a click of a button. They are actually heavily reliant on manual processes. And this speaks to why we're seeing so much of the material findings within the department over and above the assessment that we would have performed, which I'll speak to. But again, the vulnerabilities in the IT environment themselves compromise credible reporting in as far as performance information is concerned. And we are highlighting it so that it's something that is a priority that is dealt with, because for us to be able to see some form of change in the terms of performance within the sector, the IT systems as well need to function. The IT systems need to work. The IT system need to enable for officials to be able to execute on their responsibilities rather, and ensure that when we do receive the annual performance report of the department, we know that the numbers are credible and can be relied upon. The root causes, again, Chair, the vacancies within the department are also quite concerning. One would know that the CFO position of the department has been vacant for a number of years now. It hasn't been filled. Again, if you look at the vacancies within the ICT unit itself, they've been vacant for quite some time. So again, even if we work on the systems of the department, it will be important that we also then capacitate the unit so that when we do address the issues around the system challenges, we also do have the human resource and capacity to then deal with the issues around the IT challenges that we may have in the department. So we are bringing it to the attention of the committee, and we're hoping it's something that will be prioritized and given the necessary attention. Jay, if one looks at governance and institutional capabilities, we are still worried about the issue of the SETAs operating without appointed boards. This year was quite peculiar in the sense that the experience from when the board's terms ended on the 31st of March 2025 brought in an era where the CEOs themselves were now acting accounting authorities. So meaning that you had the CEOs of the SETAs who were actually the decision makers within the institution playing oversight on the decisions that they are making within the institutions. So again, we are bringing that from a governance perspective and hoping that we will see some form of traction in terms of finalizing the process for the appointment of the boards within the SETAs in order to ensure that there is, we close on the vacuum in terms of the governance within the sector. In as far as audit committees and internal audit is concerned, we did note delays in implementation of internal audit recommendations at most of the entities, which reflects a stagnation in the audit outcomes. And what we're seeing is that from the institution's perspective, there's slow progress in as far as implementing internal audit recommendations. There's also a lack of credibility of documents submitted to audit committees. And this can be taken in the context and reflected as well in the context of the audit outcomes and the financial statements, as well as the annual performance report. You remember that your oversight committees, like your audit committees, they are reliant on the information that is submitted to them by the institutions for them to be able to advise accordingly and make sure that there is some form of traction in as far as implementation of corrective actions and improving the internal control environment within the institutions. For the CETAs, the absence of the boards, like I've indicated, have also posed a different challenge for the audit committees as well, as in the same way as, like I said, the CEOs are the decision makers, and now the audit committees, which is normally which is actually a subcommittee of your boards, are now equally now actually reporting to the AA, which in this case would be the same CEO who's the decision maker within the institution. So it did also create that conflict in as far as governance is concerned. Chair, if we go then to the service delivery segment, you will see that in terms of the NTDP, the portfolio has key targets in as far as university enrollments, the TVET college enrollments, the CET enrollments, student funding in as far as NSFAS is concerned, and artisan production. However, if one then reflects on the bar and reflects on what the achievements were for the 24-25 financial year, you will see for the department, in as far as the selected programs that we would have audited, there was a 51% of the targets that were not achieved. And if one focuses on those targets that were not achieved, also taking into account the CETAs and the other entities, you could see they have a higher achievement rate, but we need to talk about the impact. And if one looks at the targets that were not achieved at the department, they actually speak to the core of the skills development and training. It also speaks to the core of what the department itself, in terms of its mandate, needs to be implementing in as far as infrastructure project is concerned as well, which we'll also reflect on as part of the presentation. And it's quite important that even when we look at the overall presentations, as the entities will be coming and presenting to the portfolio committee around institutional performance, that we actually zoom into the indicators that are not actually achieved. And I think there lies the answer in unlocking whether or not there is impact in the sector. Because in most of the targets or indicators that are not achieved, those are the indicators that actually speak to the core service delivery mandate of those institutions. And therefore, it's quite important that we reflect on those, and we urge the committee to zoom in particularly on those. Even though you may have an 80% overall achievement, that 20% may be talking to what actually is the core of why those institutions actually exist in order to serve the citizens of the country. Chair, I'll spend a lot of time on this particular slide because it actually speaks to the core mandate of the department. And if one reflects on the core mandate of the department and reflects on what we hope to see change in the system for us to realize the aspirations of the post-school education and training sector, it speaks to the department repositioning itself. And I think we spoke to that a bit earlier. The department needs to take a strategic role and lead the sector. And for us to be able to start that conversation and understand how the department should actually go through that process, what we did in the current year is that we actually looked at analyzing, one, the department's role in the higher education sector, particularly with a focus on whether it is effectively fulfilling its responsibility to lead, coordinate, and support the institutions. And I'll give you a practical example as I go through what I found. The assessment which we performed aimed to determine if the department is playing its part in strengthening governance and ensuring accountability and enabling improved access and quality and equity across the PSET sector. That statement is loaded, but what it typically means is that the department in itself, within its strategic planning documents, needs to ensure that its role is clearly defined. What we found when we reviewed the annual performance plan of the department is that the indicators that are included in the annual performance plan of the department, one, do not align or speak to the core activities of what the department needs to be doing. If you go to the various programs within the department's annual performance plan, the department has 6 programs. Program 2 speaks to planning, strategy, and coordination. Program 3 speaks to universities. If you speak to universities, what you find in the APP is that only a number of 6 actually speak to what the department needs to be doing. But if you look at the remaining indicators, which was like 20 indicators, they actually speak to what the institutions or the universities themselves are actually doing. So again, it speaks to the question around what role is the department then playing to support performance of universities within that sector. If one looks at program 4, which is your TVET colleges, what we found is that of the 22 indicators, only 4 spoke to what the department needs to do. The rest of the 22 is input from what the TVET colleges themselves would actually be doing in terms of the work on the ground. If you look at program 5, which is your skills development, that speaks to only one indicator in that particular program actually spoke to what the department's role is and as far as skills development is concerned. And the other 10 which speaks to the numbers that are being reported by the SETAs themselves, which you would basically be able to identify from the annual reports of the SETAs themselves. CET College, you found that 2 only speak to the department and only 7 actually speak to what the institutions are doing. I'm giving the numbers, Chair, so that we can bring context to what we mean when we say the APP of the department needs to be one that reflects the activities and the role of the department in as far as their performance and what they need to be doing in the department. And again, I think what then remains critical is that as we go through this process of reflecting and refining the APP of the department, that we are clear about what is the department going to do, how are we then going to measure them, so that at the end of the day, when we speak about sector performance, we are able to isolate the department's performance and the performance of the sector institutions, meaning the SETAs, the TVETs, which you can currently do from the individual annual reports of the SETAs. And again, Chair, and I think that the key thing is that what became very apparent with the disconnect is that you can see then from a policy leadership perspective, from a sector planning and funding coordination perspective, from an institutional governance perspective and monitoring and evaluation, that the department is then found wanting. And it's therefore quite important that as we have obtained commitment, I think we've discussed these issues with the department, their understanding of what needs to be done. There is a commitment to look at it, to interrogate the annual performance plan of the department, but we're hoping that also from a committee perspective, you will keep a close eye on that, because there lies an opportunity for us to unlock the sector and make sure that we influence the department to be able to plan strategically and understand that it is the department that needs to take the lead for us to see a change in this sector and for us to realize the aspirations of what we want to see happening in as far as post-school education and training system is concerned. Chair, if one then looks at the infrastructure delivery and maintenance, again, the department will have indicators that speak to the construction of student accommodation, the construction of TVET campuses, and what we found from the delays and the cost overruns is, and what I would like to rather emphasize on, is around the impact. And as far as Sefako Makgatu student accommodation is concerned, that project was delayed for some time, with cost escalations that could have been avoided, and as a result of deficiencies in the project management processes, is that students are then left to seek alternative costly accommodation, because the longer we delay in implementing some of these projects, it does have a direct impact on the learners that are dependent on receiving this service from the universities themselves. Again, if you look at the expansions in terms of the TVET campus, for example, the Khersiban, these are normally your units or buildings that are built so that there is practical training within those units. And delays in such projects then does implement in as far as learning is concerned for learners to obtain that practical training on the ground. And therefore we're emphasizing this so that there is a close monitoring in as far as not necessarily managing only the project management deficiencies, but also considering the impact these delays do have in as far as service delivery is concerned. And we're hoping that from a committee perspective as well, when we do interrogate or invite the entities and discuss the delays around the project implementations, let's also have a conversation around what is the impact and what are we doing then to address these delays and make sure that projects are concluded on time. In as far as the insights are concerned for the mandatory grants, so the CETA regulations will require that 20% of the mandatory grants be offered to employers as a grant to support initiatives around skilling of employees rather within their employment. And normally your employers would then submit a work skills plan as well as an annual training plan in order to access this grant. And where we are seeing opportunities, Chair, is that there needs to be a simplification of the process, particularly for the SMEs, in as far as when they are applying as the SETAs themselves, and a targeted initiative to support those SMEs. And the reason why we say that is that there is an opportunity for us to make sure that employees that are working within those institutions also take advantage of this grant and also capacitated in as far as the sectors in which they operate. And secondly, there's also an opportunity for us to make sure that there is some form of integration between the SETAs themselves, as well as the department, as well as the systems of SARS, in order to make sure that they reduce delays in approving these grants, because these grants are actually critical in making sure that the current workforce within all the employers that contribute for the skills development levy are actually properly capacitated through the plans, the training plans, and the work skills plans initiatives that the employer may want to implement within their space. If one looks at the risk and the weaknesses, taking into account everything that we've discussed on the SETA financial viability, on the left, we are reflecting on the institutions that reported deficits, and depicted on the slide is just the top contributors in as far as the entities that reported deficit. And the reason why we're bringing it to the committee is that in as far as the entities that may come and appear to the entities, for those that are reporting deficits in their financial statements, it's quite important that we interrogate that and we have a discussion around that, because that will speak to poor financial management within those institutions. And what it then means is that it might negatively, in the long run, also then have an impact on sustainability of those institutions, as well as the service delivery capacity of those institutions. So it's quite important that we also keep an eye on that, and also ensure that there are corrective measures to restore the financial stability within those institutions. Chair, again, we continued with the data analytics in the current year. We are seeing the SETA starting to respond to our recommendation. But what we found, which is depicted in the red block on the slide as well, is that we are still seeing those duplications within the sector. We're still seeing a lot of learners that are just repeatedly being found in various SETAs. We are identifying that there are certain SETAs that also paid towards deceased learners. We also identified that there are certain SETAs where the payments were made to learners that are above a certain age of 65, and again we're encouraging the focus around youth. And then again we did identify instances where we identified learners with invalid ID numbers. And again, what that speaks to is that what we are seeing as an opportunity, again we are emphasizing, Chair, is that there needs to be some form of integration and synergy between the institutions of government, meaning that between the SETAs themselves, as well as the Department of Home Affairs, for example, and NSFAS links, there needs to be some form of verifications when we are funding these learners, to ensure that we validate some of the way we are channeling our resources. Again, we need to ensure that we strengthen the data governance and oversight on reporting. It's quite important that from a SETA's perspective, and we're hoping that the integrated learner management system will help us to deal with these inefficiencies at some point, because if we have one system that is able to manage the funding of the SETAs as a sector, some of these duplications and some of these inefficiencies that we're seeing in the allocation of resources may be eliminated, and we're hoping that it's something that can be emphasized and taken into consideration for acceleration and implementation. Chair, in as far as the effectiveness of learning interventions, so if one reflects on the core mandate of the SETAs are meant to implement learning interventions, which means that you provide an opportunities for learners to go on training. What we found in the current financial year is that there were instances where learners did not receive the required certification. And what happens is that some learners will participate in a learning intervention. A service provider would be paid money by the SETA. The service provider would either cancel the contract, or rather not even implement those learning interventions, leaving the learners stranded without any certification for whatever training that should have been taking place. And in some instances, what we also then identified were service providers were paid in full, but failed to complete those training interventions. Again, that speaks to instances where these service providers, for example, are paid a tranche one, or we refer to tranches in terms of the CETA's contract arrangements. Tranche one would typically say that, service provider, I'm giving you a contract of, for example, 10 million rands. As part of your tranche one payment, I will give you 2 million rands if you go and source the learners. You give me a copy of IDs, a learner listing, and you'll get the 2 million rand. The service provider never returns to even complete the training, therefore meaning that learners in that particular intervention never get exposed to any form of training. And therefore, these are the challenges that we have identified and observed in as far as how the CETAs are also then managing these projects. What we have noted is that their business processes in as far as monitoring and quality assurance processes are clearly articulated. However, the effectiveness of the monitoring is what then still remains a concern. And I'll give you an example. The CETAs would go and, as part of their monitoring activities, on a quarterly basis, visit certain projects. When they visit certain projects, they come back and produce a monitoring site report. That monitoring site report will indicate, one, the challenges that the learners may have communicated on a particular project, together with some of the project managers that are responsible for managing those projects. However, when we go for project visits and we actually unpack some of these issues, you find that that monitoring report is available to the CETA, but the challenges are actually not addressed. And some of the challenges would speak to, for example, irrelevant workplace experience. You find the CETA has contracted a service provider, for example, to expose learners to supply chain management practices. However, when you go on the ground, these learners are either, one, handing out flyers for some of the employers, or they are placed in host employers where they're actually packing groceries for customers in a retail store. So unfortunately, that is not the reality of what we hope to achieve in implementing these learning interventions. And we're hoping that the CETAs themselves will start to reflect on the monitoring and quality processes that they have clearly defined, but however not effective in terms of implementation, because these are the realities that we have observed on the ground, and we're hoping that through the process of them reflecting on the quality and management processes, that we'll start seeing some form of change, because the learners on the ground and the experience of the learners is quite disheartening in as far as, one, not achieving that, not being given their certifications to be able to give them an opportunity to participate in the workplace, or secondly, giving them that opportunity to actually be skilled, because them participating in that intervention and being provided with the training will ensure that they actually get the necessary exposure. And therefore, it's quite important for us to reflect on these processes. And what we need to ensure is that from a CETA management perspective themselves, the senior management, they need to ensure that there is proper monitoring and that there is proper compensation that is paid out to the learners, and that the learner challenges in as far as them not receiving, for example, in some instances where service providers are paid over money and not receiving their stipends, that those issues are actually addressed so that the learners can also then benefit and have a positive experience in as far as their exposure and being upskilled in as far as participating in the CETA project. The root causes and the recommendations in as far as the audit outcomes are concerned, as well as the issues around the insights that we have shared. From a department, what we're recommending to the DG and DDGs is to address the issue around the misalignment of the strategic objectives of the department, to ensure that there is a proper measurement tool within the APP framework itself of measuring the department's performance in as far as service delivery is concerned. What we are then recommending to the accounting authorities of the CETAs is to reflect on the structure of the current contract of the CETAs, which currently exposes the entities to financial risk, as I've alluded to the issue and the example around where training providers are paid the tranche one payments and ultimately cancel the contracts, and there's no consequences for non-implementation of the learning intervention. Again, we are then recommended to the accounting authorities that they be monitoring and oversight in as far as projects allocated by the CETAs to ensure effectiveness of those learning interventions. Chair, if we then go to the second segment of the presentation, which would cover the audit outcomes for the TVET colleges, On the slide, you will see that we do have an improvement in as far as the submission rate of annual financial statements for the TVET colleges, which improved from 94 to 98% in the current year. However, Coastal TVET College remains a repeat offender. They submitted the financial statements late for the financial year ending 31 December 2023 late. They submitted it in February of 2025, and that audit was finalized in May of the current year. However, in as far as the audit related to the financial year ending for 31 December 2024, those financial statements were submitted on the 31st of August, and that audit is currently still in progress. So it's not included as part of the outcomes for what we're sharing with the committee today. And as far as the message on the audit outcomes of the CETA, we are encouraged. We are seeing an improvement in as far as the audit outcomes of the TVET colleges are concerned. You will see that there has been an increase in the number of clean audits from 10% to 24% of the colleges actually obtaining a clean audit. And we are seeing a large concentration, though, of the TVET colleges obtaining 50% or being 50% obtaining unqualified with audit findings. And although we are encouraged by the improvement in terms of the overall audit outcome, we are also highlighting and placing emphasis on the need, especially for those colleges that lie in the category of unqualified with audit findings, to reflect on the internal control environment. The reason is that majority of them, which I'll also then speak to in the following slide, is that they actually have a material non-compliance in as far as the annual financial statements is concerned. And the reason for that is because they had material adjustments which they processed during the audit process. So meaning that it does indicate that there is a reliance on the audit process to identify errors or misstatements in the annual financial statements, and then for them to obtain the unqualified with audit opinion. We want to aspire and see a larger cohort actually moving towards a clean audit, where we're not seeing this reliance on the audit process to then correct the financial statements, for the institutions to be able to, at initial submission of those financial statements, submit a credible set of financial statements. And therefore, what we're recommending for the TVET colleges is that they need to just ensure that they further enhance and develop responsive action plans that will then address these root causes and make sure that they deal with the systemic weaknesses within the internal control environment. It is quite important as well that we make sure that we capacitate the finance departments within the colleges to ensure that we actually see a further improvement in terms of the financial or in terms of the audit outcomes. There is also a need for us to intensify efforts in strengthening financial disciplines, which would speak to what I was highlighting around the systematic internal control deficiencies that we're seeing within the financial statements issues. And accordingly, it will also be important that the internal audit and the audit committees, including the councils of these TVET colleges, are actually adequately capacitated to also carry out the oversight roles and ensure that everybody within the accountability ecosystem is well capacitated to make sure that they play their role and therefore influence a better outcome for the sector as well, and one that can be sustained into the future. If one then reflects on the detail of the controls around financial statements, you will see that it correlates with the audit outcomes. A large cohort of these TVET colleges are actually sitting with financial management controls that are either concerning or poor. So meaning that we do then need to reflect on the controls around proper record keeping, daily and monthly controls, in-year and year-end reporting, and the review and monitoring of compliance. As a lot of these controls, if they are then addressed, they could then lead to better financial management disciplines and also result in the TVET colleges themselves being able to produce credible financial statements. If one then reflects on the quality of financial statements, again, you will see that only 28 of the TVET colleges were actually able to submit quality financial statements. And then if you contrast that to post the audit process, you will see the number increase, so meaning that a larger number also then were able to obtain, to submit or produce credible financial statements post the audit process. Again, reflecting on the key role players within the, or reflecting rather on the notable achievement of the sector which I've spoken to, again will emphasize just the need to reflect on the financial disciplines and make sure that we improve the controls in order to sustain these audit outcomes. Senior management of the TVET colleges, we encourage them again to fully ensure there's preventative and detective controls in place to support credible financial reporting. And again, we need to then guard the over-reliance against the over-reliance of the audit process to identify errors and omissions. This slide again gives you a summary of, you will see that in terms of the compliance focus areas for the TVET college, we look at the annual financial statement, asset management, consequence management, strategic planning and procurement and contract management. And if you just focus on the annual financial statements, you will see that majority of the TVET colleges are actually sitting in that category as they were not able to prepare financial statements according to the prescribed framework, which then required the material adjustments to be processed during the audit process for them to produce a credible set of financial statements. Chair, on this particular slide, what we are then seeing in terms of the TVET insights is that in terms of enrollments and the most favored courses, enrolled courses for the past 3 years, it hasn't necessarily changed for the TVET colleges. We are still seeing high enrollment numbers in as far as engineering studies are concerned, public management, management assistance, and business management and electrical infrastructure construction. And these represent the highest funded courses by the NSS. But contrary to that, what we are bringing and we're hoping that is something that we will start gaining insights on and having conversations with the TVET colleges is around the impact that the TVET colleges are actually having in as far as the numbers that are coming through and training or learning through the TVET colleges. And what we did in the current year is that we took the data of the TVET colleges and we contrasted with the UIF data to get just an idea of where are these learners finding themselves? Are they actually participating in the economy? Understanding that those that will be registered with the UIF would be the contributors or the employers that are actually registered with the UIF. But however, it does give you an indication in as far as the low unemployment rate or participation of our TVET graduates actually participating within the economy, which gave us a percentage of around 73.5%. And we're urging that at least this is something that the department can start looking into and making sure that we start understanding where our learners going, where our learners placed after they've gone through the TVET learning program. Again, I spoke about the infrastructure development that is affecting the learning environment in as far as the TVET colleges is concerned, so I won't go in great detail about that. But again, what we're recommending based on the insights that we have obtained on the TVET colleges is that when we also speak about the curriculum expansion itself to include courses that respond to the critical skills list, it's quite important that we contrast these in high enrollment numbers in these particular fields against what the National Critical Skills List requires and what the priorities of the countries are in terms of the labor market needs in as far as skills are concerned. And there should be some form of correlation as we go into an era of also refining the curriculum focus for the TVET colleges themselves. The third segment will then cover the overall audit outcomes in as far as the universities are concerned. The submission rate remains stagnant at 85%, and the late submissions that we would have been from UNISA, MUT, TUT, as well as the University of Fort Hare. However, in as far as the outcomes that we are presenting, the only institution that remains outstanding would be for UNISA, as they have not yet submitted the annual financial statements for the 24 academic year. If one then reflects on the overall audit outcomes and the culture and what we're seeing from the audit outcomes of the universities, is that 58% of the universities actually obtain clean audit outcomes, reflecting an overall compliance with the financial reporting standards, whereas 35% of the universities actually obtain unqualified with findings, again similar to the messaging around the TVET colleges. This highlights weaknesses in the financial reporting processes, as we are also seeing that with the number of universities that are also then obtaining the unqualified with findings, there is material non-compliance in as far as the annual financial statements is concerned that was identified, which then indicates that there is a need for the sector to also then further reflect on the financial management disciplines within the sector. We are particularly concerned as well with the late submission of financial statements by UNISA, which we are hoping that in future they will catch up in terms of submission of the financial statements, so that we ensure that we support the oversight and accountability processes that need to unfold. If one then goes then to the audit outcomes on the community education and training colleges, we only are excluding one Western Cape CET college here, as that particular that particular institution rather had not submitted annual financial statements as at the 30th of September when we're preparing for appearance in the committee. So that audit has not yet commenced, and as far as Western Cape CET College is concerned. And then if you look at the audit outcomes, there are 6 CET colleges that obtain clean audits, and then we have 2 which is Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal CET College that obtained qualified audit opinions. Chair, in as far as the material irregularities are concerned, allow me to go to slide 44. So slide 44 shows a summary of the material irregularities that we have identified in the sector. So there are 10 currently that are identified for the portfolio, one of which has been resolved in as far as the implementation of remedial actions by the accounting authority. We have 3 that relates to payments of goods and services that were either not received or not in line with the contractual arrangements with the institution. We have 6 where we identified inefficient use of resources and 1 for suspected fraud. In total, the financial loss that may have been recovered or prevented or is being recovered with the material irregularities that we've reported amounts to 22 million. And if one analyzes the material irregularities, which I will provide in detail in the next slide, is that 5 of them actually, there were disciplinary processes which are completed or in progress. We have 1 where the matter has been referred to the Directorate for Crime Investigation in relation to fraud or criminal, which had criminal elements identified with it. Then we have 5 where responsible officials were identified and either disciplinary processes are also still in process, and then 4 internal controls are being improved. What we have observed in the current year, Chair, is that there are new material irregularities that we identified in as far as the CETAs are concerned, which mainly relate to instances where service providers that were either paid in full or part, but failed to complete the training interventions or deliver the ultimate proof of educational advancement to learners. And this would speak to the example that I alluded to a bit earlier around instances where service providers are paid for the first tranches or the second tranches, and they never actually implement the learning interventions, and those monies have been paid and not been recovered by the CETAs. Again, what we then identified and we're bringing to your attention, Chair, is particularly in relation to the slow progress in addressing the material irregularity identified at the National Skills Fund. That matter would have also been escalated to the committee in as far as remedial action that have been taken by the office. This was communicated in July of 2025. Chair, the next 2 slides will then deal with the detail. So for HWCTA and food bev, we did identify instances where, again, I said the employer was failed to pay learner stipends to learners. So in this instance, the arrangement is that the CETAs will pay over the fines to the skills development providers, and then have to pay over the stipends to the learners that are participating in those interventions. However, what we found is that the skills providers themselves did not pay over the stipends to the learners, and therefore we issued a material irregularity in those institutions. Services CETA, there were payments that were made toward the service provider. However, the ultimate deliverable and objective of the interventions, which is the certification of the learners, was not actually delivered by the CETA, and therefore we issued a material irregularity in that institution as well. For LG CETA as well, we identified instances where none of the learners that were trained or had received certification of the training, as those had not received certification of those training, as those contracts actually were cancelled after initial payment of the first tranche payment. In as far as progress for the material irregularities that we had previously reported to the committee, The matter in relation to Northern Cape Urban TVET College is still with the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, and the issues around the EWCTA MIs are still being followed up in as far as the corrective actions that the institution needs to take. And then I've already spoken to the NSF, and the one on construction that I have not spoken to is in relation to the payments made for a project that did not yield the intended benefits, which also is still being assessed through the process. Chair, then it leads me towards the end of the presentation. These are just the key recommendations that we had made to the Executive Authority. In as far as the department is concerned, the CETAs, the quality assurance bodies, and the TVETs, we did have an engagement with the Executive Authority, where again we emphasize the need around ensuring the department takes it strategically and ensuring that the sector is well coordinated, which would mean that the universities, the TVET colleges, the CETAs, the quality assurance bodies are well integrated. Again, that the department monitor and report on the implementation of the revision to the strategic planning documents, which would mean the strategic plan as the annual performance plan of the department, focusing also on the issue around the critical IT system challenges as well as filling of critical vacancies within the department. And as far as the CETAs are concerned, we are urging that the Executive Authority expedite the process around the appointment of the CETA boards, also ensure that there is full implementation of the CETA's integrated learner management system, as well as monitor closely the utilization of the administration costs. And as far as the CETAs are concerned, like I spoke to earlier, there are certain limits and thresholds that are prescribed in the regulation, but it will be quite important that we ensure that we still focus a lot of the money or channel a lot of the funds of the CETAs themselves to core project expenditure, and also as well make sure that there is corrective action in addressing the material irregularities that have been identified in the sector. And as far as the quality assurance bodies are concerned, we are urging that the Executive Authority again also then monitors the implementation in relation to the phasing out of the pre-2009 qualifications under the Government Gazette that was issued in December, and ensure that the quality assurance bodies are on board and properly resourced and capacitated. Again, in as far as the TVET colleges, we are still emphasizing the need for the curriculum reform in terms of the TVET focus areas to align to the skills in high demand. And lastly, we are urging to the honorable, to the committee to place a closer emphasis on the issues around that we have raised for the department. It is quite important, and we urge the committee itself to ensure that there is close monitoring and oversight over the coordination of the department leading the sector, also making sure that the department, through this process of revising the APP, emphasize the need for them to actually clearly articulate the role of the department and therefore be able to be monitored for its contribution and performance, and make sure that also the IT challenges as well as the vacancy issues is something that we urge the committee to keep a close eye on. And as far as the CETAs are concerned, Chair, we are also urging the committee to look at the governance issues around the CETAs, which for us is quite critical and important. And again, that will also deal with the issues around the material irregularities that we are reporting, that there is that corrective action. And again, for the quality assurance bodies, Chair, also we urge the committee and would like to ask the committee to also then just support the process around the qualification reform, in as far as the quality assurance bodies' readiness for us to be able to respond to the sector needs. And lastly, Chair, the TVET curriculum reform, we are also then recommending that the Chair also, through the members of the committee as well, keep a close eye in terms of the curriculum reform and as far as the TVET colleges are concerned. I will conclude my presentation here and hand back to the BE for closing remarks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Nana. Thank you, Chair. Allow me just to highlight a few things. I think just a context, UNISA did submit financial statements. That audit is still busy. The commitment for November is actually the annual report submission. So it's not the issue of the financial statement submission is late, the lateness thereof, right? But let me just highlight this, Chair. So there's a couple of things, right? So we said a mouthful, and one can believe that maybe let's close shop and move, but that's not what we are saying. There's a couple of good things that are coming up in the portfolio. The issue about higher education is that it's quite massive. I mean, you're sitting with 100+ entities. The journey on the TVETs, we must never take it for granted. It may not look rosy and perfect, but we know where you come from. So it is important that we continue to steadily build on those wins and we make sure that we get where we want to get to. This is so far as financial management is concerned. You see that we are starting to put more emphasis on the curricular development. What is it that we want to put out there in the market out of the TVETs? And that's where our focus is as the AGSA, and that's where we are asking the Department of Higher Education to concentrate more. We are not taking for granted the capacity that is required in the finance section of the TVETs because there's a dependency on the audit process. Yes, we support them in the sense that we'll allow them to pass corrections. It's not ideal, it's not sustainable, but we would want them to be able to move forward. But like I said, if you look at that journey from how it was in 2016 and now, you would see a couple of movements. It took long, but I think bottom line is that we're moving. The SETAs, we highlighted the governance arrangements that were a bit painful for the year under review, meaning for the year that ended 31st March 2025, in the sense that ordinarily you have audit committees that have got the liberty and the space to report to the board that is independent. Now, you had audit committees that are reporting to the same CEO who was leading the operations. It's not ideal. It is a situation we find ourselves in as a higher education. What is important is that you learn from it and we make sure that we never find ourselves in that particular situation. But importantly, as and when we are busy with this process, finalizing the appointments of the boards, making sure that the audit committees are functional, we have to be very strict in terms of how we're going to manage the performance of these boards. We're going to have to be very strict in terms of the independence and the effectiveness of the audit committees. We are, as the AGSA, we advocate for the audit committees that are developmental, but not audit committees that are just agreeable for the sake of being agreeable. So you ought not to accept an audit committee that is too comfortable with management and therefore not necessarily afford them an opportunity to ventilate the things that they need to ventilate. So they need to recommend, make sure that they support the SETA, but make sure that they still maintain their own independence. So when we had an engagement with the Department of Higher Education and Training, our emphasis as the AGSA was IT, digitalize the higher education. It is quite big for it to run on manual processes. So when you hear us speaking to the way that the TVET system must work, and the vacancy rate, and the capacity of your ICT division, it is merely because as the AGSA, we do not believe that you will be successful, sustainable, running these processes on manual Excel spreadsheet. What ends up happening is that as a Department of Higher Education, you spend time compiling data and not analyzing and making decisions that will then move the sector forward. So our conversation around look at how you coordinate the portfolio as a Department of Higher Education and Training, construct your APP such that your performance is squarely on your input into these sectors and not necessarily what these institutions are doing. But if you ask us what is the one thing that we would ask you to prioritize, we'll tell you that please prioritize developing your systems. Make it easy for those that are in your sector to access information, deposit information, for the overseers to actually coordinate and make decision-making a bit easier. And yes, we spoke about it, Chair, from the SETA coordination perspective, because that will also make it easy for us to close the areas of exposure and where inefficiencies are likely to happen. But we also understand that it will also make service delivery easy on the part of the students. They must be able to access the department and institution quite easily. So if we are going to be the Department of Higher Education, that we are in the process of teaching and learning, the digitalization should be something that we prioritize. It has to start with us so that we demonstrate that we are in this business of leading by example. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, AGSA, for a comprehensive presentation. I'm going to give you members to just clarity-seeking question. Just a note, Minister, that even last year when we had the AG and the department presenting to us, I'm looking at the attendance register of the minutes of last year, which was on the 9th of October. The DDG AGSA was acting on behalf of the DG, was not in a meeting in that particular meeting. Other DDGs were present. So it was just a note. You want to start? I wanted to ask just one or two before. I don't have many. Just one or two on the process, AG. So when you are auditing the department like this, do you go back to the previous report and say, for an example, in 23-24, the department achieved 51% of its non-financial, just like this year. They've achieved 51%. And there were commitments that were made. There was an audit action plan, for an example, that was developed by the department to say, this is what we're going to implement so that we avoid the problems that we encountered this year in the future years. Do you guys go and look at such and say, this was your audit action plan? We will first audit if you have attended to all your the plans, the audit action plans that you put together, and whether those audit action plans were effective in helping the department. If you can just help me with that clarity, business unit leader, Khabu. You can come in now. Let's have a quick conversation. I want to give members wanted the clarities on a few things.
Thank you, Chair. So we do it not because it's what is required for us to form an opinion, right? But ordinarily, I mean, many entities in the higher education even offer it to us. Some will offer it as part of our quarterly interaction. Some will offer it when we do what we call interim audit. So they will share it with us. And that's where we are able to give feedback and say some of these things are not necessarily going to help. You're not touching on the root causes, right? But in some instances, we'll tell you that, look, the way it's crafted is done properly. Then the trick is going to be on how you implement it and make sure that you monitor it going forward. Thank you.
So you have went through that part because it was there. So when you are going through it now, in this instance, what was your overall impression with whether the department followed its own audit? We will have a conversation with them, so we want to be clear whether the department had an audit action plan that made sense from the beginning, and if it was followed through. If you can help us there.
I know Nana is trying to take this one, so can I afford an opportunity? Thank you.
She must not die.
Chairman, okay. Thank you, Chair. So we, in the current year, we did perform a review of the audit action plan of the department. And I think the key thing is that the audit action plan itself was well consulted and well crafted. The issue lies in the implementation. If one looks at the audit report of the department for last year and this year, we still have material findings in terms of performance information. And what that indicates is that the implementation was not effective. So again, we can craft the perfect action plan, have the necessary corrective actions well articulated. However, the implementation remains a problem within the department. And again, it's exacerbated by the issues around the challenges that we were speaking about, the IT challenges. Because, for example, for a sector like the TVET college, where you need to be reporting on 50 TVET colleges, following an Excel spreadsheet is not going to help you achieve credibility in terms of performance reporting. So I guess the issues around some of the challenges that the department have with the perfectly crafted audit action plan, you'll never realize the aspirations of what you intend to achieve with that. Thanks.
Okay, so the implementation of this audit action plan, according to you, was not sufficient. And then who was from the department, who was then responsible for making sure that this audit action plan is followed?
So from a lead perspective, it would be the acting CFO who's coordinating, but I know from a response perspective in terms of the corrective actions or remedial actions that need to be implemented, each DDG for each of the separate programs is actually responsible for providing input in as far as what needs to be done to address these issues.
No, thank you. Maybe the last one. Last year, last audit, we had a conversation with you guys, and we spoke about the usefulness of the targets that the department put out there. It was discussed in that meeting of the 9th. I know even this year, I was going to go there. After they presented the APP, we still complained about the usefulness of the targets that we put, Minister, as our targets. So the targets that we put for ourselves are not impactful enough in societies. They don't make an impact. There should have been, or was there an action plan that was put together in having smart but also impactful targets in the next financial year? I don't know who's going to answer.
I'll take it. So in terms of the action plan, it was more to speak to the reliability of the information that they were reporting on. Okay. So in the current year, with the work that we did, we then brought in the conversation around also assessing the impactfulness of that. And I guess also, if one looks at the reported achievements that the department actually is reporting on, you're actually reporting on 2023 academic year. So meaning that you're basically historically reporting. So which loses the relevance of why the department then needs to be reporting on those indicators. So again, there's two elements to it. One, the department defining performance indicators that they themselves will be able to implement and therefore assess their own performance. But again, if we still retain the reporting for the sector so that we have a picture of the sector performance, it's important that we also then catch up, because we are literally in 2025, we are then reporting on 2023 achievements, which is historical data. Thanks.
Okay. I thought those are the clarities before members could come. So I'm going to take you in this format. Honorable Ngubane, Honorable Christians, Honorable Zondo, and if Honorable Souls wants to enter the last. Honorable Ngubane, let's have, because it's one entity, let's have about, it's just clarities again, about 9 minutes each. You still have the department who are going to have until, I think, around 5.
Okay, no, thanks a lot, Chair, and thank you so much, AG, for presentation. I think from my perspective, I was telling other colleagues, to me, Chair, it sounds like it's music to my ears. Everything you've said, AG, this thing that a whole year we've been speaking about. So you just confirmed. You've confirmed what we've been telling the department all along for the whole year, and we've even confirmed our oversight visit to this institution. Everything you've said into this document, it's not far from the point. It's like you were working with us on this institution, or else like on all our interrogation of the entities, you were with us. I'm still worried again, Nana, with that. Remember, we spoke as well when we were at our strat session that slide, here now it's slide 30, where you have, you say there's a problem, here we picked up one entity, but we don't know what that entity is. It's important when you say an entity X has done that, and we need to know which is that entity so that we are aware that that's the entity you're talking about, that you pick up these findings on them, so that we monitor that as well. That's the request. And my other worry, I see, Chair, there is a loud, I don't know whether it's because of open scrutiny or a difficulty for openness to scrutiny. Most of your presentation, AG, you are loud on sitters. It's been there on your document. I haven't seen the loudness in universities. That's what I will need to know. We've went to the universities as well. It's a mess. Our professor lava, abanye banoma masters nga-10 nga-5. I'm very, very worried, AG, about that. Bayitshela ukuthi bafunde kakhulu, bamosha. And your presentation, it wasn't that loud. So some of them, our prof, benza in Oma investment strategy. It's shonale. We are warning what this investment strategy wasn't meant to benefit our student aid, or wasn't meant to reduce debt for NSFAS, or even to make sure that we have fee-free education. They're not, they're doing good project, but you see that it's not for the purpose that it's meant to be. So that's my other main concern. You seems to shy away not to say too much about universities, these universities. I don't want to mention Chair's universities there in the north. So we have a university banning now. Banning. They are killing one another. They have bodyguards that you've never seen in this world. On our oversight, we were even told that one of the other VCs, so that's my concern, Chair, in a nutshell. But in a nutshell, that's all what it for me, for AG. We appreciate the loudness in TVET, and it tells us what institutions are, what's happening in these institutions, what is the department doing as shortcomings, what is the department doing wrongly as well, repeated wrongly when we tell them, don't do this, don't do this, these are consequences. And then AG comes and says, these are consequences. So that one is loud. If we can be loud on universities, we can appreciate it as well. I think that's all from me, AG.
Then maybe AG, I must give you a right to reply so that you are not accused of not being loud.
I didn't want to reply. I wanted to take the feedback, right? Allow me to take that feedback. Universities actually have their own auditors, but as the AGSA, we take a comment that says we can support those auditors better, so that the context that comes out of is as strong as the ones that we audit ourselves. So if you take the CET and the universities, they are appointing their own auditors, and we would support from governance. But the point I'm taking, Honorable Chair, is that as the AGSA, we can support these auditors better so that the message is as strong as the ones we audit directly. Thank you.
I wanted you to clarify that part, but also to indicate that we have agreed that when we are interacting with the university, AG will come, but also they will bring the auditors of the university so that we are able to ask them direct questions that the AG may not, because they are not the ones who are doing the audits. So this is the interventions that, at least from the AG side. So I wanted you to clarify that part, AG. But we have agreed that every time we have an interaction, like now in November, we'll have 2 universities that we interact with. They will bring their own appointed auditors, and the AG will be here, so that at least we're able to get to certain things. That Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think we've seen that the overall outcomes and the audits has regressed from 96 to 93%, and I think it's quite worrying for the DHET, considering the issues that we've seen arising in the last few weeks or the last few months. So the outcomes have regressed basically. There's only a 39% clean, and while qualified opinions rose to 32%. Now, just to the AG, if the office can just clarify to us, given the regression across the higher education portfolio in the past financial year and all the material irregularities that we've seen or has now been identified, how will your office now practically ensure or follow up that these findings are reported consistently, whether they are seen to by the DHET, whether any remedial action has been implemented by the DHET, and then also at what point will the AG escalate to certificates of debt, or for that matter, even referral to law enforcement, if that is not applied. I mean, all this under the Public Audit Amendment Act. And I think worrying for me, what I saw was late financial statements, particularly by NSFAS, and if I'm not mistaken, by Mercita as well. There's one outstanding audit, and that's NSFAS. So my question really is, considering that NSFAS has been so problematic and is still problematic, has always been problematic for that matter, what enforcement steps will the AG's office now take in terms of a certificate of debt, considering the implications of NSFAS's really outstanding audit, and what the implication of, I mean, we've seen it in the last 2 weeks. It's a direct implication of what is happening in NSFAS's office. And then on systemic accountability to the AG's office, given that 61% of entities have either, you found there that there's qualified opinions or findings for that matter, a regression from last year, so to speak. So does the Auditor General consider the Department of Higher Education's internal monitoring and audit functions adequate? Is DHET, is what they are doing currently, is it adequate in terms of their monitoring to prevent these failures across board, across universities, across TVETs, CETAs, etc.? Or is there evidence that the department's internal controls have actually become purely reactive rather than preventative? And if the AG's office has found that these internal controls are purely reactive, what steps, how will you advise DHET to become more preventative in their action rather than reactive? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just give over to Zama. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honourable Christian. So maybe if I can just start with the last question that you mentioned with regards to the department, especially considering their role and impact in the portfolio. I think the detailed work that we did in terms of the function of the department, and them having adequate plans to what oversight initiatives they're going to be implementing, because we've identified gaps in terms of their oversight role. I think it would be safe to say that they would be more reactive because of even how they are structured, their indicators in their APP. It's more after the effect instead of being deliberate in what it is that they are planning on doing to monitor the portfolio as a whole, and then also starting from their planning initiatives to then actually implement that so that we can actually see their role. So the advice that we actually are giving to the department is that they need to be deliberate in them setting the targets that they are going to be doing in the sector to support the sector. From talking to TVET colleges, what are the initiatives that they're going to be doing to support and monitor the work that is being done at TVET colleges and the universities and. So starting with the planning in terms of let's structure ourselves as a department in such a way that we can actually put in initiatives to support the portfolio. That's the key thing that we are actually wanting, so that you can just structure yourself to be able to support the portfolio. Then we'll be able to see the impact of the oversight role that is actually being needing to be played by the department. Now, in terms of our I guess, enforcement, you spoke about the regression in terms of the audit outcomes and the increase in the MIs that we're actually picking up in the space. And, in terms of our amendment to the Public Audit Act and our enforcement strategy when it comes to even the MIs, what we're wanting to see is the internal controls within the institutions. So we would want to give the institutions an opportunity to actually fix the systems. So from doing the detailed investigations, so what we would then be recommending is that they must do the detailed investigation so that they can be able to identify where the gaps were, so that they can actually put internal controls to close those gaps to avoid reoccurrence of such instances. Making sure that there's a culture of consequence management, recovering these fines. So with all these material irregularities that we've issued in the system, we have given the accounting authorities that opportunity to actually attend to those material irregularities. But obviously, when we get to a point of now, we give you an opportunity to actually, fix and attend to these material irregularities. But we're getting to a point where you are actually not seeing traction. That's where we go to the next step. You'd see, just using the NSF MI as an example, that we are currently even at enforceable remedial action stage, because we would have given the accounting authority an opportunity to actually do the investigation and do the detailed closing of what would have happened. But we're seeing that they would not be responsive as quickly as they should have, especially in terms of recovering the money. So we are now at the point of actually a remedial action where we are enforcing that certain actions must be done. Obviously, when we get to a point of them not actually implementing that, then the accounting authority, because that opportunity would have been given to them, then they would then be liable in terms of us issuing a certificate of debt. So there is a number of, even at NSFAS, we had quite a number of MIs that we had issued in the system, and we are seeing that there's not really much traction in terms of them responding to that. So we have opted to actually go to the next step, which would then be the enforcing of the remedial actions. So those are the processes that we then follow in ultimately getting to a point of saying that, accounting authority, we've given you enough time to actually attend to these material irregularities. We'll then get to a point of actually enforcing that the money actually be recovered from the accounting authority themselves, which is, I guess, the steps that we would then be following in terms of that process. So that is our enforcement, process as an office. But ultimately, what we're wanting is a culture of consequence management, in that if matters have been identified, let us be quick in attending to those matters so that we close the gaps that would have been picked up to avoid a reoccurrence in the system.
Yeah. Maybe just to assess, because I think there was a question that speaks to NSFAS late submission of the Fs in particular, and what is the enforcement that comes with it. And I just wanted to highlight that NSFAS not submitting financial statements is actually something that, as Parliament as well, we must worry about. If you take it from the AGSA enforcement, if I give them material irregularity and I say, look, we are not fiduciary duty, there isn't much that will happen, right? Because as the AGSA, we're quite clear that it is not sustainable to actually have the institutions to do the right thing just on the backdrop of a material irregularity, because material irregularity is on instance by instance. If you really think about the consequence of NSFAS not giving financial statement on time, you'll understand that everything else that affects student funding that we are picking either in universities and TVET, it sits in the processes that NSFAS should have corrected beforehand. We will therefore, as oversight structures, either encourage, put pressure, and also make sure that the board of NSFAS, the one priority that they put on the table, submit those financial statements. Because they are a year behind. Let's speak now. We are speaking of the audit outcomes of the TVETs, everybody else. But the funder is at the back. So we are not yet speaking to the effectiveness of the funding that ought to have taken place. And we're going to speak about it a year later. And this, it's a fundamental requirement that's sitting in the PFMA, and it's a requirement for the oversight. So there, as the AGSA, we also rely on committees such as this to put pressure in making sure that they catch up, so that they can start running at a similar pace with everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe I'll start by going in the same words like Honorable Ngubane to say that according to this report, there are many boards and institutions that you need to take to task because they came here and lied to us. And when we're asking these same questions, picking the same gaps, Minister, and they played because some they think they are more educated than us, so they tend to take us for granted. But I don't know now. The 8 years report, I don't know what they are going to do, because we need to sit down and look at this report vis-a-vis their presentation when they are coming to us, because they are taking South Africans for a ride. They're thinking the institutions are for themselves, whereas they are standing there to perform duties for all of us. Maybe one wants to start by that. But two things, Chair. In terms of the TVET, I'm as not functioning since 2022. Maybe one wants to get the clarity. Is the system in-house or outsourced? Then that what will follow is that how much is spent on that system that is not been working. That's the first one. And the second one, Chair. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Chair. Just to respond, still morning. Oh, sorry. The system was is in-house developed. It was developed, and at the moment they are not spending anything on the system because it's supposed to be maintained by the employees of the department. But because of the vacancies that they have, so there is no one who's actually maintaining the system. But the other thing is that because of the fact that they do not have a CIO, because the CIO is supposed to be also offering a strategic direction on how do they then respond to lack of the system thereof in reporting on the performance of the TVET. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, my second question was on slide 36. We've been talking about this thing of double dipping, and NSFAS has assured us that their systems will not allow that, and we've been asking them so many times. But now AG has proven that there is a double dipping. They are funding students, whereas they already have been funded by Masasa. Then I'm just checking the accuracy of your numbers, because it may happen that we think it's 10, whereas the problem is bigger than, then I'm just checking that one.
Thank you, Chair. This is what we identified. So we can't tell you that the problem is only confined within here. There pretty much could be other students that we may not have picked up. So I guess it would be important that even when NSFAS come through as part of their briefing to Parliament, be clear on what are these mechanisms that they had implemented and how do they know that the student that they are finding 100% sure does not get money elsewhere, because they do get money somewhere else. Thanks.
Maybe, Chair, a follow-up to that, because I said I had two, was to say, maybe according to you, AG, we have these entities. In their systems, what is that is lacking? that can, when they improve that, we'll make sure that this double dipping is not happening.
You know, simply put, right, what you are sitting with right now in the Department of Higher Education and Training portfolio is that each entity systems only see themselves. And for a portfolio like this, you can't afford that. You're going to have a connect to each other. So unless you get to the point where an entity one system can access at least the basic data of entity two, you are continuously going to have these opportunities, because I can't even imagine two institutions attempting to email each other their data. So if you ask us what needs to happen, we'll tell you that open the linkage and the interaction between the systems. And that's why we were, so far as the CETAs are concerned, we were speaking to that project of MICT that you probably need something like that for the TVETs, but importantly, you need a system that can still see across the portfolio. Because only when you can do that, you'll be able to know who are you supporting from skills development as a student, who are you supporting from bursary perspective, meaning learning perspective. You have to pick them up at a central point, and right now you don't have that mechanism. Everybody is having their own environment, and their environment is only close to themselves. And we can stretch it further and say, even seeing among yourself is not enough. You must be able to see other systems of government, the standing data. If you take the Home Affairs as an example, the citizen registry, you need to be able to see that. So you pick up early when we lose one of the students, and they pass on, and you start to stop the payment that was meant for them, stipend and anything that comes with it. So there is a benefit in interacting among ourselves, but importantly, there's a benefit in tapping into other government data that will tell you a bit more of information that you do not have. Thanks.
Minister, I think I've asked this question because I thought the answer will come straight to you. I think that you can help us in this one. It's on you to facilitate and make sure that it's happening. Thank you.
No, it's fine. The minister will note. Honorable Source, anything?
Thank you, Chair. So, my understanding is that we'll ask questions later, just for clarity on the presentation. So, AG, mine is going to be to make the point. I'm going to present a hypothetical situation to you, and you tell me in that situation, when you listen to the statement, whether you would give it a qualified or unqualified opinion, audit opinion, whether you would give it an adverse opinion or a disclaimed opinion. Hypothetically, if there was a due date set for submission of a particular statement, let's say yesterday, and I only submit that submission today, a day later, how would you find this statement? What would your audit opinion be on the following statement? Honorable Chairperson, happy birthday. Happy belated birthday, my brother. I wasn't here yesterday, and you look younger. May God bless you and all the best. Clarity, please, AG. Thank you.
No.
I wonder if am I giving opinion on the chair's birthday? Happy belated chair, because we seem to have missed that. Let me
an audit finding on the last
let me say this, Honorable Souls, right? So There's a trick with the audit opinion, and it's based on appropriate, sufficient audit evidence, and I don't have that. So I can't give you the audit opinion. But let me tell you what typically the AGSA will do. If you're supposed to give it to me yesterday, and the date had passed, let's speak to the submission of financial statement, and you give me today, the duty of the AGSA is still to provide feedback to the stakeholders on what is contained therein. The trick about it is that the lateness of that feedback would have hampered effective decision making. So in essence, we are on a back foot such that the decisions that we are making on those said could pretty much have been surpassed by the events. Let me leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, this AG takes a job very seriously.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. Just a few things. If the AG only audits verified information that is or follows the SMART principle and information that has been submitted, I want to maybe confirm that indeed it was my birthday yesterday. 10/21 again. IG on also to note, since the Honorable Souls has been attending the ad hoc committee, so we even bought new glasses now. So I think the pay is good next door. I think your friend in Pops now must also buy new wardrobe because we are buying new glasses. AG, on slide 6, you say in the 23-24 you recommended the following. That issue, the ones of, let's say, department and sitters, there is the 3 there. It will be beneficial for the minister to ensure that the department is well coordinated to continue with the work that is already started in ensuring integration within the portfolio. Where did this come from? Is it on this? Because I'm trying to get them. I'm trying to search for the minutes, Minister, because last year, the department, okay, a year before, we had argued that this integrated learner management system must be developed and ran from an NSF point of view. The department came and said, no, MICT and TUT are developing this system. And last year, the report that we got here, I'll get those minutes of that particular meeting. I'm not sure whether it was on the 6th of December last year or before. I'm still searching my minutes. But what the department reported was that this system is almost ready for deployment. They said to us, what you guys, chair, committee members, you proposed, we have went steps further. This thing, it will be like a Rolls Royce. I remember their voices. I can still feel them. But now, it's a year later. And if you look at this, they've not moved much because the year has ended. As we speak now, I know that system, unless when we speak to you, you are going to say the system somehow has been developed or has been deployed. But that one, for an example, it was given at the 23-24 annual report. As we speak, we still have the same problems. Because the report here says, even though the numbers may have went down of students in duplicate problems, students that are, in fact, the ones that are the duplicates in bursaries have went up. I think in one of your slides, the deceased have went down, but still we have these things, they persist and they are costing the system money. So it means we are paying somebody money for a deceased child. And if the child is deceased, and we have paid somebody to pay that person, we know what's happening. It means these people are giving people money that they don't deserve. It's supposed to be a stipend. Another recommendation was on the CETA Skills Summit. Apparently, you guys had a skills summit, and there were resolutions that were taken. When we are looking at this AG, where they followed up this thing, because you're saying they are in progress. That's what we are saying. But in progress might mean they were started in November last year, or they started in September this year. What is maybe not September this year? In February, just before the audit closed, or what was supposed to open. How long did the department take to commence this in-progress issues? All of them, including the quality assurance bodies, NSFAS, and all of that.
I'm going to allow Zama just to comment on a couple of things, but let me say this, right? So let's speak to the coordination by the department, primarily the learner management system, and I'm sure the department will come through and just share with the committee exactly where they are. But we can say this. So the commencement of building that system had happened because we went to MICT, we checked that, right? We had an engagement with both MICT and their service provider, TUT. We looked at their strategic project plan in terms of how they want to deal with it. In fact, we even went to the extent of looking at some of the basic modules that were already put together. But we can tell you now that that system is not deployed in the sector. So that much we know. And I'm sure the department would engage the committee on exactly now where they are. What worries us, though, is that as MICT is doing that work that will be important and beneficial for the sector, you start to see advertisement for similar type of offering by some of the SETAs, which then tells you that even by the time the MICT is successful in deploying this for everybody, some of the SETAs will be locked into long-term contracts with service providers. And that's what worries us. And the reason why our engagement with the Department of Higher Education and Training is around, you have to support MICT from the directive perspective, from tone perspective. And we understand that the board of each of these SETAs or the accounting authorities have got powers to govern, but there has to be some sort of direction so that MICT doesn't get to the finality and there's only 50% or 20% or even few that can uptake that particular system. So in terms of where MICT is, there are delays. I think I'll leave that for the department. Maybe let me repeat there. Is anything interesting?
Yeah, maybe just I think the key thing, Chair, on slide 6 is the speed in which these recommendations are implemented. Because as you've rightfully said, we have said this quite a while back. And if we are now doing a reflection and seeing that, in as much as there would have been traction in certain areas, but it's not really at the speed required, because the ripple effect of that is that now when you're coming and doing the audit of 24, you're finding the same thing. So the speed in which the department is responding to this recommendation is something that is a concern to us.
Yeah, in fact, there's the other recommendation that was given to the department and the ministry was that there must be a buy-in from other SETAs on the implementation of this integrated learner management system. So it means that was not done because if it was done, I mean, it's a matter of strategic leadership going to these sitters, informing them that this is the direction we're taking. I mean, this country currently, I know, Minister, in the cabinet, we are dealing with one country, one plan. So we can't have one department and 600 plans. Must be one department, one plan. And these accounting authorities should know that this is a direction we want to take. And therefore, all of you sitters, if they've advertised, they must withdraw these adverts. If they are at they must just be withdrawn, because there's an instruction that says we want, because we're bleeding money. You can't come here and tell us, no, I've got a right as sitter X to run my learner management system. I mean, we'll tell them, in fact, we must even tell them, we've lost a lot of money to these systems that never existed, that we're told that they exist. But auditors go there, we can count them. We can count them. Grayston Reed, for an example, that never existed. Audit says they've never existed, but we have paid hundreds of millions of rents. So we must tell them that that must not happen, where we get the, but it will need the department. You know, AG touches me here, says from a strategic leadership point of view, in many instances the department is caught wanting. And this is one of them, Minister. The department, this is what the AG was saying here. I decided to write it down because when we say it, we've been saying this thing, and Minister, you also said to us in our strategic session, in order for all these plans to come to fruition, you will need an effective, efficient, working department. You see, those two, they give me hope. What AG is saying now and what you said there. We're going to interact with the department. I've gone through their presentation. I've listened to what the AG says. You will see differences, Minister. There, for an example, in the presentation that we are going to get now, the issue of Sfako Makato student beds, student housing, is mentioned there as a big plus. What is not mentioned there is what the AG speaks about in her presentation, that this student thing was delayed, it had price escalations, those are the negatives, price escalations, and therefore when we had budgeted 40 rands for this thing, we've ended up paying 55 rands, which is a negative. It's not mentioned in there. We're going to see it now in the presentation of the department. And many others that we're also going to point out. You know, but, yeah. There's on slide 19, I want you to, the second column, this is my last point. I want to hear how much are you saying that money is. I tried to read it. I get there's a blue and an orange flag on the right. So from what I'm seeing here, how much is that in blue? It's 40 billion. It's 40 billion. So we had 40 billion in unspent cash surpluses. And then, which were approved, 40 billion. You can spend, and this is what, on the sitters. And then they've only spent 5 billion of this amount. Yeah, this is This is very bad. So they have surpluses. The ones that were approved are around 40 billion for them to spend to touch people in these townships and rural areas who are unemployed, including those who are employed who just need where we can give them something so that they improve their educational levels, they can participate in a better. So we are saying we underspend on this one by about 45 billion of the approved. I just want to understand that part. So the approved surplus was 50. So there's a possibility, Zama, that they could have finished, they could have spent this unspent surplus of 50 billion. Okay, what does it mean?
Okay. They had reserves of 40 million, 40 billion, I mean, and the amount that they would have spent would have been 5 billion of that. Basically, that is so the 38 is what would be remaining as unspent on those surpluses.
Yeah, so but the question is there a possibility that they could have spent the whole 40?
Look, there at times they would have their multi-year contracts, so I don't think they would have been spent it on 1 year. Actually.
No, they would not have, all right? Let's say it with conviction, right? No, they would not have, right? So, and you're going to get a lot of answers that come through. And we're not taking away the fact that these reserves, when you put it away, normally they would argue and debate, not argue, but bring forth a point that says they are supported by a multi-year contract. Right? Yeah. And we say, just zoom in a bit closer. Let's have a closer conversation. As AGSA, we can't give them a finding that you are sitting with this much of reserves. But history told us, I mean, if we pull the past 5 years, you will see that the reserves in the cities are always there. The pace at which they move compared to the length of the contract, it hardly ever matches. Thanks, Jen.
Okay, and then on slide 15, the irregular expenditure. So it has went down. So it has went down from about 12. Was that 12.5 million? The year before to about 3.7. And then out of 3.7, NSF irregular expenditure is 1.7. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
There is a point we wanted to make that. So when you read this slide on irregular expenditure, consider the sectors that we qualified for completeness of irregular expenditure, such as construction sector. Right? Because when we say your qualification or modification in the audit report includes the fact that the irregular expenditure is not complete, it basically means that you have many other contracts that we may not have picked up, because the more we were auditing, the more we are picking up non-compliances. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Auditor General. I really appreciate the good work that you continue to do in the sector. We will now go to the department, and then you are free to stay with us. So just in case there are questions that we may pose to the department and we don't agree, you can help us as the auditors. Minister, we are now going to give to you. I know that you did indicate that at 1:30 you would like to join that meeting with UFS. Will allow you to do. It's very important. And the other one again in the late afternoon. So when you see the minister going out, it will not be that he's running away. He's got. I would have given him permission to attend that problem with University of Free State, or what we think is a problem as this committee, because they might say that they don't have a problem. Minister.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, to thank the Portfolio Committee for having given us this opportunity to engage with the Auditor General's report. We, I must say, have done so on a couple of occasions with the AG and her team. And also that we, have taken to task the department, both the DG and the DDGs, in terms of taking forward some of the recommendations. But what I would like to do, Chairperson, is I think to start by making some reflections on the point that you've made around Fort Hare and the University of the Free State. And then immediately after that, we would then ask the Deputy Director General for our TVET branch to make a few remarks to introduce the report from the department, and then at the end of that report, I will also make some few points relating to the issues that the AG has raised, but also some of the issues that the members of Parliament has raised, and the actions that we are going to undertake to deal with those issues. As it relates to the University of Fort Hare, Chairperson and members, we, I think upon my appointment as Minister, the stakeholders at the University of Fort Hare sent us a lot of queries that were relating to the challenges that the university have been facing. Most of those were from students, from the unions, staff, which related to the conditions on campus, infrastructure, the state of infrastructure at the institution, issues around governance, allegations of corruption, and also the challenges around the SRC, the composition of the SRC, the review of the SRC constitution, and what the SRC felt, and the student leadership in general felt that the actions of the management and of the University Council were unfair, as it relates to the SRC. So it was a whole range of issues. We first sent a team from the university branch to investigate some of the issues that were raised by the students. And we received an initial report which indicated that there were serious challenges as it relates to the implementation of the infrastructure funds, maintenance of infrastructure at the university, and that students found themselves living in appalling conditions, issues around safety and security, weaknesses around supply chain management, and all of these issues were then later confirmed by the team when they visited again. We then scheduled a meeting with the University Council, which was supposed to, I think in the earlier weeks of, late weeks of August, earlier weeks of September, a meeting which couldn't materialize until only in the last Friday, and with the University Council. And in that meeting was, came immediately after I had dispatched a team which was led by one of my advisors, Professor Ahmed Bauer, together with officials from the department, And that team met with the student leadership, it met with the trade unions, it met with the institutional forum, and came out with a report on what their sense was. And we then further met with the University Council and presented also that report to them. The university had a comprehensive response. And from our discussion, the priority, and I think as you know, at that point, we had about 6 or 7 buildings which had already been scorched. Estimates, which we'll confirm when we get the formal report from the university, but estimates between anything of 150 million to 500 million. The university academic program has been disrupted. The university had closed the campus, fearing further damage to the property. And our belief is that criminal elements had taken over a legitimate student protest. And that's what our approach is. We had conversations with the University Council, the Vice Chancellor, the provincial government, including the Premier and the MEC for Safety, and all of those interventions were meant to, salvage whatever that is remaining of the university. And I think that's a discussion we need to have later on. The built-in future costs of education as a result of violence and also as a result of damage to physical property. As it stands now, Chairperson, we we have instructed the University One to develop a program to resume academic work. They will give us a report tomorrow. They've asked for an extension to tomorrow. We've also asked them to, in the meantime, develop a program on how they're going to deal with the damage that has happened, issues around safety and security, to also give us a plan on how they will restore student governance, meaning that we need in place measures to reintroduce the SRC. But we've also asked them, because most of the stakeholders that we met on campus indicated that, their disaffection with the Vice Chancellor and the Council's attitude. And so we asked them to also reflect on how they're going to win over the different constituencies on campus, their confidence around the governance. And so we are going to be getting that report tomorrow. They've asked for an extension, and I think we will announce what further action needs to be taken based on the response. It is clear that there is serious breakdown of trust between the University Council, the Vice Chancellor and management on the one hand, and most of the other stakeholders. I think the one issue which I didn't mention was around the contract of the Vice Chancellor, which is still in dispute. So we have received reports. We're processing that report. I think the final report will be from the university tomorrow. What we must emphasize now, Chairperson, is that our priority is the safety of students and the completion of the academic program of the institution. I've been in contact with almost everyone, the union leaders, the SRC, suspended SRC, the various students' organizations, the Vice Chancellor, in order to make sure that all, efforts leads towards that. As it stands now, the situation, as you may have seen, on campus is calm, but we haven't restored, learning and teaching, and that's our main objective. Hopefully, by the beginning of next year, of next week, that would have happened. So that's that with Fort Hare. With the University of Free State, we, I think got the report over the weekend that there are protests. And we've been in contact with the Vice Chancellor to find out as to what is happening. it was a case wherein the university, together with the SRC, could not agree on the plans, some of the plans for next year's opening of the university, including the allowance for pre-registration for students who owed certain monies. Unfortunately, at the time when we had a discussion with the Vice Chancellor, there was protest, but not as violent as we've seen over the last 2 days, when the university was expecting the SRC to come and give feedback. I have scheduled, as you've indicated, Chairperson, a further discussion with the Vice Chancellor. We've also asked to speak with the SRC, and we're also going to extend this discussion to the Chairperson of Council to try and calm the situation down and to see if there's a need even for mediation if it comes to that. The stakeholders are meeting this afternoon to try and see how we can find each other. I must emphasize that we, at all given times, and what we've also seen at the University of Free State was that, criminal elements also hijacked, a student protest. On Friday evening, there were reports that there were people who were trying to scorch a security cubicle with a petrol bomb. On Sunday evening, the situation escalated, where cars were being stoned, buildings were being stoned, attempted fire were being stoned. And yes, you have indicated that, some of the measures that management has taken were, harsh, including the closure of the university. Our emphasis, Chairperson, and I think you may understand the anxiety, our emphasis is firstly to protect student life. Secondly, to protect everyone's right to protest. And thirdly, to ensure that dispute resolutions platforms that have been created in these instances do actually work. And so that's why we're encouraging the Vice Chancellor, the SRC, Council, and everyone to get back to the table and engage. And finally, our interest is to make sure that students come to these institutions to study and complete. And as is now in both institutions, the main reason why students are there has been learning and teaching has been disrupted. So that's what we really want to draw the attention. We worried about the scourge of violence in our campuses. Violence against women, I think that's one of the things over the last few years have become dominant, which means that we have to prioritize safety on campuses. We're also worried about violence towards students in general during protest. We worried about student protests themselves becoming violent, meaning that if the students don't feel heard, they target public buildings. And we also further worried about the collaboration between our institutions and universities, which is a discussion we intend to have with the Minister of Police, but also a discussion that we must have internally, because I think a security response on its own will not be enough. Because some of the issues that are being raised, we deem them as legitimate and that they need to be addressed. As I have said, that in preparing for the 2026 academic year, we are going to take everyone along, in this process, and that there will be no challenge that is minor, and be it universities, TVET colleges, community colleges, we are going to have a coordinated effort to make sure that we avoid some of these, challenges that we have seen just now. So that's where we're at, Chairperson. We appreciate the efforts that have been made by members of Parliament, not only this portfolio committee, which has dispensed its members to both Fort Hare and the University of the Free State, but also I think some of the other committees and people in the provincial government, the community, especially in the in Alice and in the Eastern Cape, were quite worried about the heritage that's been tossed down in Fort Hare. This calls for a stronger conversation, within the sector itself about how we deal with conflicts. So those are the two institutions, and I think broader reflections on what's happening in the sector. What I'll do, Chair, we'll try and keep this as brief as possible with regards to our presentation. Yes, it's important that we highlight some of the good work, but we want to also draw you on some of the challenges from the department's perspective that we have, encountered and how we're dealing with those. DDG Zungu, who's standing in for DG Sishi, will start, followed by DDG GASA and the CFO, and then I'll make some reflections on what our plans are, so that we don't find ourselves in this situation where Honorable Ngubani tells us that he keeps telling us this thing and we're not listening, and now the AG is saying it, and that we now have to hear. Just to show that we've listened, and these are some of the things that we're going to do to try and avoid, all of this challenge. So I'll come in later just to try and wrap up. I think we'll need about, 20 minutes? 30 minutes, yeah, okay.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the Honorable Minister and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, DHET, ESCO members, and other officials, as well as colleagues from the Ministry, the leadership of AGSA, and colleagues from the parliamentary staff. A very good morning to all of you. Firstly, we want to make some remarks, Honorable Chair, in terms of the welcoming of your opening remarks earlier on in relation to the performance of the department in general, but also to welcome the presentation by the AGSA, as well as the key recommendations that they have made in this morning, but also the Minister's opening remarks that you've just made. Indeed, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, it's a privilege for us to appear before this esteemed committee to present, as well as to account for the performance of the department for the 2024-25 financial year. This engagement represents a vital moment of accountability and reflection, and an opportunity to celebrate areas of progress, but also to confront weaknesses and reflection, with honesty, and to recommit ourselves to the constitutional mandate of ensuring that every young South African has access to quality, relevant and transformative education and training. Honourable Chairperson, the department's overall performance during the period under review presents a mixed picture of commendable fiscal prudence, as well as persistent systemic weaknesses in program implementation, where out of 94 planned annual targets, only 46, which constitute about 49%, were achieved, while 48, which constitute about 51%, were not met, as presented by the AG. These numbers do not reflect a lack of commitment, but rather the reality of a complex and evolving PSET environment, one that continues to be shaped by competing demands, resource constraints, as well as systemic reforms that require time to mature. On a positive note, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, the Department once again received an unqualified audit opinion, reaffirming the strength of our financial management compliance and governance systems. Our spending performance stood at 99.9% of the appropriated 136.9 billion, well within the parameters set by the National Treasury. Importantly, there were no fruitless or wasteful expenditures, and only a minimal irregular expenditure amounting to 59,000 rands. This reflects the department's continued commitment to prudent fiscal management, value for money, as well as accountability in the use of public resources. Honourable members, while we take pride in these achievements, we must also confront our shortcomings with the seriousness they deserve. The AG has highlighted persistent weaknesses in the reliability and accuracy of our performance information, particularly in Program 2, 4, 5, and 6, and these findings point to challenges in data integrity, verification controls, and indicator formulation that do not always align with the SMART principles. In some instances, our annual performance plan targets were not well defined or were overly ambitious, limiting our ability to demonstrate measurable impact. We acknowledge these deficiencies fully and have taken decisive steps to address them. The department has developed a comprehensive audit action plan to be fully implemented, which will ensure that every branch identifies root causes, assigns responsible officials, and implements sustainable corrective measures. In parallel, we are rebuilding our performance information systems, notably the DHET MIS and SET-MIS platforms, to strengthen our data accuracy, audit trails, and evidence-based reporting. We are also reviewing our planning processes to ensure that future APP targets are properly calibrated, verifiable, and compliant with AGSA standards. Honourable Chair and honourable members, this performance review must be understood within the broader context of South Africa's ongoing struggle of unemployment, poverty, as well as inequality, together with gender-based violence, as remarked by the Honourable Minister. The work of this department lies at the heart of that national effort. When we strengthen our colleges, our universities, our CET colleges, as well as skills programs, we are not merely improving institutional efficiency, but we are enabling transformation, empowering young people, and building the productive capacity of our nation. Honourable members, we are therefore approaching today's session with humility and determination. We recognize that while financial governance is stabilized, our performance management systems require deep reform. We accept the committee's oversight's role as a constructive force to help us improve, and we reaffirm our commitment to working with all stakeholders, including AG and all our respective entities, to deliver a PSET system that is efficient, inclusive, and truly transformative. As we table this annual report, Honourable Chair and honourable members, we do so with a clear understanding that accountability is not merely a compliance exercise, but it's a renewal of trust between the department, this parliament, and the people of South Africa, a trust that must be earned through action, integrity, and continuous improvement. With those few words, Honourable Chair, may I now hand over to DDG AGSA to lead the presentation on the non-financial report. She will then be followed by the acting CFO, Mr. Pence, to lead the financial report. Thank you.
Minister, the laptop of the department is not working to project there. They can't blame our cable. The AG's one use the same cable. So is this CFO, this laptop is not new. We did not pay 92,000 for it. So what do we do here? You don't have a different... Steve. Steve, borrow us a different laptop. This one is not working. Somebody from the department, please borrow us your laptop. Open the presentation. Let's,
We are sorted. No, it's not. I can show you now in the ITY we are sorted.
Kenya Long Beach. Yeah, okay. I want a laptop with it's a 92,000. I said it's no, we will help you. Yeah, let's go. They had requested 30 minutes. I've given them 45. But at 15:15, I will cut them. Because that would have been 45 minutes.
I was asking if
At the end,
at the end of my time.
I'll use my discretion.
So, Honorable Chair, how much time have I got?
I don't know.
Protected by my minister.
The presentation of the department is ending at 12:15. Including finance.
All right. And then there's also CFO, yes.
We are eating more time, eh?
Thank you for your compassion, Chair. Thank you once more. Greetings to the Chair, honorable members, and the Minister. And thank you for the opportunity to present the non-financial parts of the annual report. I will try my absolute best to be very brief, given the limitations of time that we have. In essence, what I will do is to skip what honorable members are very familiar with. This is the outline of the presentation that we have prepared for today. It's the vision and mission, which through your permission, Chair, I will not go through if it is all right, because you are familiar with this. I will also not go through the strategic plan outcomes, because we are all familiar with this. I will go through some of the achievements, but I will primarily zoom in on the problematic areas that we are going through, and excuse me, focus on the reasons for deviations and what we are trying to cover, and then hand over to the CFO as a way of trying to cover time, if that is all right, Chair and Honorable Minister. As I indicated, I will not go through this because everyone is familiar about our vision and mission as the PSET system. Excuse me. I also, with your permission, Chair and Minister and honorable members, will not go through the 5-year strategic plan and outcomes. I am trusting that if there are things that I'm choosing to skip, the Chair will correct me. As indicated by the Honorable Minister and the Acting DG, this is how our performance looks during, in terms of the annual reports during the reporting period. In essence, the department had planned 94 targets, And overall, 46 targets were achieved, 49%, and 48 of the targets were regrettably not achieved. And then the bars on my left-hand side are an indication of that. This slide, slide 7, is an indication of how the different programs then performed. Program 1 had 10 planned targets. 7 targets were achieved, and then 3 were not achieved, ensuring that Program 1 was one of the better performing programs. Program 2, which I'm responsible for, had 16 planned targets. 5 were achieved, 11 were not achieved. Program 3, which the university education headed by DDG Sotukwa, had 26 planned targets. 15 were achieved and 11 were not achieved. Program 4, which is headed by my fellow colleague, DDG Zungu, had 22 planned targets. 9 were achieved, and then 13 were not achieved. Program 5, which is now handled by my fellow colleague, Mr. Mabusela, is acting DDG, had 11 planned targets. 3 were achieved and 8 were not achieved. And then Program 6, which is managed by my fellow colleague, DDG Fuchi, had 9 planned targets. Apologies, honorable members, it's out of habit. It's DDG Fuchane. So it's 9 planned targets, 7 were achieved, and 2 were not achieved. Now, as matters of principle, what I'm now going to do is the following, is I'm then going to go through all of the different programs bearing the following: appreciating the presentation that was made by the AGSA and the areas where they identified areas of improvement that we could make, especially in planning and synergy, and recognizing the importance of MTDP, especially as the key planning document for the 7th administration. And what I will then do is, secondly, as a principal issue, is I will highlight the achievements for each program as the first 1 or 2 slides, and then not go into the achievements at all, and then move into each and every slide and focus on what we've highlighted as red, which means that then would be the focus of what has not been achieved, and highlight why we've deviated and what we are trying to do for that. And another principal issue is that all this I'm doing against the backdrop of the statements that have been made by our Honorable Minister and the statements that have been made by DDG Zungu, who is the acting DG today. I trust that is in order, honorable members. So I will start with Program 1. In the main, as I indicated, or as the acting DG indicated earlier on, for Program 1, the planned targets were 10, and they achieved 7, so they are one of the better performing programs with a 70% achievement. In the slide, it is quite clear that with public procurement, there is an indication around areas of women-owned businesses, youth-owned businesses, black-owned businesses, small and medium and macro enterprises. And I will not go into the exact numbers because I think that is fairly clear. DDG, acting CFO, is the best placed to respond to this when we have a discussion responding to questions that are going to be raised by honorable members. We have a challenge with ensuring vacancy rates and ensuring that they remain below 10%. And honorable members have consistently raised this matter. Our honorable minister has ensured that we get guidance, and my fellow colleague, DDG Ngwenya, has since come up with a plan that has come into effect. She will correct me, I think has come into effect since the past month, and she will speak into that and how that is going to be implemented moving forward as a way of fast-tracking this as per the guidance by the Honorable Minister. But it is an achievement as well. The resolution of disciplinary cases is also a slight improvement, hence the inclusion in the slide, but it is a slight achievement. And then also the network connectivity is also recorded as an improvement. Thank you. So then I move into the challenges as I indicated earlier on. In this slide, we still face a challenge regarding the matter of valid invoices being paid, being managed within 30 days. We had planned for ensuring that this is done, that we have an achievement of 100%. We are sitting at 99.9 for those that are good at statistics. I think that it's fairly, relatively, slightly not so significant, but I'm sure that as the AGSA indicated, there is much room for improvement, especially as they indicated in terms of the entities that we work with. The reason for deviation here is that the queries were raised regarding submitted invoices. After correcting the identified errors, limited supporting information was available, which led to administrative delays. Progress towards achieving targets not achieved. What the CFO has done is to ensure that we put in place a mechanism for ensuring that the supply chain team and the finance unit work together in tandem to ensure that payment is made within 30 days. And the onus is also on us as program managers, which is another term that's used for DDGs, to also work with the CFO to improve this particular program problem and ensure that we do not keep ensuring that this remains a problem and we avoid a consequence management a process being effected by the DG and the minister. And there's been a process put in place for weekly checks, and payment is also reported at EXCO moving forward. Excuse me, there is also an issue regarding the businesses owned by people living with disabilities. Unfortunately, we are low in performance, sitting at 2.08 when we should be sitting at 7. when we interrogated this, we realized that some of the challenges were a contribution regarding registration of persons with disabilities in National Treasury, and we've also engaged the Department for Persons with Disabilities to try and address this matter moving forward. We have been engaged at length by the AGSA about the matter of the unqualified audit opinion with findings, and we accept that there is an issue regarding inadequate controls regarding the collection, verification and validation of performance information. There is an audit action plan that's been developed, and all program managers moving forward are also being held accountable for ensuring audit outcomes, and this has been included in our performance agreements with the DG for reviews moving forward. Moving on now to program 2, which, as I indicated, is what I am responsible for. Achievements that I can record are the fact that we have built 3 TVET campuses in 3 Ngqongqoshe campus of Ikhala, Giyani campus of Letaba, Fryhead campus of Mtaba. We have also exceeded targets in terms of international engagements undertaken to support priorities of the PSET system, including the G20, which might also only be taking place this year, but has actually been done over a 2-year period, and also ensuring that we focus on securing agreements with countries that are relevant for strengthening the PSET system, and ensuring that we implement or we drive the implementation of agreements that were agreed upon during BRICS. We have also ensured that we strengthen partnerships and interventions that would address what the Minister spoke about, which is an increase in gender-based violence and femicide in the PSET system. For example, we sit in the interdepartmental program that is led by SEPS and Justice, and so we provide reports on the sexual offences work, and we also have done a report on the Transforming Mentalities program, which is primarily a UNESCO program, but we also launched a South African version 1 to contribute to the reduction on gender-based violence and femicide, which has increased tremendously in the G20, in the PSET system. As the Minister indicated, what we don't want is to send young people to PSET institutions and they come back in body bags. The last one that I want to mention has also been driven by the Minister before in his capacity as a DM, is the National Open Learning System, which is about primarily ensuring capacitation of TVET lecturers, and we are looking at how we can expand this program to also CET colleges as well. Then I would like to focus on the challenges. As I mentioned earlier on, we are one of the programs that did not perform so well. The first one is that we did not do so well in the recognition of prior learning and implementation thereof. The main issue here was primarily that initially this was going to be a PSET focus-driven initiative, and then the recommendation later was that we should include the Department of Basic Education. The increase in scope became a challenge, and then there were were then delays, and now we are working on accelerating this program so that there are not delays as much. This, I know, is an issue, a key issue, and rightfully so, for the portfolio committee. We should have made progress on the NQF amendment bill. There were serious delays here, primarily misalignment with the planned targets at the planning stage. We did not meet this target as we should have. What we have now done to ensure that there is progress towards achieving the target is that the minister has directed the legal services chief directorate that falls under me to identify key legal frameworks or key amendments to be accelerated as a matter of urgency. Members are aware of this, so I will not go through all of the other ones, but with this one, for example, the extension for public comments was made to 15 September 2025, and the legal services team is hard at work to ensure that stakeholders are approached to make sure that they make comments so that we make the far better progress than we have made in the past, given the limitations that have arisen with this one. The same applies to the revised Higher Education Act, which has created challenges in the PSET system. This one as well, the minister has directed that we accelerate the NSFAS one as well, the skills development one, the CET one as well. So I will not deliberate on this one. Then the next issues that my branch has not managed well with, which honorable members picked up, I have always known, but I think the oversight that happened last week, which one was honored to be part of, is the challenges around infrastructure and the delays that have taken place. I will focus on Mbali precinct and then make very short statements with all the others, because this applies not only to branch planning, but it affects the universities, as the minister indicated, it affects CETs, it affects TVET colleges, but as the AGSA indicated, where there's the greatest improvement is with the TVET colleges. So with the Mbali precinct, this one was placed on hold following the collapse of governments. Why it was set up, it was for holistic improvement in the Pietermaritzburg area, and we did not meet the targets as we should have. Some of the reasons why we've got challenges, honorable members here, is that we do not have the requisite capacity that we should be having for us to monitor universities as we should be having. I must admit that. I think that became very clear, especially in Mbali, where we went with yourselves, and especially in UKZN, when it became quite clear with those structures that we saw. We shouldn't be, I hope this does not come across as disrespectful, but we shouldn't be relying on honorable members to pick up problems. We should be the ones who pick up problems and then seek guidance from yourselves. As an example, in the past 2 months, I have lost not only a chief director for infrastructure, but also I don't have a director for infrastructure, and the minister has put in place mechanisms to assist us as a department to ensure that we have got teams that come in who are very strong in building a capacity for us, who are not only going to help us plan better for infrastructure, but are also going to capacitate us in the short term as we work out how best to monitor, how best to help institutions. The chair raised a very important issue in KZN, to say that we shouldn't necessarily only blame institutions, universities, TVET colleges, and CETs, and say they don't spend and they hold on to interest, which yes is also an issue, but we too are at fault for not being able to monitor as best as we should be. And that is something that the minister has put as a priority for the PSET system moving forward. I won't speak to all of these because I think I've picked up other things that we struggle with, for example, is instances where we need to work with other departments. For example, in Guyana, which is primarily a TUT initiative that I co-manage with DDG Sokwigwa, the challenge there is that we work with Public Works, we work with DPE, and we have not moved because then there would be issues around MOUs, who handles it, is sitting with the Premier's office, and all we wanted to do as the PSET system is to change the trajectory of our country and make sure that young people do not, as they did before, travel from rural spaces to come to urban spaces when institutions lying vacant are just on their doorstep, and they could have just they should have just been assisted to come through and attend them. Then I need to speak to this one because it speaks to the issue around student housing or student accommodation, which, as honourable members raised, especially when there were oversight meetings and as we were travelling around. We did not perform well. We had intended to ensure that there's provision of 5,000 beds completed, but we only achieved a target of 2,471 beds. The issue there, as we've discussed with my fellow colleague, DDG Sokwigwa, is that the implementation of student housing projects at universities has been very slow, primarily due to limited institutional capacity for infrastructure delivery and management at universities. Additionally, few universities, UniZulu, UKZN, UJ, CPUT, withdrew from the student housing infrastructure program, citing financial constraints. Just for the benefit, for example, of AGSA, they might have picked this, and I believe they mentioned it at some point. What we had done earlier on as the PSET system, recognizing limitations of capacity in institutions, was to partner with institutions like DPSA, partner with OGA, partner with originally with IDT, although that has been halted given recent developments, and ensured that when we get a conditional grant like the infrastructure efficiency grant and the SIG for maintenance, we would then have a slice cut so that they then have a program management unit that would assist them with infrastructure. But even on top of that, some of them would still struggle with delivering on infrastructure. Then the CLCs as well, we had planned to deliver CLCs, we did not do that. Construction planning for CLCs experienced delays due to challenges in designated construction sites. We also did not cover the detailed designs for the construction of the originally planned 2 new universities. So infrastructure, as the Minister indicated earlier on, is something that is a challenge for us as the PSET system, and we recognize that and we accept the concerns that were raised by the AGSA. I then need to highlight this matter of the fact that as the planning branch were responsible for reports aimed at supporting decision making in respect of enrollment planning, funding and policy making, we did not meet the targets. We had appointed service providers for that, and they did not achieve that. They achieved the one target, but not the other. And we have now made more progress for that, but it is a disappointment for us that we were not able to achieve this target. Moving on to the program 3, university education, they had planned 26 targets. They achieved 58%, and the targets that they were able to achieve are outlined there. The first one is updated guidelines for the DHET bursary scheme, especially for public universities, and this was done. What is also an achievement is the fact that they exceeded the number of eligible university students receiving NSFAS bursaries. They exceeded the target for graduates in initial teacher education annually. They exceeded the graduates in veterinary science annually. They exceeded the target for 3,500 doctoral students annually. They exceeded the target for first-time students entering universities. The throughput rate of 2014 first-time cohorts was also exceeded. The 40 scholarship or internship positions allocated to universities through the Nurturing Emerging Scholarship programs was also exceeded. If I can then skip all the next few slides, which are focusing on the achievements and zoom in on the challenges. Honorable members are aware that we had intended to have a fee increase regulatory framework submitted to the Minister for approval. That was not achieved. The reason for deviation was that upon consultation, the DHET Legal Services Unit advised that the department does not have the authority to develop a regulatory framework for public universities. As a result, framework guidelines were developed instead. And currently what is being done by the University Education Branch is to engage USAF, NSFAS and SAUS, and the final input from USAF is required, and the intention is for the final guidelines to be submitted to the Minister by October. Then there also was an intention to submit a progress report on the number of eligible university students receiving loans through NSFAS, done by 31 March 2025. That was not done. The NSFAS operational report was developed, however, it did not provide a comprehensive account of university students receiving loans through NSFAS. As a result, important details regarding student loan disbursements and coverage were not fully captured. And progress that's being made right now, just for also honorable members' awareness, as Chair indicated, the NSFAS over today and I think it's over tomorrow, Dr. Sotugo, over tomorrow and on Friday.
It's 10 past now.
All
We have
right.
5 minutes
Thank you,
to
Chair.
round up the
All right.
presentation.
So they are attending to this, and they've got a stretch plan, and I believe that this is one of the other things that they will be attending to. The enrollments, Chair, have not been met for all of the delivery branches, is how we sometimes refer to them. For the university education branch, it is not as bad, but for all of the delivery branches, as I understand it, when I engaged with the colleagues, the budget cuts and have been a major contributing factor. And so then the targets for graduates in engineering not met, graduates in natural and physical science not met, graduates in human health sciences and animal health sciences also not met. And also for masters as well not met. NCOP, which is for new generation of academics, also not met, and the plan is for this to be done in far more collaboration with universities rather than the approach we had taken earlier on. Let me then move to DHET. Primarily here, the major achievements is the focused improvement on disability support for students
You
in
don't have
TVET
time.
colleges.
Leave the achievement.
All right, move to the, all right, thank you, Chair. Apologies for that. So here, as I mentioned, the enrollments for the TVET colleges, for the TVET college also not met. And the number of students for NSFAS also not met. Primarily, the reasons here are also the budget cuts, but it is also around the management information systems, which I can respond to because it sits with me. And the minister has guided us on how we can try to do this a little bit more differently moving forward. The TVET graduates placed in workplaces also not met. And the TVET, the placement on NC, on TVET college students completing NC qualifications also not met. The challenge being mainly projections and the resource challenges. Then I'd like to quickly move to the issue of how the TVET college, the TVET branch is doing its level best to address the issue of building the capacity of lecturers moving forward and improving protocols for placing colleges, of placing TVET college students and lecturers in the workplace environment moving forward. Then the sitters, I know Mr. Mabusela won't be too angry with me here if I skip the achievements given the governance challenges that have been discussed at length. And the challenges have also been discussed at length. It's mainly about mostly the work-based learning program and the learners and registered skill programs and artisanal programs. I believe, Chair, that the AGSA did dwell a lot on this particular section, and I hope, Minister, it's all right if I do not dwell too much on this one, because I believe AGSA did dwell on this. But mostly this particular program has been hard hit by governance challenges and labor market challenges moving forward as well. Then achievements of the CET program are laid out. They only have two challenges that they've laid out. They are similar to the university TVET and CET challenges, which is enrollment, mostly affected by resource limitations, but also the image of CET comes in, but also our limitations in terms of delivery of infrastructure in CET, and the fact that the program for CET is still being delivered through basic education, I think contributes to that.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
I think I will
DG.
stop there. Thank you very much.
You have even eaten the time of finance because you guys asked for 30 minutes. We give you 45 minutes. In 45 minutes, you still can't do it. And even the emphasis that is being made on certain points that are not of substance. It's what eats your time. Present from there, CFO, quickly. We are now eating on the time of the minister because he's supposed to close and then he's supposed to join a meeting. Run the slides for him from here. CFO, quickly.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon again. Just go to slide 48. Slide 48 immediately speaks to the part E of the report, which speaks to the irregular expenditure. In the prior year, they had an amount of just over 1 million rand, and that was for a case of a process not followed properly, and an official was found guilty and also had a final warning. The 59 that remained just going into the financial year was also in respect of a calculation area that was initially confirmed to be non-compliance. That matter is still under consideration. If you go to the next slide. That is currently being dealt with. What we are still trying to do is to also do further assessments on the similar cases that were found by the AGSA. On the next slide, you'll have the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And again, there in the prior year, there was fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the 2016-17 financial year, where an official was found guilty and was a 1 month suspension. It was fraudulent salaries that was paid. The one that came into the books in the year before that was also one for 59,000 rand, where it was deemed to have been fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The matter went for further handling of a disciplinary hearing, and the official was found not guilty. You can go to the next slide. This is just an update. So that matter has been submitted to the Office of the Director General for further condonation. If you go to the following slide, the reports in Part F are the following. They are listed there. It's the reports for the Accounting Officer, the Audit Committee, the Auditor General of Parliament, and then there's the financial statements as is quoted there. The essence of it is to just have a summary of all of these parts of the reports. I'll touch on each of one of them if you go to the following slide. First slide is a report on the Accounting Officer. In the main, it speaks to those elements that set out, but gives an overview of what the view is of the Accounting Officer of the findings. The following slide will also then speak to the Audit Committee. The Audit Committee has also made their comments based on what they have found and have confirmed the outcome of the AGSA of an unqualified with findings output. They have made certain comments of which they had said, certain of the audits, in terms of the audit action plans, need to be strengthened, and also obviously the root causes identified and actions implemented. On the next slide is the report of the Auditor General, and I'm not going to speak on this because the AGSA, I think, has fairly represented, in fact 100% corrected, presented the presentation there. So go to the next slide and the following slide. This slide speaks to the financial statements. You have noted also I presented very similar in the Q4 in last month, mid of last month, on the state of the appropriations of the department. Needless to say, we're just under 137 billion rand, of which our spending was 99.9%, but still a variance of 139 million rand, of which obviously we are still about concerned as to how we want to improve on that. This slide, in fact, the next two slides are very similar. This one portrays the statement appropriation in terms of the programs as they are there. Notably, is the most of the funding lies in the education, university education, and again it shows the variance of the 139, almost 140 that we had varied. The following slide is the same figure, just the economic classification, and you can see what accounts for it. that 139 million rand, predominantly compensation of employees, and it had the filter-through effect to all the programs of unfilled vacancies. There were goods and services predominantly which we had either not delivered or it was still outstanding that we could not pay. That makes up the bulk of that, that variance there. If you go to the following slide, I've already spoken to that, so I'm not going to touch on it again. On the next slide speaks to the top 10 spending items of the department, and if we've listed them in order as they are presented. I'm not going through to them as well. It's just for, if we can go to the next slide as well. And again, that is an indication of the transfers and subsidies, mostly indicating that the universities, what they get in terms of the transfers, followed by the NSFAS in terms of the amount that makes up the transfers, equal to almost 100, just above 124 billion rand. If we go to the following slide, next. What I've depicted here is just an indication of the audit action plan. Now, I'm not going to go through the detail of it, but this slide seems to give us an indication also of the process that we followed in getting to the audit action plan, and that we do report to the EXCO, the accounting officer, the executives, as well as the audit committee. And on the table below is a typical extract of how the audit action plan looks like. It contains what the findings were, the root causes, what is the action, the recommendation by the AG, and then of course who's responsible, the timelines, and the official, and on the very far right it would be probably the updates that we receive. And the updates is on the following slide, that we had said these are the intervals that we had, is a minimum requirement of reporting. And then the following few slides I am not going to go to, but you'd see here for all these programs what I did was just to list what the actual finding was, and just a high level of each of those programs as to what is contained in those audits. We have obviously the detailed audit action plan, which I am not going to flight at this presentation with your permission, because you can go to the end just until you get to slide, maybe slide 76, 77 is also fine. Yeah, here we've made certain observations. What also combination from what the AG had said, lack of internal controls, performance information remains a concern, supporting evidence not always provided, and these were some of the main reasons that the AG had also lifted in terms of the findings that they had raised. We've also presented a way forward in terms of what we have said, and I explained that in terms of the audit action plan. And if you skip the next slide, there's just a last slide that speaks to consequence management. Again, slide. This is probably the last slide, if I have it correctly, before we say the thank you. But it contains a very high level of the cases currently under misconduct, and also a breakdown there of what is not concluded in this one, or included, apologies, are the consequence management, where we had said in terms of repeat findings of the audit action plan, that has already been issued to the Office of the DG. I submit with that, Chair and Minister. Thank you.
Minister,
Thank you.
I just need your button to be pressed.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chairperson. Just some few points, and I'll try and keep it as short as possible. Firstly, that an unqualified audit opinion for the financial statements, I think for us is a good continuation of what has been done, and I think it basically means that we have been presenting our books fairly, and that there is, and that this is, for the third consecutive year that we, have achieved clean audits, and that there's no material non-compliance in terms of financial management and legislation, but also that the financial performance. I know the CET
colleges are quite eager to, get themselves into the AGSA's portfolio, but that's the improvement which we want to note, and also the improvement in our TVET colleges, I think 5 out of 12. And the universities, with about 17 of them having received, 15 having received clean audits, and so on. But when we had the conversation, Chairperson, with the AG, which I also want to reiterate some of the points here, was, what are the issues that are keeping us awake, which we need to attend to urgently. And I think the first agent one is in terms of our information systems. This is not in order of priority, but I think these are the agent one. We have to fix the TVET miss, ensure that the SETMIS, which is the Community Education and Training, and SETMIS. I had, so in the first few days, we had an engagement with all the branches in the department, and all of them expressed hope around the MICT project. And I immediately met with the CEO of MICT to get a sense of what progress have they made, and the intention being to use that as the platform to begin to integrate all the other services, within the CETAs. And yes, they have indicated that they are ready, but not fully for the entire sector. And our intention is to issue a directive to all the CETAs. We've asked, their coordinating structure to meet with MICT to look at what progress have they made, and whether, can we put a limit in terms of either the extension of existing contracts, or, limiting the period within which they can enter into new contracts until such time that this system is fixed. We are also working on, finalizing the secondment of a chief information officer, and we hope that that will be, concluded as soon as possible, because with the department being the coordinating structure, the heart, where in every vein spread out, be it to CETAs, to TVET colleges, to universities, and to community colleges, and in terms of the entire system, we have to fix that nerve center. And so that's what's urgent, getting warm bodies in there, and also giving them a program around coordinating our entire, digital infrastructure. So that's our agent thing. The second agent thing is, I think, filling up all the other critical vacancies. The commitment from, corporate services is that by the first quarter of 2026, we would have made some progress in filling up very key vacancies, including that of the CFO, and as I said, of GITO, and so we see this as one of the agent tasks. We've also asked the DDGs themselves to take responsibility in terms of the recruitment and filling of vacancies in their branches, so that it is not just the responsibility of the corporate services, but it should be a collective responsibility. Some misstatements, and so I think one of the things, which is the third thing, one of the things which we'll have to do is how we ensure that there is constant monitoring on a quarterly basis. We do receive the reports, but I think attention has to be paid in terms of, making sure that we are not surprised at the end. Fourthly, we have asked the DG to, together with the DDGs, work on fixing the APPs. We had hoped that by this meeting we would present a framework, in terms of the existing APP. We may have missed the window of opportunity for the review of the APP, but even though, for compliance purposes, we may have missed that opportunity, but we think that we need to do right so that our performance is measured on the basis of that. And so we're going to involve even DPME and everybody else so that we have proper performance indicators and that we're able to to respond into. In terms of infrastructure, which has been one of our major weaknesses, the intention is to coordinate. We have noted some of the points, Sefako Mahatu, Kharsibande, but also some of the universities pulling back on the student housing infrastructure program. The big issue, Chair, is for us to build internal capacity, not just for the construction of new projects, but for the maintenance of new projects. I mean, what we found at Fort Hare was weaknesses around supply chain, weaknesses around maintenance, and so on. But also that we cannot allow the sector to plan for the country. So anybody comes up and say, we need a university of medical science, I mean, a medical faculty, here. We need a TVET college there. We need, our infrastructure plan has to be centrally coordinated. And similarly, so should our maintenance. So some level of capacity have to be developed at a national level for us to oversee, the infrastructure programs and roll out, that is happening. And this also includes digital infrastructure. If we are to meet the expectations that society has on us in terms of the number of students who should be absorbed into the system, physical infrastructure is not going to be the only solution, and so digital, infrastructure is going to be there. And so this is one of the things that we're going to deeply look at, and then consequence management. To look into where there have been problems where people need to account. And I think follow through as it relates to that. And it's not just about financial misconduct. It's also about, performance-related misconduct. Finally, I had the AG's concern, and I'm sure you may share this similar concern around the CETAs. There has been some improvement in terms of financial management, but we, the concern around the accounting authorities, we have put those in place on the 29th of September, 30th of September, some of them. So accounting authorities are in place. We have started in earnest with the process of the appointment of CETA board chairs. We have separated the processes, but we've now started with the process for the appointment of CETA chairpersons. And so we hope that within a short space of time, we would have concluded this process and have fully functional accounting authorities in place in the CETAs. But to support that, Chair, we have set up a reference group that will look into how we can, accelerate the implementation of the what do they call them? SHIPs, strategic high impact projects from the CETAs, which is the summit that you spoke about amongst other things, but also the general review of CETAs and what reforms are needed. And I think with time we will brief the portfolio committee, and that the same thing applies with the NSF. And then our major priority, finally, Chair, would inevitably and has to inevitably be, the NSFAS. We're quite worried that, yes, compared to the previous board and under administration, they've asked for less time in terms of when they want to submit, but still them not having met the deadline is something that we are looking at closely. And I fully agree that it reflects badly. If students are not getting their allowances, and here in Parliament we're saying they haven't, NSFAS hasn't even submitted their it's a question of trust So those are some of the points that we, are going to be, attending to. So I thought I should make those points, Chair. The committee is right that if we have an audit action plan, it has to be followed through. So we're going to be keeping the DG and whoever is responsible for the implementation of the audit action plan moving forward to constantly report on the progress that they are making, and if there's a need for us to make interventions at any given point, that we do so. Thank you for your indulgence, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just two things. One, the Chair of Chairs has given us communique to all chairpersons indicating that from now on our meetings must end around 12:30 because we have members who then are supposed to attend debate in Parliament who arrive late. So we're going to be very strict on time. So when we tell you it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we're going to be very strict. That is number one. Number two, it won't help you to bring an 80-page presentation. You look at what message have we asked you to communicate, and you compress it into, if it means 20 slides, let it be 20 slides. Because when we say to you, I mean, Minister, you said 30, you said you wanted 20 minutes, they said 30. I gave them 45. They still did not listen, finish. And how we present colleagues, there are certain points that, honestly, even though you want to make a point be heard, there are certain points that we should concentrate on, which I think we missed an opportunity to do so. The second part, Minister, is that you said it's 3 years in a row that the department has gotten a clean audit. I think that's not an accurate statement. You've gotten an unqualified with findings consecutively. A clean audit is unqualified without findings. So I thought I must just clarify that part so that when members come in, we also speak about it. But the issue of performance, I know you are going to join that meeting with Investor Free State. When we come back, you might not be here. The issue of performance of the department, it's a worrying matter. And if you in your closing you said you might have missed the window to update the APP, again it will be a worrying matter because when we had a conversation with the department earlier in the year after they presented, there were points or rather the targets that they put there which we asked them, okay, so with this one, let's say you achieve this target. What impact are you going to be doing in society? I mean, if, for an example, you are a Department of Higher Education and Training, Statistics South Africa addresses the nation and says, we've got 30% unemployment in this country. Your job is to produce graduates and who are going to be, needed by the job market. There are others, commentators, who come and say, no, the quality of what we produce is not recognized by industry. No problem. What is then, when I put in a target, I must say, okay, out of this 9% that Stats SA says they've got degrees and are unemployed, what degrees do they have? Do we have the need in the market? Is the market looking for those? Yes or no? If it says no, then why do you then put a target to say, I want to produce 1,000 more of these people? Where are they going to work? So you will reach your target of having 1,000 graduates. But how are they going to make an impact in society? So when we produce targets, or when we think about targets, the targets must be impact-based. So we must say, okay, Council for Higher Education. We have industry says to us we need civil engineers. And the ones that we have, the courses that we have on civil engineering, the graduates can only work in South Africa because, or they can't access the market in China, in the, first world countries because the courses that are being taught here in South Africa. I'm making an example, and I'm not saying this is the fact. I'm just saying as an example. The courses that this graduate comes out having learned were not AI infused. So there's no artificial intelligence in the course. There's no, fourth industrial revolution, and therefore we then have a problem of these graduates of ours accessing the job market outside of South Africa. What then should we do? We then put a target. We say, Council for Higher Education, go develop, or if you develop products, or when you pass products, when you accredit courses, you say the courses that I'm going to accredit as a target of Council for Higher Education, the courses that I'm going to accredit are now going to be course X, Y, and Z, which is what I think we're trying to do with the QCTO. So we're trying to do it on one side, but we're not doing it, so the usefulness of our targets must make sense going forward. CITAS, for an example, as a last example. You say you want to train 300,000 people on skills programs. So let's look at those that we have trained. Where are they? Where are they absorbed? That they don't absorb? Why are they not absorbed? It means we are training them for the streets. Why must we have a target of 300,000 more that we want to train for the streets? So it means, even though there might not be anything wrong with that course, but it's not helping us achieve the intended purpose. What do we then do? Let's not have 300,000 on skills program, short skills program. Let's have 300,000, or maybe that's ambitious. Let's have 40,000 on artisans instead of having 300,000 on this. So the targets that we put must make sense internally and externally. And I think those are the two examples that I wanted to speak. You might not be back, Minister, by when we resume. So I thought I must just give you that. By the time you come back, we will tell you how we're closing. But the presentations of departments, and we're going to show you now, we're going to show them again. You will not be here. But when you report to us in Q1, so this annual report is a culmination of 4 quarters. You report to us every quarter. We say, come report Q1, 24-25, Q2, 24-25. The reasons that the department gives us in these quarters, when you look at it now, they are different. So you ask yourself, so were you lying then or you are lying now? Because the reasons can't be the same, can't be different. I did not, the RPL or what? No, let's some framework. RPL framework, reason X. No problem. You get to the end of the year, that thing was not achieved. Reason is now Y. So it has now moved from X. The Imbali precinct, for an example, that we're talking about, it's a target that was not achieved. It was put as on a Q4. It was a target for Q4. We're given a different answer. We went to DUT. Where DUT? We said, DUT, explain. The department said, you could not do this because you did not have capacity. Part of what they said. You guys could not manage this project. They were looking at each other as if we're not okay. The VC said, hey, there's a guy, I forgot, Kumal or somebody, CEO of the prison. Maybe it's him who knows. Us as DUT, we don't know. In a meeting. In a meeting. they don't know. The department says it's them. In the meeting, they say they don't know. Now the department, they put it in this slide. In this slide now, they've changed from what they said that time. Maybe because they listened to that meeting, because we streamed that meeting of ours. They've changed the reason. So when you know what, I don't know, Minister, I know it's not you, but somebody in the department must tell us, in this instance, who would have, maybe Manzini, because we are acting DG, I see you're sitting next to the Minister. So maybe here, for presenting inaccurate, in fact saying inaccurate will be too late, for presenting something that we know is not the truth. Who must we then hold accountable? Because we've said this thing before. When quarter 2 was being presented to us, well, quarter 3 performance, the department deliberately lied to us. Lie. By changing an APP. It's there, it's an APP that was presented in Parliament. It was not amended. They then, on the presentation, they put a lie. They say that higher education, what is this thing? HEA, the Act, supposed to be submitted to Parliament. This is on the APP of the same department, to Parliament on the 31st of December 2024. They don't achieve that. They then come in a meeting, they want to lie. They say, no, the target was not this one. The target was this act submitted to the minister. The target said was supposed to be submitted to Parliament. They come, and we ask them in the meeting, who amongst you is lying to us, so that we can, and we said we are giving you 3 months, go and check who made that mistake, and there must be consequence management, because this is not a typing error. This was a deliberate act of lying. People changing targets on the presentation. On this one, you will not be a minister. We are going to show them a number of inconsistencies again from the department. And they will have to answer us. Because, honestly speaking, this department, man, let's take lunch. It's 10 to 2. We will be back at 20 to 3. Thanks. Let's be back at 3:30, colleagues. Oh, 2:30. Yeah, you see, it's
all the various stakeholders that we interact with, particularly from the student side, in terms of increasing the accessibility and the ease of processes within the NSFAS. Obviously, if you start such processes, there will be teething problems or challenges, but we hope that as we grow, we should be in a position to address some of those shortcomings. But I will allow DDG Sotikwa just to highlight on some of these matters that relates to NSFAS. We do acknowledge, of course, some of these challenges that have been highlighted by Honorable Christians. DDG Sotikwa.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start off by saying that the current executive, the acting CEO, is stroke accounting officer, is effectively overseeing an audit process over which he did not manage, which has made it extremely difficult. But on top of that, he is dealing largely with what we call the problem of the closeout report, which was a necessity initiated by the AG, and it started looking at the financials going back to, I think, 2017. And they've still not concluded. We just actually received a letter from the NSFAS where they've asked us to intervene because some universities are simply not able to generate the accounting information, the historic accounting information that they need to finalize the closeout report. Nevertheless, NSFAS has been supported. They appointed external firm, I think it's KPMG, to assist them to fast-track the finalization of the closing report. And unfortunately, that closing report is what adds to NSFAS' inability to finalize its annual financial statements. I can tell you, as the board of NSFAS, extensive scrutiny was undertaken of NSFAS financials. If I remember, the board started working at 8 in the morning. The meeting continued right until, I think, roughly 1800 hours, continued against the next day, just scrutinizing NSFAS financials. And I think it was a really good decision to have 3 chartered accountants on the board because they do help with that independent scrutiny. So we hope that the final set of financials given to the AG and scrutinized by the AG more, I think they are currently with you because in our records they were submitted to the AG on 3rd of October. This is what NSFAS has reported to us. We hope we will get a slight improvement in performance. Then in terms of governance, in addition to the established norms of setting up a finance committee, HR committee, to support the work of the executives in NSFAS, the board also established an ethics committee precisely to look at all the issues tied around, to ethics. You will know that so many of NSFAS matters, procurement matters, are sitting in different court processes. And we're still waiting for the outcomes of those processes. So there have been multiple interventions at different instances. Will the turnaround be effective immediately? I don't think so, because of the historical lag in clearing the challenges within NSFAS. I'm hoping that the board, the acting CEO, will come and report on the interventions brought through by the assistance of a body in SARS. I just forget their name now. that is assisting with the organizational realignment. The GTEC, sorry, that's the name of the company from SARS. So GTEC is assisting with the organizational realignment, with the systems redesign, reconfiguring, helping NSFAS reconfiguring its ICT needs. And we hope to see better results following that work. It's certainly work underway. It won't be concluded in this financial year. And then lastly, on top of that, we've just embarked on an extensive recruitment strategy to get the right capacity for the right units, prioritized ICT and risk management. So the CIR, which is the Chief Information Risk Officer, and CIO, those two positions have been prioritized. We hope with the support of the Minister of Finance that the salary framework for this talent will be approved. Other than that, I think it's work underway. It's change is not as fast as many would expect. It's incremental, and I hope once given the opportunity, the board can report in far more detail than I have on the effects of these steps that have been undertaken in the last 8 months. The Minister gave the board 60 days to finalize their turnaround strategy, and it is due for presentation to the Minister, and I know also to Cabinet. So that's as far as I can report on the multiple steps that have been taken to address some of the challenges in NSFAS.
Yeah, honorable questions. I paused your time long time ago because I realized they were not answering your question.
Yeah.
Then I stopped the time. The question DDG was, she says she keeps on writing to NSFAS asking for questions on 1, 2, 3, 4. There are no responses coming. Why is that the case?
I wouldn't know. I was just drafting an email to the CFO, to the acting CEO, to ask him why he has not responded to the parliamentary questions following the last session.
Okay. And the second one is, you said, between you and or NSFAS wrote to you, saying some universities, NSFAS wants you to help with some universities who can't generate historic financial reports to conclude the, what do you call this thing? The closeout report. That is strange, because these universities, they do have reports when it comes to student debt. They are telling us it's 21 billion. They've got reports. But they don't have this historic report when they are supposed to account properly. So this 21 billion, this historic debt, these letters that these universities write to students saying you owe us this much, they have those ones. And these are the same, just a compilation of this report that they're supposed to be given to these auditors. How is that possible?
Chair, we can only take from what we get from the auditors, KPMG, that NSFAS has deployed to assist with the closeout report. And until the financial data is comprehensive, they simply cannot conclude that. So I would venture to say that I think it is really, really good that the AG appoints the external auditors for the universities. However, we are concerned around the systems used for reporting financials. This is now at DHET level, excluding NSFAS. We are concerned. We went as far as, I think, 2 weeks ago, or was it a week ago, we wrote to the universities asking for audit action plans because of, our concerns around regressing audit outcomes. So to say that, or to have the impression that they, all universities have this problem, my answer is no. Do some? The answer is yes, and some have persistently had this problem. Others certainly more disaffected than others, and we've, we only hope that we can ensure that the external auditors are doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is why I welcomed your decision this morning that as you invite universities to come to Parliament, you'll be inviting the external auditors. And maybe we'll get a better sense of what is going on. But we also had a meeting with the AG around the issue of external auditors for universities. And the powers around that the AG has around these external auditors and the protocols they have in place. I hope they can tell you more about how they regulate the external auditors for universities. But we can only work with the data before us, and that is the views of KPMG at the moment, that via NSFAS, that the data is not helping them to conclude fast enough.
Okay. So you are saying, okay, DDG, maybe Zulu, maybe help us. We want to move away from it.
No, thanks, Chair. I think in relation to the NSFAS closeout, that what could have probably give us challenges in terms of the proper reconciliations between institutions and NSFAS. The pronouncement in 2017, NSFAS is not ready in terms of their systems to move from the loan system to a bursary system, but also to broaden the amount of beneficiaries at that time. So all happens at once. There's no system. What then NSFAS does in order to process under pressure was to run some of these processes outside of the system that they had, which will mean that you will probably be running this on an Excel spreadsheet. And you know what could happen with an Excel spreadsheet. Today is 5,000, tomorrow can be 50,000. So some of these historical records cannot be reconciled. And I think you'll find that from the institutions themselves, they would have received, at the time, NSFAS was doing a lot of upfront payments, but you would have not had already allocated students. It was just to make sure that everyone that is there is assisted. So that could have created another backlog again. So now to come back and reconcile is a bit of a challenge. But maybe with the advice of IAG as well and how we deal with such, could actually bring us closer to that closeout report and to close it. But also the exercise that SIU is doing, I think it is assisting in a way, although it should have been driven by the institutions and NSFAS, because they do have their own financial people who can be able to do these recons on a constant, continuous basis, because it looks like they have to wait for the financial year to do that, which should be happening perhaps on a monthly basis. And I think those are some of the shortcomings that are leading to these delays in dealing with this closeout report. But I think with what the DDG is explaining, maybe with the auditors as well, they could probably assist us in closing this, because it is creating a problem in terms of the historical records. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, it's just that you have not answered. So the NSFAS says to the department, help us with these universities, let's say 10 universities, because they are not giving us, they claim that they can't generate historical financial reports so that we can close this problem. Let's leave KPMG. That's what KPMG says to these ones, to NSFAS, right? That should not be us now saying we've got a problem with this, or insinuating we've got a problem with the independent auditors. They brought a report that says University X, that has a fully functional finance department, says they don't have the records of Tebogo between 2017 and 2020. I'm making an example. But this same university sends Tebogo a message every month with the lawyers. They've handed over the debt of Tebogo to this debt review people. So you can't say you don't have the records. Mara, you claim you have, what do they call it? This debt, historic debt of 21 billion. So how do we, okay, so if you don't have these historic records, how do you conclude that our historic debt is 21 billion? Because you have calculated from somewhere. UKZN said what? 800 million. Our historic debt is 800, if you exclude student rest, 800 million. How do they get it? How do they get to it? And it's because they've got this financial, all of them, all this, there's no university in South Africa that has said they've got zero historic debt because they don't have the records. How is that possible? And it's not, I'm going to give you DDG to answer this question. How is that possible? You have historic debt that can only be generated from this financial record. It can't be generated from anywhere. Maybe AG must help me. You guys are people of accounting. Maybe we're not accountants. Historic debts. University says 100 students owe me 10,000 rands. It comes from what? From their financial statements. So they send each student, now you're studying law, 140,000 a year, you've paid 90,000, you owe us 50,000. Then they put it in their master financial, system. So it will say, student Tebogo, 50,000. Right? So they should have, then at the bottom they will say 300 million, and I'm owed by students. Right? And as far as paid, you know who you have. In fact, I think when we go deep on this thing, we'll find that this institution are withholding certificates, degrees of these students when they should not be. University of Free State, UJ, they paid about 400 and 450 million back, right, to NSFAS, which is the money that was sitting with them. And this is the money that was put within this period. And NSFAS would have put money, say, go and fund these students. Go and fund those students, because our system is still a mess. There was an abrupt decision taken immediately that we must do free education, no problem. Take 50 million up front, make sure students access university. Universities don't accept the student. They say, no, you don't have a registration fee, whatever the reasons, they don't allow them. Then we come and do this accounting. Then we realize that they owe us. Others are saying we owe them. These ones who are saying we owe them, is that a form? Oh. These others who are saying NSFAS owes them, TDG, they should, okay, NSFAS, because it's an accounting issue, NSFAS will pay them. Right? It's a close-out project. We are balancing each other. So there's no way NSFAS won't pay them. So NSFAS will take responsibility. Why are they still keeping the students' certificates? Because we should be saying, no, we should be saying, it's not this kid who owe you. It's the sponsor, and the sponsor agrees that they owe you, they are going to pay you. Why must those ones' certificates be held? It's a different question. This one, there's no historic that can be. This the department. I'm interested to hear. So, what is the plan of the department on getting that information? Because for me, it's a story. It's a story. There's no way that any university now, maybe Forte can do it now because the admin block has bent down. But there should be no one who says, I don't know how to account for the money that you gave me because I don't have those papers. Because it should have been NSFAS that was in a mess, not the university. The university finances or department should have been still proper. You can answer to the general, give Honorable Christians back.
Yes, so we are drafting a letter. We received this from the CEO of NSFAS. We are drafting a letter to appeal to the universities to help the conclusion of this process, to ensure that students receive a timely support. Failing which we will have to introduce other interventions, of course working within the legal framework to assist those universities who are struggling. But NSFAS has given us the full list. I know DDG would have also received a list for TVETs. I have received the list for universities who we really need to push, because this would be this, in effect, we've sent these letters to universities before. I can tell you from the list here, there are some who really do, who have problems. And Forte is one of them. The other one was MUT. MUT, I can tell you up front, is really struggling financially. And most likely, the newer universities who we continue to support. So we will continue to assist us as much as we can with this process. But of course, having done this before, because I think the acting CEO is not aware that we had sent out letters before, we will have to visit those institutions and see what is stalling the process on their side. That's what we plan to do immediately, because this is also impacting, it's not just NSFAS financials and balance sheets, it's also impacting NSFAS ability to raise funds from donors, because every donor wants to ensure that the recipient has their books in order. So it's also impacting NSFAS at that level. We have indicated, at least as the department, that we really want this COP closed at the end of this financial year.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a comment, that while we are not opposed to the decentralization, it is issues like this that makes you question whether, the systemic challenges within NSFAS will be relieved after decentralization, because they are systemic. So what is going to change once decentralization takes place? Nothing is going to change, because it's the same people with the same problems, and we just don't get the answers. So something else needs to change within NSFAS. Part of the documentation that I asked the acting CEO for was the relocation policy of the staff. He said he would have it for me. He said he has it, and I would get it immediately. I have not received it. He also said that he would give an in-depth clarity and documentation around staff consultation that took place. I did not receive that either. And I'm wondering now if those even exist. Just a question, and if you don't have the answer for it, you can tell us the answer at another time. But the acting CEO, Mr. Karim, is he a non-executive director of UNISA Enterprise? Is the question I have.
No, the alarm, I think the NCOP is adjourning, or should.
Yes.
So,
Should I just carry on? I'm sure they can hear me too.
the problem is we're recording.
Oh.
And we might have a problem there. We always come back to our meetings that we recorded when we meet with the department again. So we also want to hear this part. So maybe let's wait a bit. Let me go check. The last time we thought it was NCOP and it was a threat. Let me just go and check. Maybe let's 5 minutes. Yeah, just 5 minutes.
We need another session to speak. How did you even maintain the general development? If you compare one again, you realize it is supposed to be a councillor somewhere in the front. Was that the field? No, you can see Mkunazi would know this guy grew up here, he knows this thing. It's his bread and butter. But that one you can see with this one. Supposed to be a councillor company for potholes.
case, we can see the lambs in the street. We want to open a case in the police station. The guy is very Which one? Left-handed and it was stopped. No, there were a lot of complaints we were receiving. So we were checking for each officer. So what did our team find? Sometimes when we check it, make these changes. No, you're not. For that.
Honorable Christians, you can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, what I'm going to do is I'm going to list each program and I'm going to then ask the relevant questions to the relevant program managers and they can then come afterwards and answer them. So in program 1, Chair, we saw there that they had an unqualified with findings due to non-compliance with supply chain management. The AG also noted that there was ineffective leadership responses, recurring control deficiencies, and slow filling of vacancies, especially in finance and supply chains. So the performance target on procurement for persons with disabilities only achieved 4.92% versus 7%, showing poor transformation. So my question to program 1 is, how does the department justify repeating the same admin audit findings every year with weak leadership responses, late financial statements, non-compliance, spending 99% of its budget, and who has been held personally accountable for these persistent internal control failures? For program 2, here we see that the program, very ambitious infrastructure and system targets were set without any or very little delivery capacity. Only 5 of the 16 targets were achieved, despite as well here a 99.5% budget that was spent. Now we saw with the presentation that was made with regard to the most pressing matter at the moment, university infrastructure and student housing, the Mbali precinct, completion date has been moved. The TUT Giyani and Unizulu Ilundu construction did not commence due to contractor disruptions. Student housing, the target was 5,000 beds. However, only half of that was achieved, and some universities even withdrew from the SHIP program due to its affordability. Here the AG flagged poor indicator design, unreliable evidence, inadequate performance. So my question here to program 2 is, why does program 2, which is really there for driving policy, planning and coordination, continue to barely achieve a third of its targets while spending almost every cent? And when will the department introduce an evidence-based planning tool with credible baselines to end the cycle of planning without delivery? Against a very dismal performance by program 2, even though most of the money was spent. University education, now here, I mean, we've all got huge problems. 58% of the targets were achieved, despite a near full expenditure. Now, the red flags are many. Infrastructure projects, weak monitoring of university grants, inadequate response to government failures in institutions like Fort Hare and Free State that we've seen now. So my question really, centers around the most recent issues of unrest at the University of the Free State. So we've seen the protests there, and it stems from financial stress. Students are reacting to fee systems and funding bottlenecks. So given that the UFS is protesting changes to registration and funding, How did your audit detect whether the Department of Higher Education and Training's funding formulas, including your provisional registration and NSFAS processes themselves, have control gaps that continue to feed this type of instability? Fort Hare, same thing. Leadership is not held accountable. There is frustration on the ground with the students. The students have protested that the VC steps down. My question is, what has been done so far? Has the institution been flagged for its repeated findings? We've heard again, it was just mentioned now that this was a university that was flagged as non-compliant in handing over certain financials. Infrastructure, the precincts that were supposed to be built, the housing for students, the delays in that, what mitigation is built in order to see to it that these are actually completed on time so as to prevent future unrest. Program 4, with regard to TVETs, now half of TVET colleges, that is 50%, very concerning, received qualified or unqualified audits with findings. Recurring issues, once again, year after year, asset management, procurement, incomplete learning data. The AG has highlighted poor infrastructure delivery, unspent funds, especially for student accommodation, again, and equipment. We've heard a short presentation by the AG where the AG mentioned the Northern Cape Urban TVET College. The Northern Cape Urban TVET College has come up again and again with irregularities, yet it does not have a conclusion. My question is, why can't we conclude the Northern Cape Urban TVET College issued? A 5 million rand tender is unaccounted for. Hostels are closed for 5 years with no answer. There are violent protests with the head office burnt down recently. I think it was in this year, their central office. All linked to NSFAS allowance delays and directly accountable also to the management at the Northern Cape Urban TVET College. It's a direct symptom of the Department of Higher Education and Training's oversight failure. So, my question is, when will you see to it that Northern Cape Urban FET College actually accounts for what has happened? And when will they come and account for that? Lastly, Chair, because I feel a lot of my time was taken.
I've actually given you more time.
Have you? I just have a question on the CETs, the community colleges, Chair. Just a statement there that 0 out of 4 CET community learning centers completed due to site changes. Why are the sites? This is one of our most important learning programs because it actually goes across the board, all ages. Why is it taking so long for community colleges to get off the ground? There's poor internal controls, inconsistent reporting in enrollments, infrastructure, resources. So my question there is, what is going to happen with this program? It shows that 2/3 of colleges achieved clean audits, yet systemic weaknesses have persisted. And what are we going to ensure? Just to ensure credible reporting and to expand access for out-of-school youth and adults. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Manzino responding.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. I think I'll request the respective program leaders to respond to their respective questions, starting with program 1.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Acting DG. Program 1 is constituted by the Office of the CFO as well as corporate services. So I would be responding to the one that the Honourable Member Christians had referred to in terms of the people with disabilities, the target that we have not achieved in the year under review. We had since, in fact, we had struggled quite with that throughout the year to achieve it. So what we had committed at that time is to have an engagement with the National Treasury and the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities to assist us. And first and foremost, the engagement that we had with National Treasury is to understand why is it that we are struggling and not necessarily looking at what other departments are doing, but to help us how we can achieve it. And the meeting that I had was with the head of the CSD, the supplier database of the National Treasury, and that confirmed that, and I have a presentation to that effect, that less than 1% of registered suppliers on the CSD, and that is a problem. So if you have less than 1%, I don't know what the total is of the amount of suppliers there. So that's a contributing factor. In our engagement with the National Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities, we had asked them to also give us an indication, do you have a database of suppliers for people with disability? And they had indicated they don't have a formal one, but the one that they have is not necessarily business that are registered into the supplier database. So the conclusion of that is that we had, and that was part and parcel of our reporting, is to have this open day, which we are also pursuing, to have an open day to invite from at least their database and that we have, to encourage them to register on the database. The one issue that we have not prominently dealt with is that there was some claim by the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities that seemingly they have been reported that people with disabilities were saying that if they register on the database, that somehow it impacts them if they receive grants, because apparently it negatives impact them. Now, I have not confirmed that with the Department of Social Development, and that's the meeting that is still outstanding, Jay. What we have since then said is we remain with where we are. We've looked at the targets. I think we have lowered the target, but the intention is not just to achieve it because we want to right-size it there, is to now closely monitor it. Instead of monthly, we're doing it now weekly so that we can see what's happening there. Instead of where there was an official allocated to do the sourcing, we now have a team to look at it so that we can prioritize where are we struggling. And the prioritization is in the fashion of, it is people with disabilities, it is youth, and it's women. Those are the three issues. If I look at our Q1, we have again had an overachievement, but I see what the tendency has been. In the 1 month, it seems that on the two other targets we achieve much higher, and then suddenly on the other three or the other two, it's low. So it weighs itself out only at the end of the financial year, which is not the desired effect, Honourable Chair. But at least when I look now, we just finished the Q2 of this current financial year, and it looks way better. In fact, I've combined it with your Q1 and Q2, and I think that's where we are. There are other struggles, and I'm not going to go to the infinite detail of it. You would have, for example, where we have suppliers who are not rated for BEE, but we're doing business with them because they are on contracts, transversal contracts of the Treasury and the CETAs. And we're compelled to use this. Now it negatively impacts my business because when I start procuring from them, they hike the total price, but they have no contribution there. So the higher your total is, and you have to compare for a specific group, it just negatively impacts the calculation thereof. Chair, that is the one on the people with disabilities. On the other portion, I don't know, DHET, John? Sorry, Gwenda will speak to.
Your last part, you are saying businesses of people with disabilities hike their price. Can you just repeat that last part? I want to hear what you're saying.
No, I'm saying if we do business with companies who are not BEE registered, in other words, they have no contribution to any of our targets, it means it increases the total of the value of procurement that we do, but it has no impact in the value of any of the other targets that we have. So automatically, my percentage of achieving that specific targets are negatively impacted.
So you are saying you then don't prefer working with companies with no BEE scorecard?
No, Chair. There are some of these suppliers who are on contract. If I just take something like CETA contracts, for as a national department, we are compelled to utilize SITA. And if a supplier is there that's registered there that we're supposed to use in terms of circulation and they don't have BEE, it really is a challenge. If I look at, there are others also, National School of Government, Government Printing Works, etc. Some of them are in that particular boat. I've had some of them where they are organs of state. I try to have, I've in fact with one tried to engage them to see what is it that they are going to do to get registered in terms of BE, so that there is contribution, because sure, if it affects me negatively, there must be other departments, national, who are also negatively impacted in that regard, Chair. That's what the point I was trying to make. Thanks.
Well, I'm happy.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Indeed, we have struggled in the previous financial year with the filling of positions. And contributing to the challenges that we have encountered was the operating model where everything was centralized at head office, including the high vacancy rate within corporate services. But we have since implemented measures to mitigate the risk that will have materialized in the previous financial year. We've had now mapped the processes in recruitment. We've embarked on a process of role delineation within the recruitment and selection team. We've now set up a dedicated team that is focusing on positions in TVET, a dedicated team looking at CET, a dedicated team looking at university education, and we are managing the filling of positions. But we've also decentralized the function to the regions. So positions which are in the colleges and in the regions have now been decentralized, making it possible for us to implement multiple recruitment processes across the department. And we are beginning to see the positive of the measures that we have implemented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for those questions. Definitely, we, for the very first time since I joined the department, the planning branch did not perform well, as you've indicated. I'll start with infrastructure and reiterate maybe some of the comments that the Minister made, but without being repetitive. We've battled with the following. Number one, we were definitely ambitious in terms of planning for infrastructure across the board. But what we had also hoped for is that in planning for infrastructure across the PSET system, we would get resources, additional resources from National Treasury. As I've mentioned previously before, is that we got cuts, yes, for poor performance on our part and also poor oversight. But we also got cuts because despite giving a program management capacity support to universities, TVET colleges and CETs, there's been very poor expenditure. And so National Treasury's view was that we needed to have a cuts. And as I also mentioned before, there are universities just, for example, like UKZN and so forth, who pulled out of programs which we felt were very, very important for them as capacity. For example, the agreements we entered into with DBSA for the student housing infrastructure program, saying that they don't have capacity. We've also had to deal quite a lot especially during the reporting period with cost escalations from service providers. I've lost count, Honorable Member, of instances where I've had to approach the CFO. He can correct me, but where I've had to approach the CFO about the extent to which service providers write and say we need cost escalation for a number of reasons. I'll give you maybe one or two. For example, a service provider will write and say, in trying to build a particular facility, I've been approached by people from the community who want a cut in the work that I do. And then they then say a cost escalation, for example, is about 10 million and things like that. Or they will then say we were affected by a community that is resistant in terms of our appointments of members of the community, and we cannot complete our project in a particular time. Or there is vandalization of their work, and that, I believe, is also affected by what I raised earlier on about our limitations in terms of being able to monitor the infrastructure and the plans that we are trying to put in place to ensure that we are able to have better oversight in terms of all of the infrastructure programs that we've got in place. So we've had infrastructure cuts, we've had to deal with cost escalations, we've had to deal with budget cuts from National Treasury. Just to give an example, when I joined the department in 2020, I had about 8 billion in terms of allocations for infrastructure. That is separate from what you get from NSF, which also invests in infrastructure. Right now, I only have about 3.8 for infrastructures, hence the ambition that we have had, and us being unable to build as we should have and we could have. It's a fault on our part, and we could have done better, but also we've worked with institutions where we have allocated funds and they've not been spent, and then they've held on to funds and also held on to interest and things like that. And the other question that you also asked is the extent to which, correct me if I'm wrong, I think indirectly, Honorable Member, you were asking why a program like mine wouldn't be far more careful about planning better if its core mandate is about planning. This is something we are working on. We did have a review of the APP in September. It is not complete, as the Minister indicated. We do have to strengthen our APP, but almost all of the DDGs here went to a program that was set up by my team that's responsible for planning to look at the indicators that we have got and the targets. But this is a program that is currently ongoing, and we are relying as well on a DPME, who we are hoping will assist us to do much better than we have done in terms of the planning as it currently stands, not only for us, but also for all of the other programs. But it also touches on the entities that we work with. For example, we have to sign off on SLAs from CETAs, and we have to look at how much those are linked to the MTDP, the strat plan, and the APP moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah. So you are saying what is the reason UKZN pulled out?
They said that they don't have resources, they don't have capacity, and they can't continue with the SHIP program. At some point, Chair, they also even asked, even though we'd given them money, they said that they want to reduce the number of beds that we had wanted to fund them for.
This was on the implementation part.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, so planning, okay.
We can send you documentation to that effect.
Yeah, no, the problem is the planning. Because if I were to plan to have 10 spaza shops in townships around South Africa, I will not say I've got 5,000 rands. Therefore, I need 10,000. Because the first thing I must do is to go and say, in Kukuletu, how much can I rent with? In Kwamash, how much is rent? In Soweto, how much is rent? And then when I compare, I will say, okay, on rent alone, I'll need more than 5,000 for 7 spaza shops. And therefore, me saying I'm going to have 10 is an ambitious target because the funds that I have will not be enough. So the reason why we have a branch called planning is for us, you see, when you do project management, and I make an example about this. So project management teaches you probably 1 or 2 base things, the starting point and the end point. So when you make a plan, you start at the end point. You say, what is it that I want to achieve? I want to build a school, and this school must be finished 31 March 2027. Then you come down. Where am I now? You're here. I don't have land. I don't have a company that is going, the principal agent. I don't have quantity survey. I don't have geotech report of this site. So this is now the base. This is where you are. This is where you want to go. Then you go, you know, it's maybe it's Andre.
A pyramid?
A pyramid arrangement. When you do project management, they teach you, you must have the basis of understanding the pyramid. But every time when we are dealing with the planning of the department, it creates a problem. So you enters into an agreement with the University of KwaZulu-Natal, for an example, because they've told us that the reason they pulled out is because the servicing of that loan was too high from DBSA. That's what they said last week to us in a meeting. So you went and agreed, it's a plan, it's an APP. We are going to have an agreement with the University of KwaZulu-Natal. We have an agreement with DBSA to build the student accommodation. Then, when you share with the University of KwaZulu, you don't say to them, okay, this amount is going to be 300 million that we borrow here. We are going to pay it over 10 years. These are the terms of conditions. Because they can't say before the project starts that, no, we're no longer going to be part of this thing. It's too expensive. It's not smart planning. Now, on the mitigating factors, you then include some of these institutions that have pulled out. You then say, I'm going to, again now, on an APP, work with them. On that, again, I can tell you now, we've listened to them. I think DHET also withdrew, if I'm not mistaken. But if you listen to them, they are not going to be part of this SHIP program because the planning there of the department is not good. They've said it there, that we are not going to afford to pay this thing. That is one. Number two, you are saying you are now going to rely on the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation They themselves, they've got a department to run. You are saying, no, I'm going to rely on somebody else who have their own job elsewhere to help us do these things. I don't think that's going to assist us. I don't think that's going to assist us. So we must accept that we're not planning well, and we must ask for help. Internal minister, they must ask for help. Or minister, we're drowning here. We're drowning here. Please help us, because honestly, there's those things. Did you just there was something you wanted to add from the last question?
Chair, if I may come in before DDG Sotrika comes through. Our engagement with DPME is about broad planning on the APP, which is legislated. It has to be done precisely as the minister explained it before he excused himself. The guidance that the chair has given us about the issues of why certain universities have pulled out are very much appreciated, and indeed it is what we've got to correct. But as the minister has indicated, we do have to correct our infrastructure planning in a particular way. When we do strat plans and APPs, by law, they have to go through national DPME and then to National Treasury before they come to you. So the guidance, Chair, that you've given us is very much appreciated. But when I mentioned DPME, it was from
You are
their perspective.
repeating that part now for the third time.
No,
You
Chair.
are. You are saying, no, now since I've given you DPME on APP. You've said it now. This was going to be the third time saying the same thing. Did you just quick?
Okay, so Chair, I've managed to confirm that in response to Dr. Christian's question, that Wasim Karim is indeed a non-executive member of the UNISA Enterprise Board. I've just established this from the Chair. And then on the additional question on what has been done so far with regards to University of Free State and University of Fort Hare. I thought Minister covered that extensively in his opening remarks, but I will just add that the universities are close to stabilize the environment. On our side, we've engaged with all stakeholders. Let me start with University of Fort Hare. University of Fort Hare has been on our radar for some time. You'll recall they came to Parliament, and they, through that engagement in Parliament, I think more scrutiny was pointed towards some governance challenges. They were also under post-administration. Post-administration means there was an administrator in place who then provided recommendations which we then had to monitor. The post-administration process came to an end, but we continued to monitor Fort Hare because of the grave signs. You will recall then also the President, through his proclamation, got the SIU on board at Fort Hare, doubling up the efforts of scrutiny and support on various levels at the university. So we are continuing to monitor Fort Hare, particularly on the issue of maintenance and infrastructure. We've gone as far as committing to visit them monthly to see progress, because come March this year, the Vice-Chancellor promised us that he had appointed a whole team of maintenance. He mentioned how many engineers he had on board and so forth, but we didn't see progress on the other side. So, and this was in August. We then decided this was really inadequate. Some of them are truly engineering challenges. For example, the construction of the new waste system was not properly configured with a local infrastructure in Fort Hare. So the department advanced, I think it was 300 million, figures are subject to correction, to assist with managing waste, but you do need some investment from the province to ensure the whole others community has a proper system in place. So, but that just doesn't justify anything. The maintenance plan has not been in place. The council, in their recent report to the department, indicated that they've established a steercom that will oversee maintenance. On our side, it's not sufficient, so our team will be going in monthly to check that, especially after the disaster, the natural disaster, the storm, damaged infrastructure further. Now in 2022 or 2021, and they still haven't recovered from that. Some of this work, let me also indicate the maintenance work, comes from, it's structured by the insurer. So with the disaster that came in 2021, the insurance then had to repair some of the tasks. And of course, I think the synchronization with internal capacity at Fort Hare just didn't bring progress. So we'll be monitoring that on a monthly, particularly around the issue of infrastructure, working with DHET's team. Hope that correction will see positive effects. The university also gave us assurance that they had bought new stoves and so forth, equipment to support the residences, and we hope to see that installed. We just hope none of this was torched in the process of the destruction that took place. And then we've also awaiting a plan on how they will save this academic year, as Minister reported earlier on, which is crucial to us because the investment is billions in rands to the university, which we can't go to waste. They've indicated come end of December, no matter what, all students would have written. So, and we hope that those results will then be released. So the Vice-Chancellor has indicated he has a plan in place. Then UFS, we've had extensive engagements with various role players. The Vice-Chancellor has indicated she's having several meetings with the students to get to some solution. From where we are sitting and knowing the views of the students on the other side, we have advised that a mediator be considered. And I just want to quickly point out this, Chair. We've picked up that dispute resolution is not well provided for in the Act. And we hope with the review of the Act that will be catered for, but we will, in the interim, put it to two universities on establishing a dispute resolution mechanism, because it does seem to be, as Minister indicated earlier, it does seem to be a very obvious gap. And without that framework, I think we have different stakeholders following what best suits them to get the outcomes or concessions that they need. So hopefully that will assist. That will be work that we will definitely begin with the legal department on setting up this dispute resolution system. Of course, some time back, the issue was raised about the ombudsman. Why can't an ombudsman fulfill this work? I think that was the intention then. But we don't have enough time to set that up. So we'll work with legal to look into really getting something underway to address this. You will recall, it's not just these two universities. WUSU very recently also had a debacle where you had the taxi industry clashing with the university transport system. That itself then, spilling over into other challenges. So it's dispute resolution throughout all of these mechanisms that are missing. We're also awaiting the report from WUSU. They have a judge that is actually looking at some of these challenges. We're looking forward to that report. It was written to the Vice-Chancellor, and we hope these different interventions will enlighten us on how best, what structures to put in place. But we are fortunate that legal framework in the country it has established mechanisms. We will borrow from those for application in the sector. Thanks, Chair. I hope I've covered all the questions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and I'll answer briefly to the questions asked by Honourable Dr. Christians, where she asked what will be done to ensure the credible data reporting for community colleges and what are we going to do in relation to expanding access into community colleges. The Auditor General, when she was reporting, she reported on the challenges in relation to the TVET Information Management System for TVET colleges. It's the same system that is used for community colleges. But she didn't go into detail on community colleges because, as she reported, she did indicate that community colleges were not audited by the AGSA, but TVET colleges. Now, until those system challenges are corrected, only then will we have credible data, particularly in terms of student information management. The Honourable Minister did allude to what the department is doing in this regard, including looking at the secondment of a systems expert to come to the department to assist in this regard. So that is what is hindering this at the moment. Then again, when you look at the target in terms of enrollments, you will see that the target was missed by a long shot, not just by a short, small margin, by a long shot. Part of this, a big part of it is that in the sixth administration, at the beginning of the sixth administration, when the planning processes were done, the baseline was inflated by the colleges by a huge margin. Now, consequence management was applied in relation to the college principals who were implicated in relation to the inflation of the student enrollment baseline. On what we're doing in terms of expanding access, there are a number of interventions, and I'm just going to summarize a few of them. But the basis of this intervention is in relation to the reform, the repositioning, and the rebranding of the community colleges sector. A number of interventions are lined up in relation to this. Part of them is now the finalization of the National Senior Certificate for Adults, which is going to be the anchor program or qualification in relation to the sector. Increasing occupational skills programs and non-formal programs. And a big part of increasing access is going to be on the literacy campaign, where we are looking at how can we make a difference in terms of the 3.8 million South Africans who are over the age of 20, who are reported by Stats SA as being functionally illiterate. Community colleges are the only government institutional type that currently offers literacy programs, and this is one area where they will be playing a big role in. Now, to be able to increase access, we need to have an environment that is conducive to teaching and learning. Honourable members who have seen some of our community colleges, especially those that are in DBE schools, particularly those that are platooning, will agree that most of those are not conducive for teaching and learning. There is a process that was led by the Honourable Minister whilst he was still a Deputy Minister with the Department of Public Works, where now we are looking at utilizing unutilized, particularly schools, to be community college center standard. If I can just give a brief example, KZN has already given us a list. Of that list, they've given us a list with 193 schools. Some of them are not in a good condition, but some of them are in a good condition and currently being taken over by KZN Community College. The same goes for Limpopo, where I must indicate most of the schools on the list that we received from Limpopo are in a good condition, and the college is in the process of taking over those. This is in addition to partnership with TVET colleges, where facilities of TVET colleges are also being used. Now, part of also increasing access is going to rely a great deal on partnerships with the private sector. Without sounding like a scratch record, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, the challenge of 93.2% of the budget of community colleges makes it very difficult to do some of these interventions. 92.3% goes to salaries. But there's work that is going to be undertaken with corporate services in relation to say, what are the changes we can make in relation to that, so that where possible, some of the budget can be freed up in that regard. And the last point I want to raise is that the analysis that we've received on student enrollments at the beginning of the year, we lose approximately 50% of those students by June. 50% is a huge number to lose. And part of the reason of losing those students is, as I've alluded, the challenges of the environment not being conducive to teaching and learning. And hence, we have also started now a program where the most promising centers, for an example, the centers with enrollments of 1,000 and more students, we are targeting those centers to upgrade them, to make them to be facilities that are attractive to students, both students and lecturers. Because let's face it, most of the students are not attracted to the current centers. We need to give them the dignity that they deserve. And by this upgrading, I'm not talking about glitz and glamour, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I'm just saying that they need to be made the structures to be attractive, the structures to be working, to have good ablution facilities, to have running water, to have workshops where they're offering skills programs and so forth. I would like to end it there at this stage. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Yeah. Next time I'm going to stop. I allowed you guys to continue, but the question is simple. We were in KZN last week with you, where the college council and the college principal are not even greeting. When they pass each other, the other one faces this way, the other one, they are fighting so hard that even looking at each other in the eye, they are afraid they might kill each other. That's how bad things are. Students went on stage and said, this environment is bad for ourselves as students. So how are we going to appeal to other students to come and join? When you go to the school, this is what you see. So I was hoping you were going to say that as a department, we have taken responsibility. We're going to make sure that there's governance that is sound in our institutions. You can't run 9 provinces, 50,000 centers as a HQ. You will need leadership there. Some of these centers, you've said it yourself, that you'll end up having 1 lecturer with 8 students. In a township, it's unheard of. 8. So it's a matter of leadership. We must accept that we don't have, some of these centers, we don't have leadership. Some of them, there's ones that had written to me asking for me to speak to the municipality to allow them to use the hall that the municipality had allowed to use the last time. But every time when they are supposed to lock up, it's not their vein. They leave the doors open, they leave the main gates open, people come and steal municipal things. And when the municipality takes you out, you then want to complain. Leadership. This good. When you ask them, okay, so why did they take you out? They are taking them. They come with stories first. Then we go to the municipality who are embarrassed. Oh, no, leadership. These ones they've done one. So the problems that long term. We are talking about long term. We want to have industry, business must come. Those things they won't happen as long as we can't take care of what we have right now, including in those schools. Some of them, they're going to be taken out. We must address few. There are many cases that I've sent to you. You know, there's a lady from Soweto, I think Dobsonville, who had sent me and said, your principal here is suspending me. I can't remember what was or they don't be signs a contract that will end this much. The principal says, Mamela, yeah, you are going to sign this much, but yours is not that much. Some, remember, some stories. So this person every month must go pay the principal this month. Unethical people. I've given you that case. I don't know how far you are with it. So We are looking at things that are far. We must fix what we have. This thing of taking 30-something million last year on infrastructure back to National Treasury that we could not spend. Was it 30-something? Can't remember. From CET. Take back to Treasury. It can't be. So we can't be fighting that we want more money at this CET. When it comes, we don't spend. And you must come out there and say, it was not transferred to us on time. Because you guys, you come here, you defend each other. And then when it's time for accounting, you can account. Honorable Nguban. No, it's 4 o'clock. It's 1 hour, 30 minutes. Yeah, you have asked, we have went beyond time, so that's at the discretion of the chair. Ngubane?
Chair, yeah, I think what DDG Fuchane and DDG Ngwenya can assist us with. Remember, Chair, when we were at Tewin, they said there is a reform that they are busy with. Is there a way, is there a document of that reform, of saying a problem statement, what it is, which is a challenge now, what are we trying to solve, how are we going to solve it, what do we need, and then is there that document, DDG Fuchan and DDG Ngwenya? Because sometimes, Chair, sometimes I look at these department officials and I realize there's somehow there's an underlying problem. I don't know what it is. Maybe we need to express yourself with, no, the real problem is this one. You've said it now, 98% of the budget or of the revenue or whatever of the one CET goes to salary, which means there's 2% for everything. It's a college. There are assets, there are things that must be there. There's a whole of things that must happen. So what services these other things? You know, these are explanations, Chair, that are needed. Because sometimes when they speak, you realize there are other things that they don't explain. Probably, maybe, you know, I'm now trying to see the other angle. Because it doesn't make sense, really. To me, it does not make sense. I can tell you. we need to go there, Chair, because they're not telling us the truth. There is a problem. So I think that document, of reform, what it is are we reforming, how far we are, what we need from which department, what the minister must do. We can only understand you if you bring us on board. But ngeke sikwazi asihloli sonke asiwashaya amathambo sonke. So only if you tell us what the problem is, how are we solving the problem, how far are we solving the problem, how are we going to solve it, what are the challenges of us reaching the end goal. Because, Chair, we cannot go year after year like this. It's unfair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are indeed working on those reforms for CET. And there are actions which are corporate-based and what will then be CET-based. From a corporate perspective, CET as it stands now does not have an organizational structure. We do not even have the post-provisioning norms. And we are not going to have an organizational structure anytime soon, because the challenge about where we are is the budget that is allocated to CET covers or accommodates the current employees without leaving anything for us to bring. Now, what we are now looking at is a way of freeing some of the funds to be able to begin to create positions that are required. You will recall when we were at Elangeni, the issue that was raised was related to the capacity in colleges. So you seem to have a mismatch that you do not have the capacity that you require at college level, which then assist on governance issues, because you have an over-concentration at center level. And what we are working on with DDG Fuchani is to then also look at, review the centers that we have, the capacity or the enrollment in those centers, and assess the capacity in terms of human resource that is currently dedicated to those centers. From corporate, what has been a major challenge has been, a contributing factor has been the delegation, that positions below salary level 8 is the delegation of the principal. And now we've put in place measures which suspend the filling of positions. So when they want to create positions, we want to know that it is a replacement. If it is not a replacement, we are putting a pause on it, because we need to free money to be able to create capacity for governance issues that DDG Fuchani is concerned about, to then begin to take shape. The way processes, there is a draft structure which was not approved, because for you to get the structure approved, Treasury must give concurrence that you indeed have the funds to implement that structure. So you can't even do anything, because additional funds should be provided by Treasury. We can't transfer, or they're going to exceed the limit on COE that currently exists. Now, the challenge is we have an oversupply, and we need to then begin that reverse to ensure that you are only left with the capacity you require at center level to then be able to free money for other critical positions. DDG Fuchani says to me, a picture DDG Ngwenya is emerging of governance issues in terms of supply chain management and finance, and that is where we want to drive to. Now, there are hard decisions which will need to be made for us to get to where we want to go, and some sacrifices. I will leave the rest for DDG Fuchani, but I've explained how I am coming into the picture to assist her to get to where she needs to go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. Indeed, we will provide the comprehensive document that will cover all the aspects that you have indicated, so that the picture becomes much clearer. On the basis of what has been said, indeed, there are serious challenges at implementation level, which is at the centers. And without resolving those, it's going to be very difficult to turn around the sector. And part of that is the fact that center managers are not appointed in the sector. Center managers, some are appointed, are acting and are not being paid acting allowances. The morale at the level of the center is at an all-time low. And the reason why they can't be appointed and the reason why they can't be paid acting allowances is because, as indicated by DDG Ngwenya, there's just no budget for that. Now, we inherited this problem because you can't get to a salary bill of 92.3%. If you hear TVET colleges presenting, they start to worry when their budget exceeds 63% of the overall budget. We're already sitting at 92.3%. And this is because of the rules and regulations that govern migration. When you're doing a migration process, you must take over as is. There are also other discrepancies which we have not even started to discuss, where there are discrepancies in appointments between provinces, for an example. There are serious challenges about working hours. The majority of the lecturers are working 3 hours per day. That does not even begin to cover the full curriculum. Some of them are working 5 hours per day, still insufficient. So those are some of the discrepancies that I'm alluding to. On governance, I must indicate, yes, KZN has the most challenges in relation to governance. And I put this, with your permission, Honorable Chair, I'll put that in inverted commas, that fortunately is the only college where it has gone to that extent. Now, with the governance and management, it's accusations and counter-accusations. And you would see that even in the preliminary report, which I'm not going to get into detail now, but also we're waiting for the forensic report. Must also indicate that it would not have gotten to this stage if the preliminary report was acted on time. It is only when our Honorable Minister Manamela came on board that investigation report was signed, yet it was completed as early as March. And then a week into his position as a minister, then he managed to process that. So part of the frustrations emanate from that. It is only now that we are able to process that preliminary investigative report. And unfortunately, the term of office of the current council is coming to an end next week, Friday. We have mediated, and I must raise this perhaps also in this platform, that we even sought a resolution that said there must be an official who sits into those meetings of governance and management to try and calm down the tempers. And that official was thrown out of those meetings. That's just but one of the interventions that we tried as a department. Whilst awaiting this report, remember, we couldn't release the report, you can't implement, you can't do some of the things, but those that we could do outside of the report, we did. Yeah. And we're only beginning to make progress now. Thank you, Honorable Mbubani.
Just so you are saying your intervention have brought people to sit in these meetings with those people and they've thrown them out. What have we done? So the Act does not empower us to get those people out of our system. People who think they own our system. So people can do as they please, and what do we do? Do we complain? What do we do?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. All these processes we're doing with our legal services, and all the steps that were taken with advice from our legal services in terms of how to assist and how to mediate. One of the biggest challenge, if I must point, is around the issue of, you see, without evidence from either side of accusation and counter-accusation, management accusing council and council accusing
No, that's
management.
not what I'm asking. You have brought in an official. You say your job is to go and mediate because these two are fighting. That is not under question, right? Now, they throw out this official of yours that you have brought. What have you done? Let's leave the first part is on accusation X and Y. We'll get to that part, but we're on this one. You are making effort because there is this problem. Now, this intervention of yours is thrown out. What do you do, and what does your legal that you are working with advise you to do to get this situation right? Because sitting back is definitely not an option. What is it that you are doing? Is it an act problem that you must get to? A person must drown before you call help. What is the problem?
Honorable Chair, what we did, we just continued with meetings with management and council in relation to trying to mediate.
Yeah, that's where the problem is, because that's not helping. You and I were in a meeting on Friday with these people. I was not there when the chair was called. I went outside because I was doing an interview. But when it was done, walking out, and I was calling the CEO, I saw them. It was the first. I did not even have a brief. I even joked, sometimes I joke, and I'm joking about something that is real. I even joked and said, what's happened, the chair and the principal are not even greeting each other. When they are about to meet each other, then in that passage, one faces this way and one faces that way. I even, it was so clear that the interventions that you say you have brought are not working. even if you did not listen to them. Now, if you listen to those people, they are, or if they get a chance, it will be game over. On one side, if they get a chance. It's at that level. Now, it can't be that we are saying we've just continued with meetings. If these people are a problem, because you're not getting even, you know, the CT, we're not getting it right. You go to townships, you speak to them in a car wash, do you understand what is this CT? I don't know what is it. They don't know. We're not doing what we should do in advocacy for what is CT. And those that know about it, many of them have got a negative perception because of these things that would. So, let's do our job as the DGs. If it's an act problem, let's solve the act. But I think in this case, we can take a decision, you can take a decision in the department and say those people are not helping what we are trying to do here. They're actually sabotaging the work of government. Both of you are outside. We'll bring in somebody to act on your position, but we are continuing here. Because it can't be, we can't have this thing that people can hold us at ransom, people can close our institutions. No. Leadership, so it must start with you. This thing, I don't know what you are saying. You are doing everything with legal. I've not heard you, but go and with your legal, and come up with a strategy of bringing back the CET there. It might not be the only one. The other people, like the one I told you about, who hires somebody who's cleaning, and says a cleaner. Says, you know, you are not supposed to earn 2,500. I'm going to, every month, at the end of the month, to bring it to my house, 1,000. You take only 1.5. It happened. They gave me proof. I gave it to the DDG. I said, look at your people. Unethical people stealing from a cleaner, a person you are supposed to help. That's stealing. Yeah? So, Arfa, let's provide leadership. Let's go. I'm sorry.
I think the request from us is to say the extra mile on your responsibility of taking these institutions to account. I think, Chair, you don't just throw hands and say, we did this and it didn't work and then we left it at that. What other avenues have you done? Alternative measures. If this didn't work, what did you do? If the principal was refusing to create links for the meeting, for the chairperson, to give them secret time, to take minutes on their meeting and call meetings, what did the department do? That's where I think our problems are. We see wrong things being done, and no one cares to punish a subordinate that reports to you. You are responsible for these people, but these people do as they please, and you do one, and then after that, you said you did X, and then they even defy that X, and what next? No, that's a challenge we have. To say, you are a big brother to this institution, but you are the one that doesn't take them to account when they think that this institution are their sponsor shop or are their homes or whatever. I think that's mainly what we don't get here. Yeah. The other question, on the preparation of the APP, is there a way we can involve the AG before this gets final? Because I think, Chair, we again, that's another problem where AG comes at the end to say, you know, this target doesn't make sense. This target, it's a weak target. How do we then, if, and I'm sure there are even internal auditors on some in the department or somewhere, where before you sign this thing and before you make this thing official, AG can come somewhere and say, let's audit what you're going to give, what you're going to be contracted with the institution responsible for you. Is there a way we can do that?
Let's ask the AG first. Are you not helping with that? Audit somewhere in between and planning of the targets.
Look, if the department would want to get us involved in that process in terms of looking at certain things, it's something that we can certainly avail ourselves. But I think also maybe just to let on what you mentioned, Honorable Ngubane, is that they would also be able to use the internal audit functions, even audit committee, because those functions are there throughout the year. So they could be there with them throughout the process compared to us who come only when, as and when. So it could be a combination of when if they want us to come in and assist in whatever, we can actually come and look at whatever it is that is ready for us to look at. But I think it's the avenues of the internal audit and audit committee, something that they can use throughout the year to make sure that as and when they're building up through this process, they've got some assurance body that is actually assisting with that process.
So it's possible. I think we need to do that, DDG, because now again we're going to come look at this output you've put on your program X that you say you're going to take yourself to account. It's unimplementable or it doesn't make sense. So to solve the problem, Chair, of saying at least let's start from the beginning to have this assistance even from AG, the quality check up front before you even have a contractual agreement of delivering these things. That will be another option. If we can do that, I'm sure we can. The rest, Chair, it was clear from AG that the overall audit outcomes indicate stagnation. There are no improvement in the audit outcomes. Some other stuff we already knew. We spoke about it on the previous administration before the current minister. We knew the receipt of late appointment of the board, that the next thing on the sitters, they will be underspent on project. So it's reflective from now onwards. We've seen that. As I said, Minister, that some of the things we sit here and we said, these things are going to happen, don't do this. And now we can see the result from the AG. My questions are here down. Let me quickly. The thing, this DDG Zone, the TVET systems not functioning since 2022. How can we solve this problem in TVET to not have this? I'm sure it's IT system combined with CT as well, because I've heard they say they're using the same system as TVET and CT. How can we solve this problem? Is that my time, Chair? It was very too short. Eh? I've just asked 2 questions, only 2 out of around 20. DDG.
No, thanks, Honorable Ngubane. The issue was that there is a capability in terms of the system itself. I think AG alluded to that. It was the manning of the system which relates to the issues that were raised by DDG Ngwenya in terms of closing the vacancies that are there. We've mentioned, I think, from your end as well, issues of the CIO.
So the system is there?
The system is there. It's the manning of the system. We had people that were in that section which their contracts came to an end, but there was no renewal of those contracts. And I think that's what then led to this collapse of that. But I think it also coincided with the move of
saying, how do we get an integrated system? But we should have kept this, going whilst we are working on the integrated system, which I think MICT is now tasked with that responsibility at this point in time. But we cannot wait for that system to mature or to get implemented whilst we're sitting with this challenge, because as you say, Honorable Gwan, it's not just the TVETs. The TVETs are affected because they are the ones that AG focuses in terms of the audit, and that's why they are exposed. But if it had to be all other, units, I think will be equally affected in terms of our performance, because we rely on that system in terms of our TIDs to pull out reports, and when there's no system, it's not easy. So if you look at all the targets that we have now underachieved, it's because we're relying on manual records to provide to AG, and that is not what is captured in terms of the standard that we have agreed upon with AG on how we are going to be audited in terms of reporting. So we are reporting on information that is unverified because it's not pulled from the system. And the planning branch, because the system falls under the planning branch, I think they are working on a plan to assist us in the interim whilst we wait for the MICT to put together that other system.
Chair, before I come to talk about the MICT setup, I think there's something where I think, Chair, we must even do. I don't know whether it must be done by the minister or the committee can assist. A meeting with DPSA. Sometimes you see these protracted ICT systems, not this, lack of this, lack of this. One of the issues is because they cannot get a fit for the purpose resource of ICT. It's all about market-related salaries, demand and supply of skills. It's easy to get some other skills quicker, but there are some other skills where an ICT a programmer, the higher education is competing with Discover. And they're offering what they call deputy director there. The guy is called a specialist in this. The guy is offered $1 million there. They're offering him on their notches 300,000 per annum. There he's offered $1 million or 1.2. So somehow, I don't know whether we need to have that conversation as this committee with the DPSA, or it should be the minister to minister. You will advise us, Chair, where that conversation needs to go. Because somehow we need to solve it. There needs to be exclusion in some of the things. Where if it's not solved, you will sit with the problem perpetually. If you don't solve the problem of skills to compete in a market. Same as the challenge of your financial management. I remember when DDG Zong, when we were sitting as a council member at Tshwane North TVET College, when we were not there, the AG could not accept their books. Until Hlongwane, the CA assisted. Till today, they now can produce books. Because there's no accountant that wanted to come and get the offer that they're offering, salary there as well. So these are the two things, in financials and in ICT. So that conversation either needs to happen minister to minister of DPSA and the department, or committee to committee. Because if we leave it like that, these issues are going to be a permanent issues. And this thing needs to be communicated to us. Because if you don't communicate to us, why you don't solve this easy problem? And there's a huge underlying problem, and you're not telling us. So let's assist on that challenge, where there will be an exclusion on CAs coming to be employed by the department, ICT specialists coming to be employed by the department, so that we are able to solve these problems. I wouldn't know why then the consultant can come in, but from the point of employing a permanent person, I think let's look into that, Chair. On the MICT theatre, last one, we tried this thing, Minister. you know, this hunger and appetite of wanting to not to be controlled on the sitters. Budget, budget allocation, low 20% of admin. Now, when you consolidate everything in one sitter ICT, there are others who have went out on tender, on their CRM, on whatever, and they don't want to let go. It's sitters holding one another at ransom. There's supposed to be an ICT governance committee where all CEOs of sitters sit together, and then a directive from the minister that says no one must go out on tender for an ICT system when we're centralizing everything together. Because if you're going to think that they're going to do it on their own, it's not going to happen. So I think and the MICT sitter challenge, we need to solve it like that, to consolidate it. The minister can issue a directive. Other than that, I think it's been going on. We started it is past 5 years now, and it's not going to be solved again. It's a directive and an ICT governance, and all CEOs must sit there. And the CIOs, the CEO of these sitters must receive a directive that says you're not allowed to go out on tender for things that is not at your specialty. There is one sitter that is a specialist in this. Firstly, before you go out, seek advice here, or take advice from me. I think that's the solution for this sitters, ICTs, and centralization of this thing. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. Let me start by this issue because it's coming again. I spoke about it, I think 2 times now, asking question about it. In Majuba, TVET College, at the time where they were allocated 70 million and 103 point. Oh, okay. And 103.8 million in 2022-2023 and 2024-2025 respectively for the construction of student beds. And Hertzebande received the allocation of 150 million and 38 million in 2022-2023 and 24-25 respectively. During the portfolio committee strategic planning session workshop in the 2nd and to the 4th September, the department reported both colleges were waiting for a ministerial approval, and that's 3,000 student unit for these 2 colleges, and the senior debt funding were yet to be unlocked. How long does the ministerial approval been pending, given the college received the first allocation in 2022 financial year? And again, when will the ministerial approval be finalized for the Majuba and Hertzebande to commence the construction of this student unit?
May I request, through you, Chair, thank you, Honorable Zondo, DDG AGSA, on the issues of infrastructure and the construction of those 2 student accommodation facilities at Majuba and Hertzebande.
The question there is how long does the ministerial approval take, and when will it be given on this building of student accommodation at Majuba and Hertzebande?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for the questions raised. To be very fair, the delay is not normally with the ministers. Especially in this instance, you can correct me, DDG Zungu. The applications normally come based on requests that we have received from institutions, and then we assess whether this is for a new build or whether it is for maintenance which would mean that then it is funded through SIG. Indeed, for these two colleges, the delays have been quite extensive. But I would not, Honorable Chair, place the blame on the ministers. It should have taken far shorter, but there have been specific challenges with those two colleges. There have been delays, but more the reasons for that have been mainly about capacity constraints from our side and oversight, and I would not say that the blame is with the ministers.
Okay,
Yeah.
Honorable Zondo, on your notes, start again at the top, where you mentioned the strategic session. What did the department say? Repeat again after hearing what she has just said.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I thought I will start again in the background to say what I'm saying is not what I'm thinking. I'm saying what you have said to us. You know, unless if we have to go back and retrieve. Majuba TVET College was allocated 70 million plus 103.8 million in the financial year 2022, 2023, and 2024-25 respectively. Same thing goes to DHET, which was allocated 150 million plus 38 million, 2022, 23, and 2024-25. During the portfolio committee strategic planning workshop held on the 2nd and to the 4th of September 2025, the department reported that both colleges were awaiting ministerial approval and that 3,000 student units for these two colleges and senior debt funding were yet to be unlocked. Then that's why I'm asking now the question that how long does it take to get the approval of the minister? It is a problem that you will change your presentation when the minister is here, because now he is supposed to respond why he's not approving.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I am not distancing.
In this case, it was not a ministerial approval. It was the capacity constraint of the department. So I allowed him to say it again. So you can't start by saying you are not distancing yourself from this answer, because both of them are not the same. So now we're going to give you a chance. Which one is it?
All right. What I wanted to say, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member, is that, as you will recall, at Caledon, I did not present on this particular matter.
Okay, so you're saying the person who presented lied to us?
I would not use the word lie. I would say that I did not make that statement.
So the statement that you've just said now, that it was not a ministerial, you're not waiting for a ministerial approval. It's the capacity constraint of the two colleges. That is the statement that you are saying is correct. Any other thing,
I could never say Angisngeni.
Okay.
Yes.
What are you saying? Let's hear from you. You are saying the statement that you've just said now is the truth, nothing else but the truth. The problem was the capacity of those people.
Perhaps I must ask Udidije Zungu to respond on
No,
this
I'm
matter.
asking you. You have said, you have responded. Planning and these things fall under your unit. You have responded now. And you are saying the reason why this target was not achieved is because of capacity constraints of these institutions. I'm asking you, are you sticking by that particular statement again?
It is not because of delays in the minister's budget.
You are not answering me. I don't know. Maybe it's, I know I come from a township school and my English might not be, but I'm sure this one is very simple. I am sure you can hear I'm asking you, is this thing black or white? Don't tell me it's not red. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, the delay on this thing, you have just taken a lot, and I allowed you intentional. I asked you a question. After I asked, I reiterated the question so that I'm trying to help you. Don't tell us things we have not asked you. I said intentional. Here is a question. Question 1, how long does this ministerial approval take, and when can we expect it? That was the question. What did you do? You went on. No, in fact, on this case, it was not a ministerial, that was not the question. And when we tell you, don't answer us things that we have not asked you. You think we're playing, we're joking, we don't like you, as you sometimes say, that's what you say. And we've not asked you this question. Now you have put yourself in trouble for things that we tell you all the time. We tell you all the time, don't answer what we have not asked you, stick to what we have asked you. And stick to, it's a simple question. How long does it take and when can we expect it? Not you. This one is the capacity. No one asked you what was the problem. You went yourself. Now I'm asking you a simple question. Are you sticking by what you've just said now, that this is a problem? This target was not achieved because of the capacity of these two institutions. It's a yes or no question.
I answered the question. I answered what I was not asked.
DPG, are you not going to answer now?
No,
I'm asking you, are you sticking by your answer that this was a capacity problem of this institution, this failure to meet this target?
Yes, it contributed. Yes.
No.
Yes. I'm
Okay.
sticking by that, Chair.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Honorable Zondo, go to the next one. We will follow this one. It's here, Honorable Manaman, on the presentation sent to us by the department at the strat session. It was presented to us by the Director General. Phase 2, Cluster 2, estimated 3 billion investment. It goes down. When it gets to the reason, it says ministerial approval pending for Majuba and Sibanda. Nowhere does it speak about the capacity constraints of this. And we're going to follow this one up because, sometimes when we ask you, can we be truthful? Can we do things right? People think, and this is what I was saying to you, Minister, before you left, that this is what you are subjected to in the department. People just, these two can't be the truth. This one and what the DDG say, one of them is a lie. So they've lied to us either today or they've lied to us on this day, on the 3rd of September this year. So one of the days they've lied to us. This is what I was saying to you, that we've got a problem in the department. Big problem. Honorable Zondo, sorry, you can continue. Let's go to other questions. This one we won't win.
All right. Let me go to my next question. There are findings on the operationalization of new TVET colleges. National Treasury has been allocating funding for the operationalization of new TVET colleges campuses. 2022, there are figures. Let me not dwell in those figures, but go straight to my question. Let's say, does the funding allocation for the new TVET colleges campuses, include funds for maintenance? That's one question. That's one. And two, does follows the TVET College receive these funds for each new campus? If so, how much has Nkandla campus of Follows TVET College received since its introduction of the funding allocation? And why is this college not utilizing these funds to maintain the campus?
They are going to lose them because there are too many. I also want to follow so that if they don't answer, so let's ask questions one by one so that we're able to follow. Ask the first question, let them answer.
No, the first one was saying, does the funding allocation for this new TVET colleges campus include the funds for the maintenance of the already existing?
Honorable Zondo, yes, they do, before they get mainstreamed, because they were funded through National Skills Fund. So before their migration to the departmental, they do receive in terms of their allocation, the maintenance of the facilities. But it's not part of the CIG.
Oh, okay. I think at last you've answered me because you said they are getting it. Yes. I was asking, is it included? Then at the end you said it's not included. It comes at So then the next question that follows after that say, does it follows the TVET College receive these funds for its new campuses?
Yes, through you, Chair, they did receive.
We'll go on to ask that, if so, how much has the Nkandla campus of follows the TVET College received since its introduction in this fund allocation? And if it's so, why is this college not utilizing these funds to maintain the campus in Nkandla?
Chair, I wouldn't have the figure on top of my head, but I think we can go and look at their budget allocations over the past 3 years since the handover of the facility to the college, and then we can be able to report in detail in terms of how much they've received so far.
Okay, if you get that, please, maybe one want to know that does the department exercise oversight into the utilization of these funds? Because we can't enjoy to say that we have spent so much or transferred so much, but at the end of the day, we can't see the amount that you have put. Because when we are going for oversight, as the portfolio committee, we need to have a view of the money that we have transferred to that. Because if we reach that institution, we need to ask questions. If the value of the money that we've put on, we don't see it. So I think, because we said you don't have figures possible, then can we have it going as far as that to say we've transferred this money and it was spent on this? Because the portfolio committee it was there last week. We know when you give us that response. Let me go on. Chair, I think the Auditor General findings on the report of performance in the 24-25 annual report. One, there are 3 new TVET campuses built. In its report, in the Department of Higher Education 24-25 annual report under the program 2, planning policy strategy, that's new TVET campuses that were built in 24-25 financial year. However, the Auditor General noted that the audit evidence did not support this report achievement. The AG could not determine the actual achievement, but estimated it to be material less than reported. Consequently, the achievement against the target was likely lower than the reported. So the department should explain why the audit evidence did not support the reported achievement of these 3 new TVET campuses that were built.
through you, Chair, again, maybe we'll have to get the detailed report from the infrastructure unit in terms of the non-achievement of that target, which will also be part of the planning branch that normally handles the issues of reporting in relation to infrastructure as a support to the TVET colleges.
Yeah, but Manzini, I think because when the AG was presenting, you were here. According to your scope, when you hear that the things that I think if you've built 3 TVET colleges in Yola, it's an achievement on your side. Then if the AG says, but what you have said, he can't get the evidence that support your achievements. So I think you should be the first one to be worried to say what happened, why they failed to give the AG the evidence that we've done this one. So I think as I'm asking this question, we are supposed to be already usuyihluphile ngokuthi kwenzakala kanjani ukuthi lokho engithi ngichoma ngakho kungakwana khuzana ku-AG angangifakazeli.
Yeah, no, through you, Chair, Honorable Zone, I think we engaged the infrastructure. I think it was the presentation of the evidence that did not suit what AG was expecting. That was my understanding from the Chief Director Infrastructure, is that when they were presenting evidence, it did not suit what the standard has been in terms of the requirement. It's not to say the facility was not built at all, but it could have been in terms of the expectation of the AG as per the set standard for reporting that was set. But we will be able, because I think there is a report that the Chief Director has compiled in relation to that parliamentary questions, because I think it came as a parliamentary question at some point.
Hold on, CFO. Is there a way that you can answer this question on the funds that have been neutralized for that thing of Funkal? Because I think somebody must give an answer. Can you answer it?
No, Chair, because I do the transfers, but the data of the office within this program, I was trying to see if I could pick up anything in that program, but I can't see it immediately, Chair.
Okay, maybe Manzini, last one on this one. Where are these 3 campuses, according to your knowledge?
We've got about 16 campuses. I think I just need the detail for these specific ones that had a challenge where AG was not satisfied with the assistance of the DDG. I think they were mentioned in Ngungushe, campus of Ikala, as well as the Giani campus of Letaba and the Vryheid campus of Mtashan. So those are the 3 that were mentioned. If I look at the Vryheid campus, Honorable Zondo, through your Chair, there was an issue because this campus was supposed to be in phases, and I think only one phase was completed at the time. And I think that's why the issue of reporting was not conclusive.
Okay. I'm glad that you because when you're answering me, you were like, you're not sure at the first. Now, because you know these campuses, at least you'll be able to make follow-ups to get why AG is not satisfied. Because once the AG is not satisfied, we are not satisfied. Because we can't take what you are telling us, because you've heard your colleagues, there are something that they are telling us, but when the AG comes, they change. So now maybe you'll do the same. So we need to make sure that AG is happy, because then we can confidently say that whatever you said to us, it's correct. Let me rush my time. Okay. The point here we talk about number of beds, number of student housing projects for the provisions of beds completed. The department reported the achievement of 2,471 student housing projects for the provision of beds completed against the target of 5,000. The AG could not determine if the reported achievement was correct, as adequately supporting evidence was not provided for the auditing. Consequently, the achievement might be more or less than reported and was not reliable for determining if the target has been achieved. The finding on the lacking of supporting evidence has been a recurring issue, and it does not seem that the department has a strategy to overcome it. And then maybe we need to know why this issue of evidence with the AG is keep on coming. What is the strategy from the department to overcome that, so that whenever the AG comes, we'll get all the document that he wants and be satisfied of the work that have been done?
Yeah, no, thanks, Honorable Zon. I think AG highlighted a very important issue on record management and keeping, which I think has been a challenge within the department, where when you are supposed to present evidence and then the records are nowhere to be found. And I think that is one of the challenges in this regard, which I don't know, maybe DHET could come in this specific case where the evidence could not be provided in terms of the number of beds that could have been produced. But we could find out in relation to that particular case as to what really happened there.
Yeah, but Manzini, I'm asking to say it's become a norm now. And to us, it says that there's something fishy. If you can't produce the trace of records that we've gone from this stage to this stage, and where we are here now, if you can't keep the record to trace, because that is what the AG wants. Want to tell you that we're coming from this point and we've gone these steps to here. Why is the department failing to do that? Because that to us, telling us there is a corruption or there's something that you can't produce, you don't want to produce. So if you are, that's why I'm asking the strategy to overcome that, because now it's become a problem, because now and again, we keep on seeing this. So I think that is my question. What are you going to do as the department to minimize this?
I think it points to the point you made earlier on, Honorable Zond, in terms of strengthening our M&E or for monitoring and oversight, that you cannot just rely on a paper sitting in Pretoria, because sometimes reports will come, but if you haven't been there on the site, you won't be able to see, because you just get a paper report, but you need to be physically there. But the limitations of that as well will be the issue of capacity for you to be able to send the teams that will actually monitor and see what is written on the paper that indeed it has happened. So it's for us as a department to strengthen our monitoring and reporting, which I think it's a big challenge at the moment as we speak. We have seen and observed that part of the issues that we are grappling with, where it's either under-reporting that happens because of the evidence that is not provided at some point, but it is through the strengthening of this monitoring. But we are hoping, with the utilization of the capacity we have in our regions, that we probably need to make sure that we strengthen our regional offices, not just to focus on one area of their monitoring, because they tend to focus on education and not the other matters. Perhaps if we strengthen from that side, they could be able to assist us in that regard.
Okay. Now, last question, Chair. But I want to say, Chair, on this one, because I'm moving, to say that before we become part of the national government, we used to be all in municipalities. You know about this thing of AG. So we know that directors sometimes, when I'm asking for a strategy, because now you are telling me the problem, my question was about the strategy to limit that AG whenever he comes, he picks up this, you know. Then when we go to your department, we find that people are getting bonuses. December is coming. People will get bonuses, like they've done the work. But the AG on the other side saying that we can't find the reports. So as I'm saying, Manzini, we are coming from the local government, some of us. So we understand when we want to push people to do their work, what you do.
Yeah.
But my last question, Chair, there is a point whereby they're talking about the illegal occupation or hijacking of Imbali, the Imbali Lodge. The university reported that the lodge, which was part of Imbali property, identified by the former Minister of Higher Education, Professor, for the creation of an educational precinct, and when students from the local community could be provided with educational and housing facility. This property was subsequently purchased by DHET from Transnet to build to bring this idea to functioning. However, the lodge has been illegally occupied. What is the role of the department? What is the role the department playing in assisting the university to take back the property from the illegal occupiers as it needed for the educational purposes?
Through you, Chair, I think there's been stakeholder engagements, but one of the hindrances is that when you have illegal occupants, there is a provision that you have to make for alternative accommodation when you have to move people. And these people were there even before the university acquired this facility. Now, the challenge has been to find an alternative accommodation for them in terms of the laws of this country. So there's been consistent engagements, including the provincial political leadership to assist in this regard, but there hasn't been any concrete solution at this point in time, because if those people have to be moved, they have to be moved elsewhere where, in terms of their rights that they have. So that is one challenge. So we've had some stakeholder engagements. There was a steercom that is led by the department in that regard to try and assist the department in this particular area.
Yeah, but Chair, I think as the department have identified how many people, who are those people who are occupying that building, because if you are saying that, Manzini, we have a problem of illegal migrants in South Africa. You know, we will find that 80% of people who are occupying that are not South Africans, and they are not illegally here in South Africa. Then we are stuck. We are saying that we need to get them a place to live, whereas people who are not legally in South Africa, there is no need to apply that clause to say we need to take them to camp if they are not here, to deport them. But we need to know who are occupying the building. And again, how much was spent by the university to buy that building? That was the last question.
You are right. You'll give us, if you know those people, you'll give it to us in writing. Honorable Souls.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be fair, I think, Minister, you've just joined the department as Minister. Would you be comfortable in responding to questions that I have? Or would you first want to hear what the question is?
You can ask the questions and then we will respond. If we can't respond to the questions, I think there are ways to, get back to you with the responses. Yeah.
Fair enough, Minister. Let me start with DDG, acting DG. We have this, you and I, DDG, have this long-standing conversation around the AG's comment or recommendations on the TVET colleges that needs to deal with the gap between the skills demand and what the TVET colleges offers. You maintain that there is effort to do that. The AG continuously says since last year that you are not doing so. So I will rest by just saying maybe let's rather you write to me kindly and then show me rather what it is that you have done. Because, I mean, here's another report and the AG saying the same thing. I'm not going to ask you again because I know what you're going to respond. So rather send me what you have done. We agree?
Honorable Souls, I do agree in terms of our curriculum transformation reforms that we are currently going through. That would respond to your question. Thank you.
All right. So, in terms of performance, I mean, it's about what we've done now. So, I want to test the graphs and the percentages that is in the report by zooming into the issues that I have raised within committee, and so that there is a practical and a tangible assessment of what has actually been done, what the graphs and the percentages in terms of performance is reflecting. So, Minister, is it true that the department is responsible for filling positions of principals and deputy principals at TVET colleges? Is that the responsibility of the department to do so?
Yes, yes.
Minister, are you familiar with the with Section 8(2)(a) of the Employment Services Act? Are you familiar with it?
You can remind me what it says?
It is the one around prioritization of the employer of South African citizens over foreign nationals. That it is actually very clear that South Africans must be prioritized over foreign nationals.
Okay.
You agree?
Fully agree.
So based on that, and the department is responsible for employing principals at colleges, why is it that the department employed a foreign national as a principal at the College of Cape Town?
Okay, I don't know why a foreign national was employed as a principal at the College of Cape Town. If you're asking me for the reasons, we might have to go back into the records as to what justified the employment of a foreign national as a principal of the College of Cape Town.
Minister, would you agree there should not be a justification? Because if you have a position for principal and the Act is clear that such positions should be for South African citizens, there cannot be a justification for why there would be South Africans available and the department appoints a foreign national.
Like I said, I don't know what circumstances led to the appointment of the such principal, and I think if you're looking for details thereof, I think we can provide you. We can check those and provide you with the responses.
I think we're talking past each other, Minister. It's there should not be any justification. There can't be any reason that the position of a principal, according to the Act, must, and like positions like that, must be occupied by South African citizens, very clear. And here we have a situation where the Department of Higher Education, which has the choice of who to employ, appoints a foreign national, where there are South Africans that can fill that position. There cannot be a justifiable reason for overlooking a South African citizen when the Act empowers you to appoint a South African citizen. Would you agree that there cannot be any justification?
Well, I don't think we're talking past each other, Honourable Member. All I'm saying is I don't have the facts to my disposal as it relates to the appointment of the principal of the College of Cape Town. And whatever the fact now is that he's been employed as the principal, and I don't have the facts as to what led to the principal being, appointed as the principal in that position. And so I cannot respond to, questions as to whether there can be or cannot be any justifications, because I'm not disposed to those facts. And I think as soon as I'm disposed to those facts, I can give you the facts that informed the appointment of the principal of the College of Cape Town, and hopefully those facts will satisfy your inquiry on the results.
Okay, so you then would say that despite the fact the Act says that you should prioritize a South African citizen, you say that there is a possibility that there can be justification for appointing a foreign national over a South African citizen.
Well, what I'm saying is that there is a college of, there is a principal appointed at the College of Cape Town, and that principal is a foreign national. That's a matter of fact, and that as to what led to, that decision by the people who took that decision, ultimately the minister at the time, I am not disposed to the facts, which is what you are inquiring about. I mean, you're asking me if there was any justification or not. I don't know if there was. And what are the reasons? The principal wasn't appointed last week or last month. He was appointed for quite some time, I think. And I think it should be on the basis of going into the facts around the appointment of that principal that we would know whether there was any justification or not for that decision, to be made. Yes.
No, what I am saying is there is no justification. There cannot be any justification. Okay. That's my position. Okay. And what you are saying to me, Minister, is that you will go look and see whether there was any justification for that. Now I'm saying that response says that you are implying that a justification can exist for appointing a foreign national in a position that the Act says you shouldn't.
Well, I cannot argue with what your position is, Honourable Sauls. All I can say is that the fact that the principal was appointed means that those who took that decision found justification in taking that decision. I am in no position to, argue the wrongness or the rightness of their justification, as I'm not aware, of what justification there is.
All right. You know why this is important? Why this is important, Minister? Because the message we will be giving is, and why I'm now spending my time on this thing, is because I'm very passionate about it, and the message we will now be giving is that there is the existence of a justification to do this illegal act. I don't want us to move away saying, the act says don't do this, but there is a possibility that there's an opening for it being done and there's a plausible reason for doing so. But that's not what the act provides. The act is saying, no, there's a standard. Do not employ foreign nationals in the position for South African citizens, like in this case. The college has done so against the Act. And are we saying that there is a possibility of a justification for doing so? I'm saying there's no justification. Based on this particular issue, you're going to look into it. But what is your message to the sector? What is your message to the TVET sector? Based on how we read the Act, is there justification for doing this, for appointing a foreign national in a position that the Act says is for South African citizens? For the sector, what would your message be to the sector as the minister to say, there's no justification, do not do so? I don't know why the College of Cape Town did it, I'm going to look into it. But for the rest of you going forward, here's the message. There should not be justification? Or are you saying there can be justification in terms of the Act?
Okay, thank you. I cannot, Honorable Sauls, as I said, help you with your inquiry at this point as it relates to the College of Cape Town. And if you're asking me to look into whether the appointment of the principal of the College of Cape Town is illegal, I do not think that our exchange, will be any more helpful than if we get into the merits of that particular case. In general, the South African public service and what we encourage generally in terms of the employment in roles such as this, and any roles where there is no scarcity in terms of the skill, it is encouraged that South Africans are employed in those particular positions. And I think that there's no, argument about that. But if you want to draw me into the particular case of the employment of the College of Principal, I can only be drawn into that case if I'm aware of all the other facts. I wasn't aware that you were going to ask about this question. Otherwise, would have brought all the things that relates to the appointment of the college, of the principal of the College of Cape Town. But I think upon this, if you insist, we will inquire as to whether, the appointment of the College of Cape Town's principal was illegal or not. And on the basis of that, then we will make a determination.
So your message to the sector is there's no justification.
No, maybe let me come in. I think what the minister is saying, Honorable Sauls, is that we have asked him to investigate this matter there at College of Cape Town.
Yes.
Now, if he makes a public comment now, it's going to jeopardize, let's say for an example, his team is supposed to report to us, I think, in 45 days or whatever time that we've agreed on. So if that investigation comes back and says the principal was not supposed to have been here because what has been brought here does not justify, the principal can take him to court on preconceived views, because he would have said before even that investigation concludes that he believes there's something wrong. So I think what he's trying to avoid is to make a definitive response on this matter. And I think maybe let's protect that part so that we don't jeopardize this matter when it happens at the later stage. I don't know if I'm making sense.
You're making 100% sense, Chair. And we have agreed that on that particular matter, that the minister will not comment on that. But now the Act still applies generally. So I'm saying, what is the message of the minister to the entire sector to say, when it comes to this, the appointment of principals at TVET colleges, department, let's be clear, the Act says we do not appoint foreign nationals over South African citizens. That's where I want to want
Yeah,
to
maybe let's not say only principal, let's say the appointment of any board in the sector which is not a scarce skill as per the Act, so that at least we're able to protect this. But people are very litigious in the sector. You say something, they use it against you, take you to court to know. So I thought, yeah.
I accept your guidance, Chair. Just to show where my mind is at, you see, usually when we speak about the transformation issues, and then universities and others will say, the department can't tell us. We've got academic autonomy. Now, when it comes to TVET colleges, the department itself is the employer. So here, no one can say, we are autonomous. So that's the only reason why I am saying, as the employer, what is his instruction to the sector, the TVET sector, to say, let's be very clear, unambiguously. No, according to the Act, no appointment of foreign nationals over South African citizens as principals, deputy principals, or any position that the department is responsible for in TVET colleges. Is that the message? That the obligation is, it must not happen in terms of the Act? Or are you saying there can be a justification?
Thank you very much. I think the honourable source, I think the law is very clear, as you've eloquently indicated, and I don't think anybody, whether be it the department or our universities or our sector education and training authorities or CET colleges, have any justification to appoint a foreign national in spots or places or vacancies where South Africans are available and are competent to perform, those responsibilities. And in this particular case, as it relates to the TVET colleges, there is not even a need for me to send anything to the sector, because, as you said, it is our responsibility to employ principals and deputy principals, and that will ensure that there will be no instances where where we have South Africans available, even beyond those positions of principals and deputy principals, competent South Africans available, that we would prefer any foreign nationals. And I think that it's not even about what I say or what you say. It's about what the law require all of us to do and to say. And thank you for that question.
Thank you, Minister. That's much more clearer. To the department again, I raised this issue before. Still at the College of Cape Town, the principal, who's a foreign national, employed his wife's relative as a CFO, who was also a foreign national, and are paying things, doing things that's irregular, allegedly, and him and the CFO is the only two signatories on the funds that the department gives. I've raised this before, and also the council chairperson, Ms. King, who's suspended, claimed 100,000 rand from the department. She's still attending council meetings as we speak, and is paid 5,000 rand for every sitting. I've raised this before. So in terms of performance, what has the department done since our last meeting to deal with that issues that was raised?
Can I respond to that question if it's fine? Thank you. I think the last time when we were before this committee, we announced that we're going to put in place a stabilization task team, which will look into this. And I'm happy that in your inquiry, you also mentioned the fact that there are allegations, and the role of the stabilization task team is to make an assessment of the allegations and to also help us to stabilize, the this situation. We've since put in place that stabilization team, which is headed by a senior counsel, advocate, together with specialists in governance and so on and so forth. And they will also investigate issues that relates to, or they will also look into issues that relates to the chairperson, the relationship between the principal and the deputy principals, and all those allegations that you are, mentioning. I think there were some challenges with constituting the team, but that decision has finally been made, and the team will be introduced by DDG tomorrow to the college. And as soon as they commence, from the date, Chairperson, that they commence their work, which effectively is last week,
Yes.
We've asked for those number of days, and we will give a report to 45 days. So we will give a report to the committee on the work that the team has done.
Thank you, Minister. On Moteo, I raised issues of the principal who employed her niece, gave her a college bursary to study while she was working, approved a study leave so that she can study full time. So she got a salary while she's studying, and then she was suspended from the college because she was caught cheating, and the bursary money has not been paid back. I raised that again as an allegation in the committee meeting. I also raised that the CFO of Moteo is also a foreign national. He has appointed his sister as the external attorney for the college, and funds are being paid for cases that the principal is having the legal battles, and the college is paying for that. I raised that in the last meeting. And then as we speak, the college is claiming NESFA's accommodation allowances for an accommodation that is not operating in millions. I've also raised that. So I want to know, what is the progress on dealing with those allegations at this point?
Just to add, DDG, to remind you that the CFO there was no process, there was no competitive process that appointed him as a CFO. He was brought in January as, I can't remember as what, some consultant, I can't remember what was it, but then from there, then they made him the acting CEO. You remember, Manzini, we were there, we were at that college, yeah. So what is the progress?
Honorable Source, there was a detailed report post the visit to the Free State Gauteng colleges, and I'm subjected to be corrected. I'm not sure if indeed it did reach the Secretariat, where we had requested the responses from the college on some of those allegations. But I will check that report, because there was a report that we compiled for the Secretariat consideration. But I will check. There might be other new things that we might have not captured, that they might have come, like the issue that the Honourable Chair is raising about the fact that the CFO is of foreign national as well. So those might be new issues that we'll have to investigate further. But I will check, because there was a detailed report that we provided as we're given the time frames of about 60 days, or 6 or 30 days after the visit of the PC in that region.
Just a correction, DDG. The issue of the CFO being a foreign national is not a new issue. When we did oversight at Moteo, we discovered that there. What I raised afterwards, which is a new issue, is that the very CFO, who was a foreign national appointed ensured that his sister is appointed as the external attorney for the college. And so that's the new one. But because I raised it before, I'm now asking for progress today. Chair, just to check, are you going to give me an opportunity to ask some more questions?
No, let's close now.
With one question.
Yeah, with one question.
I,
Don't be tricky.
it was your
Don't
birthday
bring,
yesterday.
Don't bring 5 questions in one. Just to announce,
Okay.
we're having another session on Friday.
No problem, Chair. I will submit to that instruction. CUT, progress on the matter of Professor Mpekwa, Keenan Jacobs, and the fact that CUT created a subsidiary called QTIS, then used voluntary liquidation to close QTIS, terminate employment of staff members at QTIS, then immediately opened up another company as a subsidiary and employed new people. And these old staff members are now without jobs. There are new opportunities at CUT, but the staff members who are applying at CUT now, who was at QTIS, they are not allowed or favored for positions. Yet, it is the responsibility or it's due to CUT, who put QTIS under voluntary liquidation, that these people lost their jobs. So we raised those issues around CUT. What is the progress on addressing those matters? And that's where I will conclude. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I did not come prepared for that response. I shall respond with a written response. We met with the university. They responded to various issues. May I give forward an opportunity to provide a written response? And just generally on the issues raised around employment practices at CUT, we decided to address the whole university community in the following ways. We engaged the Department of Labour, and they have statistics across all institutions. We matched the data with what they have given us, and we picked up discrepancies. We then subsequently had engagements with the Department of Home Affairs. And then decided, given the practices at Home Affairs, there's a need for us to set up an intergovernmental framework, an MOU that will guide the deployment and inspection and monitoring of that through this interdepartmental framework. Our first point of a call will be CUT in that process. So Department of Labour will set aside the inspectors, and we will, I don't want to use the word comb, but we will then move, matching the data they've provided Department of Labour, the data they provided us, and look at matters of compliance. We've advised the universities in writing that we'll be proceeding with this process, but it has to be properly located in law. So that is the framework which we need to finalize with all our 3 ministers, Home Affairs, Labour, and DHET. Once that framework is finalized, we will then proceed as explained. Thank you.
Yeah, even the physically going there is not necessary. Again, these people are not being paid by envelope. They are being paid from the finances of, you just ask them, give me the list of those that you are paying. Then you go to SARS, you compare, then you go to Labor then does this thing. Home Affairs bring an ID, proof of. So you don't even need to do physical because you are going to take 10 years visiting all. And when you go to this institution, these people are not there that you are supposed to. You can get hold of. So you are saying you'll give it to us in writing. We really appreciate. But the department minister, I think you are also entering this problem of the department that's not responding to our queries. Members were just reminding me on the group that on the 19th of September, there were commitments that were made that will bring this one in writing. They have not brought it. They are saying we must ask for those answers to come. As many others, I think DDG Zung, Sotrikwa, DDG AGSA promised we'll get them. I don't have. I had plenty of questions. I won't ask them because of time now, but because our members decided to be allergic to the clock. When the clock rang, they start afresh. Another 15 minutes. Just there's something I want to deal with quickly. But let's. When you say, I know. Young DDG, acting DDG of skills, you are new. But when we say 26,000 artisans found competent, so it's a target, what does that mean? When we say we want this, maybe that might be technical. Let me leave it. Let me go to, when we make I don't want it to be difficult. That's why I don't want. Because somebody might say, no, what do you think competent does not necessarily mean this one. Let's leave that one. So there's a target there that says 53,000 learners who completed learnership. So number one, how do you recruit for learnership? What does it require? Just this is not a trick question. So don't try to defend because you'll say things we did not ask. Let's stick to what we know. When we say learnership, what would it be and how do we recruit for it?
Okay, Honorable Chair, your very first question with respect to competence.
No, let's leave that one because it will give us a problem. Myra found competent. It might mean those that graduate now or that are trade tested now, or it might mean somebody who has been an artisan for 10 years. And then when you whatever, trade test him again, whatever the case may be, you find that they are not, I don't want us to have those technicalities. That's why I said, let's leave that one. I want this one, the simple one, the learners who complete learnerships. That's the answer I want to get to. So I want to ask, how do we, for a person to complete a learnership, what must happen?
Honorable Chair, a learnership has various aspects or programs. They also actually differ in terms of number of years. It could be just a simple example. You can have artisans that qualify through a learnership. In other words, that learnership will stretch over a period of 3 years before you can then say that learnership translates into a trade test, and then after the learner has passed, then it translates to a qualification. You can have a learnership that is below 2 years. Now, as soon as a learner completes that learnership, he or she needs to be certificated on that program as a learnership. But then a learnership, the common aspect thereof is that it has to be workplace-based.
It has to? Repeat that.
Yes, it has to be workplace-based. You cannot certificate a learnership program without workplace. There has to be that workplace aspect.
Okay, so let me go to the targets of the department so that, because I see that you are going exactly where I did not want to do. Number one there, on slide 40, there's 190 learners or students placed in web-based learning programs. That is one. That is the first target. The second, 150,000 learners registered in skills development programs. That is two. 36,375 learners entering artisanal program. 3. 26,500 artisans found competent. 4. 53,000 learners who completed learnership. 5. So these are the categories that your presentation says. I'm sure you'd agree with me that this one, the one that we have explained, is the first one of 90,000 students who enters this work-based. But we are saying all of them. This, those who, every child who enters learnership must still complete a will. That's your answer. So in other words, there's no student, there's no learner who has ever been certificated without work-based learning program.
Chair, there's a difference between workplace-based learning, okay, and work-integrated learning. So now, if you look at the first target that you are relating to, it's will related.
No, so your slide says work-based learning, not will. So if you are saying, if I look at this, it's will, then I have a problem.
Chair, maybe you should repeat your answer. It's a bit.
No, let's
the
leave
question,
it.
I'm sorry, it's a bit.
Let's leave it. So you are saying to me, there is absolutely no way that a person who enters a learnership can be certificated without this work-based learning program.
Absolutely, Chair.
So there's no way.
There's no way.
So all learnership must go through.
Yes, all learnerships must actually have that workplace component.
Okay. No, I'm fine. Let's close it. Like I said, Minister, I had a number of questions that I would have wanted to ask, but I'll give you. Our officials like this thing of not telling us the truth. Before you left, I made one example or two, I can't remember, about, or two, about the Imbali precinct issue. We have it on record. It was a meeting of parliament that we had in Imbali there, in Mbalendle. They told us something that what the department has written to you, because I went to the file and I said, this is the presentation of the department on this issue. Why this matter is not being achieved is because you don't have the capacity to implement this thing. They looked at each other, the register, asked the VC asked certain gentleman, I think Mr. Kumalo, or it was embarrassing that we had a situation like that. The first one was in February when they were giving us, it was not the first one. They've misled us, the DG himself, a number of times. We told him the other time, including with NSF. Told them, here you are lying to us. Point blank, you are lying to us. The last time we told them, on the 14th of May, this is what you said. And now on the 19th of September, this is what we are saying. Same thing, Tuja report. Same thing, lying. In fact, because they were saying they did not say it, we went back to that and we found two more things that they would have lied about, over and above the ones we found. So this tendency of people want to be creative with the truth. I must honestly come to an end. Minister, let me give you to make closing remarks from your side, and then we will close our meeting.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I wasn't asking to make closing remarks. I was just, requesting that I think from our meeting of the 19th of September, and also from this meeting, I think we did make some notes, but it was my understanding that the Secretariat will send us a list of the questions, especially from the meeting of the 19th, that we should respond to, and I think if those can be brought to to my attention, then we'll ensure that the responses are made. But otherwise, thank you very much to both yourselves and to the AG's team for this engagement, and we are definitely going to take up some of the points that the honourable members have raised, and definitely, as we said to the AG, the recommendations that they've made. But otherwise, thank you so much, and happy birthday, Chairperson.
Yeah.
It's your birthday month.
Yeah, the birthday was yesterday. It's done, it's finished now. Few things that I want you, Minister, to also take note of in my closing is that there's consistent, AG, you can bounce, there's consistent underperformance from certain branches. They perform the same way. 2023, 2024, 2023, 2024, and 2024, 2025. I hope this is, yeah. So, last year's presentation, slide 5 there, it's this year's slide 7. If you look at slide 6, same, program 6, the CET, performed exactly the same way. They had 9 targets, they've achieved 7 targets, and 2 were not achieved. That's what happened last year, this is what happened now. Program 5, same story. They had 11 targets. They've only achieved 3, and 8 were not achieved. Program 4, same story. 22 targets, which is DHET, 22 targets, 9 achieved in both, and 13 not achieved. Program 3, they just reduced the targets. They had 28 initially, 26 this time, and they achieved 57% last year and 58%, which is 15 this year. So when we question the audit action plan, so you had 9 targets. Let me take program 5, what is it, skills. Program 5, you had 11 targets. Last year, you achieved 3. You put together an audit action plan. What is the purpose of an audit action plan? is to make sure that you, as much as you resolve issues of that past financial reporting period, you also use the lessons learned to do better next time. So if you don't do better next time, what is the audit? So we're going to ask you, acting DG, give it to us in writing. That audit action plan, give it to us in writing, and tell us who was responsible for what in that thing. And if they've not done so, what have you done to make consequence management? Because it means you, unless you just telling us that you just create things for vibes, no one will be held accountable, no one can do anything. Maybe tell us. Because you have, at least I've counted 4 branches who were stagnant in terms of addressing their problems from last year. Were not addressed. And I don't understand why. At least with, even though we're still going to check how much this time you've underspent on compensation of employees. Because the past 2 financial years combined, it was how much? About around 680 million or 580 million. The past 2 years. Yes, we had improved in 23-24 because it was around 140 or so, 120. But in the past, in that 2 years was, so want to, at least there we can say they've identified the problem. That centralizing all of this thing here is a problem. Acting CFO, the issue of saying every year we don't have enough number of, or enough, what do you call this thing? Enough companies owned by people with disabilities at CSD. It can't be. Because even last year you said the same. I have the presentation here. Even last, I'm sure even a year before, it would have been the same. So we can't have the same excuse as if we're not going through. When we prepare for a meeting like this, we go to similar meetings. We go read the minutes of those things. In response, what did you say? Who said what? You see? So let's not take chances. But Minister, this thing of senior leaders of the department coming to Parliament and lie, that can't be. Unfortunately, we'll have to do our job ourselves. But it can't continue. This culture of twisting things depending on the type of weather. So if it's raining, I'm going to say, Honorable Souls, if it's raining, I say I'm black. If there's a sun out there, I'm saying I'm colored. Tomorrow I'm white. So let's be consistent with that. Even if it makes you look bad, but at least you are acknowledging the truth. So there's a number of issues members asked. I hope we'll get all of them in writing. Today is what? It's Wednesday the 15th. We'll give you, Minister, till the 29th to respond to everything. We are from oversight, and oversight we have given, I don't know if they've told you already, Minister, we've given the department, each branch there, we said listen to issues in your space, and within 3 months we would want a report to say this is what we have done. So on the 10th of January 2025, they're supposed to give us a report on what is it that they would have done. Manzini, we've just checked. I think if you can resend that report from Free State, because we can't find it, resend it so that we'll share it with members. These members are on the ground. Every time I warn, when they ask you a question, they know what they know the answer. So when they ask you a question, just try and be truthful. Because now we're going to be, from here it means we must send you next door to ad hoc committee, they must ask you, why are you lying? Or now must have a person come after coming to a committee, we send them somewhere. We don't want to do that. But thank you very much. AG has left. I'll thank them, but they've done an excellent job. Let's concentrate on the targets that make sense, the targets that will improve the lives of our people. When we say we're putting in a program here, program 6, CET, we have 9 targets. Let each one of them touch our people's lives. Mamfuchan, it must make sense, So, but we'll have to, Minister, when the time is right, we'll speak to you to help to sit down with the department when they are putting together their targets. Maybe 3 months before they submit, they must present to you and say, this target, this is what it's going to do, so that they are approved somehow. We must find a way where we now oversee the department in that fashion, because they had to accept, they've accepted that the APPs that they presented now, when AG said, even this one, how does it make sense? They accepted that maybe it was a rush, but next year, around April when they are presenting, let it be not a rush. So around January, Minister, let them bring to you, each branch, university branch, this will be my target. And you must ask them, how is this one going to touch a life of a child who's in Lisiki, or who's in Kutong, or who's in Klabialenga. Each target must be impactful to the lives of our people. Thank you very much. We shall see each other on Friday. I know, Minister, you won't be there on Friday. You have apologized. But members who are meeting again on Friday are interacting with the same place. We're interacting with the quality assurance bodies, QCTO. You must tell us how many programs they've, in the past year, they've accredited. Since the function was taken from CITAS to them to accredit. The Council for Higher Education, they must tell us the allegations, Minister, if you are going back to a meeting with the University of Free State, the allegations that a nursing degree used to be there at University of Free State, used to be accredited, but it's no longer accredited. But we'll ask Council for Higher Education. So, the accreditation has expired and it was not renewed, but students have not been told. So this is some people who write to us and say, by the way, I work here and this is the problem. I'm worried that we are going to produce people with certificates that are not accredited. And the last one we're meeting is South African Qualifications Authority. Those ones, Minister, they are focused. You see, a department and NSFAS, they tell us they can't have a system, one system, that we're talking, what do you call this thing? Learner management system of probably 200,000 people. SAQA has got a system that can verify, I don't know how many thousand degrees of how many thousand people in South Africa, they have it. So sometimes we just look at you when you try to be technical. You see, the sophistication of this system, they exist, this system. We know they exist. SAQA actually is now on stage 2 or stage 3. They are now, almost using a program close to blockchain that can now, that will digitally provide this certificate. So, for this thing of having a manual certificate, they moved from those things. They are now on something else. Learner management system. Last year you said it will be delivered 31 December 2024. I'm listening to you here on the learner management. No, it's almost ready at MICT. Last year, on the 9th of October, you said this system is a Rolls Royce. On the 31st of December, is a target. It's here in your presentation. I just look at you, get, oh, Jess, thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned. No, I'm serious.